Chapter 8:19. Now that you've brought out this painting, you'll have to resolve the future crisis of True Water Palace ruins. Staring at the black-robed old man, the person in the painting said to Yi Qin. Yi Qin sucked in a deep breath and asked, "Senior, what does the crisis of True Water Palace ruins represent? Is it the resurrection of the dead?" If only it were that simple. The person in the painting sighed. "Senior, who are you?" Yi Qin boldly asked. "Yuan Songhai." "Yuan Songhai? Why does this name sound so familiar?" The black-robed old man's face revealed a bitter expression. Suddenly, his expression changed as he cried out in alarm, "Yuan Emperor, Yuan Songhai? You're Yuan Emperor?" "Yuan Emperor?" Yi Qin was also startled. The last person to leave an imprint on the Emperor's scar steel was Yuan Emperor. Yuan Emperor had an innate physique, and his Zhen Yuan could be said to be boundless. If the person in the painting was truly Yuan Emperor, it would be too outrageous. The person in the painting faintly smiled. "Turns out there's still someone who remembers my name." The words of the man in the picture undoubtedly told Yi Qin and the black-robed old man that he was the last titled monarch of True Spirit Continent or True Spirit World who could leave his imprint on Emperor Scar Steel, Yuan Emperor. "Senior, rest assured. If I have the ability, Yi Qin is willing to resolve the crisis of True Water Palace ruins. If I don't, then Senior has misjudged me," Yi Qin solemnly said. "Misjudged me? Yi, you're quite honest." Yuan Emperor smiled. The black-robed old man's expression changed several times. Ultimately, his expression turned sinister. "Even if you're Yuan Emperor, so what? The real Yuan Emperor is already dead. You're nothing but a projection left behind by him. You think you can defeat me with your projection? Why don't you try?" The Yuan Emperor stepped out of the painting and appeared in the real world. The ink marks on his body gradually faded away. At first glance, he didn't look any different from a real person. However, when he used his soul power to sense, he found that this body was a bit blurry and illusory. "I'll give it a try. Watch me blow you up." Magic Mark Annihilation. When fighting with Yi Qin, the black-robed old man did not use any profound martial arts, but the image of the Yuan Emperor was different. Before knowing the opponent's strength, it was better to be more serious. Otherwise, if he was careless and suffered a great loss, it would not be worth it. With a palm strike, a dark crack appeared in the void. It was like a brand that was about to be branded on the body of the Yuan Emperor. It was overbearing and powerful, and there was no way to dodge it. Yi Qin squinted his eyes. If the black-robed old man had used a profound martial skill before, even with the Sky Scorpio sword, he wouldn't have been able to block it. The gap was too big. Profound is too low. The projection of Yuan Emperor shook his head, pointed a finger at the dark crack and then casually wiped it. The dark crack vanished like smoke in thin air, as if it had never existed. "Damn it! Demonic Tao River." The black-robed old man roared and pushed his Zhen Yuan to the limit. His whole body emitted a dazzling black crystal light as he stretched out both of his hands, pushing toward the projection of Yuan Emperor. It was as if he was pushing a huge millstone, wanting to grind the projection of Yuan Emperor alive. Demon's martial skill? Watching the black river surging over and collapsing the space, the projection of Yuan Emperor's expression was indifferent as he punched out. Bang! The black river exploded and black splashes filled the sky. It was as if a huge fountain had erupted between the two of them. The might of the fist of Yuan Emperor's projection had already reached an extreme level, shocking the ancients and dazzling the contemporaries. Impossible. How can a projection be so powerful? The black-robed old man was blasted away, gliding in the void for dozens of li before stabilizing his body. "You're too weak. Low-grade martial skill, low-grade martial will. Is this the level of life and death kings?" The projection of Yuan Emperor stood with his hands clasped behind his back and said indifferently, "Don't be too arrogant. Your era has long passed." The black-robed old man's long hair fluttered in the air as strange black patterns appeared on both of his hands, covering his entire palms. As the black patterns took shape, his aura abruptly soared. The frightening Zhen Yuan ripple caused the space to tremble and cracks to appear everywhere. "I've already refined the supreme grade gloves into my body. Not bad." Raising his brows, the projection of Yuan Emperor nodded. Die. The black-robed old man didn't care who the opponent was. As long as they obstructed him, they would die. He thrust out his palm, and an even deeper black crack imprinted itself on the projection of Yuan Emperor. It was precisely demonic marked destruction. The projection of Yuan Emperor's expression didn't change. His figure flickered, and the space seemed to disappear as he retreated 10 li. The black crack didn't imprint itself on the projection of Yuan Emperor. It merely remained in the void, not dispersing for a long time. Such means such a movement. This was the first time Yi Qin saw two life and death kings exchanging blows. The methods of the black-robed old man astonished him. He could actually leave a mark in the void that didn't disperse for a long time. If this mark was imprinted on a person's body, would they be tortured to death? On the other hand, Yuan Emperor's movement was simply unfathomable. His movement seemed to have already dispelled the boundaries of the void, making it impossible for the black-robed old man to lock onto him. The black-robed old man was 100 times more astonished than Yi Qin. He was extremely clear on the might of demonic scar annihilation. This kind of move could only be resisted head-on, and couldn't be evaded. As long as the black crack locked onto one's life aura, it wouldn't stop until one died. Even if one hid in the void, it wouldn't work. Previously, when Yuan Emperor's projection destroyed the black crack with a finger, he could still accept it, because demonic scar annihilation could be destroyed. But now, the projection of Yuan Emperor had actually evaded it, causing it to lose its target and imprint itself in the void. This body of mine has limited energy. I won't bother with you anymore. Sword, come. Yuan Emperor's projection, who had retreated 10 li away, waved his hand. The evil vanquishing sword on Yi Chen's waist automatically unsheathed and landed in the hand of Yuan Emperor's projection. Yi Chen didn't even have time to react. You want the evil vanquishing sword? Yi Chen didn't understand. According to reason, the Sky Scorpio sword was more powerful than the evil vanquishing sword. With the Sky Scorpio sword in hand, Yuan Emperor's projection could easily kill the black-robed old man. Yuan Emperor's projection seemed to know Yi Chen's thoughts and said, "The evil vanquishing sword contains the power of evil vanquishing, and is targeted at demonic humans. Moreover, that supreme grade sword of yours consumes too much Zhen Yuan. With my current body I can't bear too much. Moreover, the evil vanquishing sword is enough for me." So that's how it is. Yi Chen nodded. This was Yuan Emperor's projection, not Yuan Emperor himself. He didn't have nearly inexhaustible Zhen Yuan. His energy was limited, and it would naturally be best if he could consume as little as possible. Void Yuan Chop. Holding the evil vanquishing sword, Yuan Emperor's projection's gaze turned sharp. With a wave of his hand, the evil vanquishing sword shot out an invisible sword chi, chopping towards the black-robed old man's body. The black-robed old man roared. He couldn't even sense the trajectory of this sword, but his intuition told him that if he was hit by this sword head-on, he would definitely die. Devil Flash. His body flickered. The black-robed old man's body flickered like a flickering star. Puchi. The invisible sword chi chopped on the black-robed old man's illusory body, but it seemed to have missed. However, Yi Chen didn't think so because blood splashed and a faint groan could be heard. Just as he expected, the illusory body shattered and a real arm fell off. It was crushed into a bloody mist by the sword chi, then disappeared into nothingness. In the distance, the black-robed old man's body appeared. His face was pale, and his right arm had already disappeared, looking extremely uncoordinated. What? Why did I get hit? The black-robed old man was shocked. The Devil Flash was also a martial art of the demons. Although the demon's martial art didn't require one to cultivate profound, in fact, the Devil Flash still contained the power of space. It was just that the form was different from the space profound, but the essence was no different. He thought that by using the Devil Flash he would be able to escape, but his right arm was still chopped off. Yuan Emperor curled his lips. You're lucky. My current strength is far from the real me, and the Void Yuan Chop is my weakest move. Other martial arts consume too much energy. Yi Chen was dumbfounded. The strength of the Yuan Emperor's projection was definitely far from the Yuan Emperor's. The gap was huge and the Void Yuan Chop was his weakest move. Even so, the black-robed old man, who was a demonic human king, couldn't withstand a single blow from him. From this, it could be inferred how powerful the real Yuan Emperor was. However, I've already seen through your movement trajectory. This time I'll destroy you. The Yuan Emperor's projection raised the evil vanquishing sword for the second time, and lightly chopped. No. The black-robed old man fled in terror, falling into the void. But under the pursuit of the Void Yuan Chop, the space boundary became transparent. Yi Chen could even see the black-robed old man fleeing in the void. His expression was one of terror, wishing that his parents had given him an extra pair of legs. Such power worthy of being the Yuan Emperor who shook the world in the past. At this time, countless black petals fell from the void. These petals were only the size of copper coins, and they had clear lines and a soft texture. They were no different from real petals. These black petals were endless, falling from the sky like a rain of petals. And this rain of petals ignored the existence of the boundaries of space, falling into the outside world and then continuing to fall. The moment they touched the ground, they turned from solid to illusory, vanishing. Behind the black-robed old man, flower petals gushed out, and a beautiful woman wearing a gorgeous black robe suddenly appeared. This woman was extremely tall, and her eyes were a faint red. Her towering breasts were just right. She rubbed her right hand and an invisible force surged out, then she waved it to the side. The invisible sword chi turned around and disappeared into the depths of the void. Great Patriarch. Hearing this voice, the black-robed old man's tense nerves relaxed, and a joyful expression flashed across his face. Then, he turned around and respectfully saluted the black-robed woman. The chaotic demon sees Great Patriarch, isn't he the demonic human emperor? Yichen secretly cursed. The demonic human tribe was divided into clans. Generally, the patriarch of a clan was the patriarch. Only the patriarch of the entire clan was called the Great Patriarch. Oh, a strong one came. Kit, you've offended a lot of people. The Yuan Emperor's projection frowned, looking helplessly at Yichen. Yichen smiled wryly, what will come, I can't avoid it. Obviously the other side came for Murong Qingqing. A mere demonic human emperor wasn't worthy of coming personally. Chapter 820. Is that the perfect demonic human bloodline you spoke of? The black-robed woman looked at Murong Qingqing in the crystal space. Indeed, and she cultivates pure demonic power. The black-robed old man operated his undying body as he spoke, recovering his severed right arm. As his flesh wriggled, his right arm instantly grew back. As it appeared, his entire aura dropped. Clearly, the sword strike from Yuan Emperor's projection had destroyed a lot of his cultivation base. Sizing up the bat wings on Murong Qingqing's back, the black-robed woman nodded. She actually awakened the speed talent. Not bad, not bad. Great clan leader, should we kill them? The black-robed old man looked at Yuan Emperor's projection and Yichen with overflowing killing intent. Just now he had almost lost his life. You don't need to care about this matter. Moreover, you're too careless. The black-robed woman waved her hand, and a white thread was pulled out of the black-robed old man's body. This thread contained an extremely tyrannical purifying power. Its aura wasn't obvious, so it was hidden in the black-robed old man's body without being discovered. Evil vanquishing power. The black-robed old man was startled. Although this thing wouldn't kill him, it would reduce his cultivation base to a fundamental level, making it impossible for him to recover. Even more frightening was that if this evil vanquishing power suddenly erupted in his weakened state, even if he didn't die, he would suffer a cultivation deviation. Crack. The black-robed woman rubbed her fingers, and the silk-like evil vanquishing power was obliterated into nothingness. Her gaze fell on Yuan Emperor's projection and said, a projection can't have such a powerful battle strength. If my guess is correct, you must have sealed a portion of your Zhen Yuan in that spirit accumulation scroll. Only then would you have the strength to surpass ordinary life and death kings. Good insight. Yuan Emperor's projection faintly smiled. I wouldn't dare. At my level, I'm bound to have some insight. Walking out of the void, the black-robed woman stopped a dozen li away, and the black-robed old man followed behind her. You're here for this kid's girlfriend. Yuan Emperor could tell from the image that Murong Qingqing in the crystal space was also a demonic human, and she was a perfect demonic human with a noble bloodline. He thought that Murong Qingqing was kidnapped by Yichen, and then his people chased after her. Not bad. The black-robed woman nodded. Yuan Emperor's projection smiled and said, I would rather tear down 10 temples than destroy a marriage. This child is so outstanding, he is more than qualified to be your demonic human race's son-in-law. There is no need to kill him and do such a shady thing. The black-robed woman said, that's where you're wrong. Before this I didn't know them. I just didn't want a perfect demonic human bloodline to wander outside and waste a heavenly treasure. So it turns out that he saw a good seedling and wanted to get his hands on him. Yuan Emperor's projection suddenly understood. Exactly. Since that's the case, there's no enmity between you and this child. Not only do you want to steal his girlfriend, you even want to kill him. That's too unreasonable. Yuan Emperor's projection's eyes flickered with a cold light. The black-robed old man interrupted, killing him is because he killed many of my demonic human clansmen. If we let him go, wouldn't our clansmen have died in vain? Your demonic human clan's dead clansmen were probably not geniuses, but this boy is a peerless genius. Killing him is a waste of God's gift. Moreover, I still need him to do something, so I can't allow you to kill him. The black-robed woman sneered, "Do you think you can stop me? Most likely not." Yuan Emperor's projection carefully sized up the black-robed woman, then shook his head. "If I want to kill him, it's still up to me. Perhaps I might not be able to stop you, but you should know that a true monarch would have some means to steal the fortune of the world. Unfortunately, even after so many years, I still have some memories of it. I believe I can use you to test its might." "You're threatening me." The black-robed woman narrowed her eyes, exuding a dangerous aura. "It's not a threat, just a warning." The black-robed woman remained silent, but her aura became more and more dangerous, as if she would attack at any moment to kill Yuan Emperor's projection and Yi Chen. Oh. Letting out a breath, the dangerous aura around the black-robed woman dissipated. She said with a faint smile, "Interesting, looks like you've got me for sure. Maybe I'm lying to you. You can give it a try." The black-robed old man was badly beaten by Yuan Emperor's projection, almost dying. He said to the black-robed woman, "Grand Patriarch, he must be strong on the outside but weak on the inside. With your strength, there's no need to be afraid of him. Even if he's still alive, he might not be able to do anything to you." "Shut up." The black-robed woman glared at the black-robed old man. "Yes." The black-robed old man was extremely obedient in front of the black-robed woman. "You win." The black-robed woman gave up on the idea of probing. As for the black-robed old man's words, she did not even consider it. If Yuan Emperor's main body hadn't died, even 3 of her wouldn't have been his match. How could an ordinary titled monarch be able to leave a mark on the Emperor's scar steel? And the current Yuan Emperor's projection looked extremely weak. She had 99% confidence that she could kill him. Unfortunately, just as the Yuan Emperor's projection had said, a true titled monarch would always have some heavenly treasures. These methods were profound and unfathomable, not reflected in combat power. Once hit, even if one's strength was doubled, they might still die. There was no need for her to gamble. Her gaze fell on Yi Chen. The black-robed woman said, "Don't worry, I never planned to kill you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come here personally. I don't have the ability to predict the future." She had been in seclusion all this time and was completely unaware of Murong Qingqing's matter. Only when she came out of seclusion did she learn of the news. She knew that if she wanted Murong Qingqing to willingly join the chaotic demon sea's human demon race, she couldn't kill Yi Chen. Otherwise, unless she erased his memories, he would definitely be filled with resentment. Fortunately, the human demon kings of the human demon race all carried sensory pearls. Relying on the senses of the sensory pearls, she quickly chased after Yi Chen. What happened next was what had just happened. Yi Chen's thoughts turned at lightning speed. He felt that the black-robed woman shouldn't be lying, and there was no need for her to lie. If not for the unexpected incident of the standing high sight painting, a human demon king could have easily taken away Murong Qingqing. There was no need for her to come here personally and waste her time. Perhaps. Yi Chen declined to comment. "I will take her away no matter what." The black-robed woman's tone changed and she said resolutely. A helpless expression flickered on Yuan Emperor's face. "Seems like there's no way to resolve this peacefully." As he spoke, 3 illusory flowers appeared above his head. 1 red, 1 yellow, and 1 blue. The 3 flowers intertwined and blossomed with a mysterious radiance. "You really didn't lie to me." The black-robed woman saw the reaction of Yuan Emperor's image and continued, "This matter can be resolved peacefully. I have the confidence to convince him." "I'll wait and see then." The 3 flowers above Yuan Emperor's image remained motionless. Glancing at the flowers above Yuan Emperor's head with apprehension, the black-robed woman let out a breath and said to Yi Chen, "You've cultivated to this level, which proves that you have a great determination to climb to the peak. In the future you might even become a sword king or even a sword emperor." "Thanks for the compliment." Yi Chen's expression remained unchanged as he listened to the next words. "But have you ever thought that if she follows you, will she really step into life and death realm? She's a perfect demonic human, and this is an unchangeable fact. In this world, demonic chi is extremely scarce, and it's simply not suitable for cultivating demonic power. I don't know how she cultivated to half-step king realm, but I'm sure that without any earth-shattering transformation she'll never become a king." "Has a perfect demonic human never appeared in Elysium?" Yi Chen asked. "There have been, but not one in the last 10,000 years. 10,000 years ago they also needed an enormous opportunity to succeed. Moreover, each of them spent a long time and their appearances were no longer there." Yuan Emperor's image smiled bitterly. "She's right. Elysium is not suitable for cultivating demonic power. Demonic power is the energy that demons cultivate, and they don't belong to this world." You can also gamble, but I'm afraid you'll regret it. Under life and death realm, one only has a lifespan of 300 years. By the time she becomes a life and death king in 100 years, or even 200 years, she'll already be an old woman. Will you still like her then? Will it be suitable for you to be together? The black-robed woman closely stared at Yi Chen. Yi Chen's expression continuously changed. In fact, he was almost convinced. Her words were exactly what he was worried about. The demonic power crystals in Murong Qingqing's body could at most allow her to reach the first layer of life and death chamber. As for demonic power essence, it was almost negligible. Moreover, breaking through to life and death realm was simply too difficult. Even human peerless geniuses didn't have much confidence in doing so, not to mention a demonic power cultivator like Murong Qingqing. Taking a step back, even if Murong Qingqing obtained a lot of demonic power crystals, it would only increase her chances by a little bit. However, her chances would still be lower than human geniuses. After all, breaking through to life and death realm required not only energy but also environment. The black-robed woman could see that Yi Chen was struggling, so she continued, "She has perfect demonic human bloodline. In chaotic demonic ocean, her position is transcendent. I will wholeheartedly nurture her and make her my last disciple. Moreover, you also know that the environment of chaotic demonic ocean is extremely suitable for demonic power cultivation. In that place, her chances of entering life and death realm will not be lower than yours. Once she becomes a demonic human king, she can go anywhere under the heavens. If you're not afraid of me harming you, you can come and see her whenever you want." Dispersing his hesitation, Yi Chen solemnly nodded, "All right, I agree to let her go with you. However, if you don't treat her well or harms her, as long as I don't die, I will eradicate the entire chaotic demonic ocean sooner or later, leaving not a single blade of grass behind." "Good kid." The black-robed woman was both startled and furious. No one had ever dared to threaten her in front of her. Fortunately, the other party had agreed. "That will never happen. You can rest assured. I'll forgive your disrespect this time, but next time you'll have to be careful. Hee hee, you've got guts." Yuan Emperor was quite appreciative of Yi Chen's character. "However, you'll have to convince her." The black-robed woman waved her hand, and the crystal space sealing Murong Qingqing disappeared. "Give me some time." Yi Chen's figure flickered and shot toward Murong Qingqing. An hour later, Murong Qingqing agreed. Their separation at this time was for the sake of a long reunion in the future. She was not a person who only cared about love. Moreover, if her cultivation base was low, she would only be a burden by Yi Chen's side. This was the last thing she wanted. Chapter 821. Let's go. The black-robed woman waved at Murong Qingqing with a kind attitude. "Yi Chen." Murong Qingqing took a few steps forward and turned back to look at Yi Chen. Yi Chen smiled and said, "Go. With your talent, you can become a demonic human king in 3 to 5 years in the chaotic demonic sea. At that time, you and I can travel the universe and explore the world together." "Yes." Murong Qingqing nodded and walked to the black-robed woman's side with determination. The black-robed woman showed a gratified expression. The demonic human tribe looked powerful, but they were too few in number. Compared to the entire human tribe, they were insignificant. Every bit of power meant a bit more hope of survival. She was confident that she could train Murong Qingqing to be the pillar of the demonic human tribe. "Let's go." The black-robed woman waved her hand, and the black rain of flowers fell from the sky and suddenly gathered together, wrapping her and Murong Qingqing in it. Then they turned into a black light spot and disappeared. "Umph." The black-robed old man glanced at Yi Chen coldly and then disappeared. Fortunately, it was settled peacefully. Otherwise, we would have been in danger. The Yuan Emperor's image said with a bitter smile. Letting out a deep breath, as if trying to drive away the bitterness of Murong Qingqing's departure, Yi Chen turned around and said respectfully to the Yuan Emperor's image, "Thank you for your help, Senior." Yi Chen will never forget it. Although he didn't think that the demonic human emperor came here just to kill him, and maybe it was just as she said, to stop the black-robed old man. But no matter what, the Yuan Emperor's image did help him. The Yuan Emperor's image said, "Let's not be so cliché. I'm just a tool now. I will help whoever gets it as long as he is not bad." "Senior, what exactly is the danger of the True Water Palace? Can you elaborate?" Yi Chen asked curiously. In ancient times, the demons and humans fought for the control of the True Water Palace. The demons lost. As far as I know, the demons are not people of this world. They come from the outer realms. Apart from the demons, there are other races that have invaded Elysium. However, because they are few in number and move stealthily, no one knows about them. The true water palace was destroyed by the experts of another race, and they carried out a secret plan, turning it into an ominous land. I went to explore but didn't find anything. Later on, I and the other kings sealed the entire palace and sunk it into the ocean, hoping that the later generations can find something and solve this crisis. The Yuan Emperor's image said. The demons are not people of this world? Yi Chen was quite astonished. This was the first time he had heard of such a secret. Moreover, the true water palace was also related to a race from the outer realms. It seemed like Elysium was not as safe as he had imagined. The races from the outer realms were eyeing this place covetously. Rest assured, Senior. As long as Yi Chen has the ability, I will certainly solve this crisis. Yi Chen said resolutely. The Yuan Emperor's image smiled. No rush. That seal can still persist for a long time. Perhaps you won't be needed, unless there is an external force to break the seal. Then I still have a long time. Yi Chen let out a sigh of relief. What he lacked was time. The Yuan Emperor's gaze fell on Yi Chen and sized him up. The Yuan Emperor's image said, I can sense that you are one of the main characters of this era. Your luck is abundant. As long as you don't die prematurely, you will become a world-shaking character sooner or later. How nostalgic. If we were born in the same era, we might even be rivals. There were only a few people that could attract the attention of the Yuan Emperor. It should be known that in his era, the Yuan Emperor could be said to have shaken the whole universe and was unrivaled. Even modern people held the Yuan Emperor in high esteem, believing that Yuan Emperor was an absolute expert among the titled monarchs of the past and present. Senior must be joking. Before reaching the level of the Yuan Emperor, Yi Chen felt that it was better to be humble. This was not the time to use his heroic spirit. The Yuan Emperor's image said, Enter life and death realm as soon as possible. At that time, you will discover that the world is so vast and mysterious that you can spend your entire life exploring it without the slightest bit of boredom. I will. Yi Chen's gaze turned sharp. Alright, if there's nothing life-threatening in the future, don't use this painting. I don't have much energy left. Once my will enters the real world, it will gradually dissipate. As he spoke, the Yuan Emperor's image took a step forward and entered the painting, once again condensing into a water demon's silhouette, motionless. Many thanks. Inwardly saying this, Yi Chen rolled up the painting and stored it in his storage ring. In the void, looking at the gloomy Murong Qingqing, the black-robed woman said with a gentle voice, Don't think too much. You and him will meet sooner or later. Murong Qingqing didn't speak and only faintly nodded. The black-robed woman continued, As a demonic human, you have the responsibility to protect the entire demonic human race. You should know that although our race seems calm and peaceful, it's actually filled with hidden dangers. The slightest carelessness could lead to the destruction of our entire race. Whether it's for him, for yourself, or for your family, you have to become powerful. Otherwise, you'll hate yourself for being so weak in the future. Murong Qingqing could hear the exhaustion in the black-robed woman's voice, so she asked, Senior, although our race is not favored by the human race, it's not to this extent, right? You haven't reached my level, so of course you don't know about the crisis of our race. Let me ask you, one day between demons and humans, which side would you choose? Murong Qingqing was startled. Weren't the demons annihilated? How could the demons be annihilated? They are not a race from Elysium. They come from the outer realm, a powerful race from another world. When they come to Elysium again, it will be the second great war between demonic humans. Our race will be stuck in the middle as if we're treading on thin ice. Countless years have passed and no demons have made a move. It can't be such a coincidence, right? Life and death realm warriors only had a lifespan of 1,000 years. For a great war to happen in 1,000 years, Murong Qingqing felt that the chances were extremely small, almost impossible. Better to prevent than to nip it in the bud. Moreover, I'm not saying it without any basis. In short, you have to become powerful as soon as possible. Powerful enough to become a peak character in this world. Only then will you have the right to speak and fight for the right to live for our race. Senior, which side will you choose? Murong Qingqing suddenly asked. Me. The lady in black forced a smile. It's not about which side I choose but whether they trust us or not. If they choose the demons, we are just lower-class people. If we choose the human race, they will definitely be on guard against us. If someone with bad intentions appears and provokes us, our race will be in danger. I will choose the human race. Murong Qingqing said with determination. She was born and raised in Elysium. Half of her blood was human. Therefore, it was reasonable for her to choose the human race. It is meaningless to choose now. The lady in black did not speak anymore. She sighed in her mind, hoping that this day would not happen. At least it would not happen in her lifetime. Without Murong Qingqing to accompany him, Yi Chen did not ride on the flying puppet anymore. He only relied on the Zhenyuan inside his body and flew towards the south. After half a month, Yi Chen stopped and looked down at the ocean. He mumbled to himself, "The cold iron city should be right under here." The space between Qin Wentian's eyebrows split open, and the silver vertical eye looked down. In the silver world, the seawater had become transparent. Below the seabed, a majestic and vast city sat there. The city was covered by a round barrier, and there were people coming and going from time to time. It was incomparably prosperous. Closing his vertical eye, Yi Chen took a deep breath. His body flashed as he jumped into the ocean, swimming towards the cold iron city. The cold iron city was a very ancient city in Elysium. It was said that the whole city wall was made of thousand-year cold iron. Although the thousand-year cold iron was not a precious metal, it was still not something that could be easily found. Building the city wall would require an uncountable amount of thousand-year cold iron. There were two reasons for entering the cold iron city. First, it was to broaden his horizons. Second, it was because Yi Chen knew that the cold iron city was rich in materials, and the trade volume was huge. Maybe he could find some extreme rank materials there which could be used to forge extreme rank greatswords in the future. After all, he was not far from the life and death realm. It would not be a bad thing to accumulate some materials. There were 8 city gates in the cold iron city. The other places were not allowed to enter and could not be entered. Outside the north gate, Yi Chen landed. Without much inspection, Yi Chen was allowed to enter the cold iron city. In other cities, the most prosperous place would be the restaurants. But in the cold iron city, the most popular place was the trade of materials. Walking on the street, there were stalls selling materials everywhere. Some of the things on these stalls were things that Yi Chen had never seen before. As a newcomer, Yi Chen was not familiar with the cold iron city. So, he walked around and bought some materials for forging swords. Mid-rank, top rank, everything was not missed. The higher the level of sword forging, the slower the progress would be. If one wanted to reach the realm of perfection, he would have to forge more swords and accumulate more experience. In the evening, Yi Chen arrived at a restaurant. Have you heard? Recently, a merchant group was annihilated by 3 of the 50 bandits of the Blood Sea. All of their belongings were plundered. The men were killed and the women were taken away. This is not news anymore. A few days ago, it was spread all over the city. It caused the merchant groups in the cold iron city to not dare to casually leave the city. They are currently recruiting and buying horses. Only when they have enough people will they dare to leave the city. These 50 bandits of the Blood Sea are really terrifying. The 50 bandits have always been the most mysterious force in the Blood Sea. Any one of them is an overlord of a region. It's not just about us. As long as we don't pass through the Blood Sea, it will be fine. When Yi Chen sat down, he heard many people discussing about the 50 bandits of the Blood Sea. Yi Chen did not care much about it. He ordered some dishes and wine and enjoyed it alone. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Yi Chen left the restaurant. When he walked out of the door, a lady in blue walked past him. The two of them seemed to have sensed each other's aura and were slightly startled. This cold iron city is indeed an important city in the southern deep sea. There are many hidden dragons and crouching tigers. On the street, Yi Chen thought to himself. Chapter 822. The lady in blue was also very curious about Yi Chen. His cultivation was only at mid-rank half-step king warrior realm, but somehow he had given her a lot of pressure. If it were normal half-step king warriors, they would not be able to feel this kind of pressure at all. But, her instinct was extremely sharp and she was very sensitive to some hidden things. The life and death secret realm that happens once every 10 years will start in half a year. All of the hidden young warriors will show up. I cannot be careless. A thought flashed through her mind as she turned around to check on Yi Chen. But unfortunately, Yi Chen had already disappeared from the street. The cold iron city was a big trading city for materials. Since there were a lot of materials, there were naturally some rare alchemists and weapon forgers. Alchemists would need a cauldron and weapon forgers would need a stove. Besides that, they would also need a suitable environment for making pellets and weapons. Renting a yard that was suitable for weapon forgers, Yi Chen started to forge mid-rank great swords, continuing to train his skills. Da, 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 da. Inside the forging room, Yi Chen's upper body was bare as he held a hammer in his hand, hitting the sword. It was a mid-rank hammer and each time he hit the sword it would have the same amount of power. There was also a special power that washed over the sword, clearing out the meridians of the sword. After 4 to 5 days, Yi Chen was finally able to forge top-rank mid-rank great swords with 100% success rate. The success rate of super-rank mid-rank great swords was also more than 30%, close to 40%. This meant that his mid-rank sword forging technique was getting better and better, and he was not too far away from the perfect level. On this day Yi Chen came to a big street. On this street, there were many trade caravans with different flags, fluttering in the wind. The Green Sun trade team is hiring warriors to go to the Blood Sky Land. Late Sea of Souls realm warriors are needed for 100 people, 150,000 top-rank soul stones per person. 10 half-step king warriors, 1 million top-rank soul stones per person. 1/10 will be paid first, and the rest will be paid when we arrive at the destination. The Sickle trade team is hiring warriors to go to the Blood Sky Land. There were dozens of different size trade teams on the street. The smaller ones only needed dozens of people and no more than 30 at most. The bigger ones needed hundreds of people and the price was also very high. It was not hard to imagine how high the total value of their goods would be. These people are either demi-beasts, demon arts, or even demonic beasts. Indeed, the Blood Sky Land is full of demons, and there are not many righteous people here. The Blood Sky Land was a land that the Battle King had been to before. It was much smaller than the True Spirit Land, but it was filled with beasts and demons. It was a paradise for beasts, demonic martial artists, and demi-beasts. Compared to the Blood Sky Land, the True Spirit Land was 100 times more peaceful. The Full Moon trade team is hiring warriors of Late Sea of Souls realm warriors. There is no limit, 200,000 top-rank soul stones per person, 30 half-step king warriors, 1 million top-rank soul stones per person, 3 million top-rank warriors. The top warrior, half-step king warriors, 300,000 top-rank soul. The other big trade teams had already paid a high price, but the Full Moon trade team's price was 20% higher than theirs. Plus, they were interested in hiring the top half-step king warriors, so the price was 3 million top-rank soul stones. If they wanted to hire all of them, they would have to pay almost 100 million top-rank soul stones. Damn. The Full Moon trade team is indeed rich. They can always beat us. What can we do? They are from the Full Moon trade team, which is one of the top 2 trade teams in the Blood Sky Land. They have power all over the whole land and the ocean around. Their wealth is immeasurable. 100 million top-rank soul stones is just a small amount for them. The other trade team leaders looked at the Full Moon trade team with envy. Count me in. Me too. This is the right time. I'm going back to the Blood Sky Land anyway. Everyone who came to this street were all powerful warriors. The weakest among them was at Mid-Sea of Souls realm, and the highest was obviously half-step king warrior. Before, everyone was still waiting for a good price, but once the Full Moon trade team announced their price, 1/3 of the people rushed over. Soon, the Full Moon trade team had hired 200 to 300 Late Seas of Souls realm warriors, and more than 10 half-step king warriors as well. However, the leader of the trade team was still not satisfied. The Cold Iron City and the Blood Sky Land were separated by the Blood Ocean. The 50 robbers were extremely aggressive, and the Full Moon trade team was the target of the 50 robbers. Without enough power, it would be easy for them to be slaughtered. Leader, although there are a lot of powerful warriors in the Cold Iron City, as well as a lot of the Southern Deep Ocean and Blood Sky Land, not everyone would be willing to take this kind of dangerous job. I am afraid we will have to stay for a few more days and hire enough powerful warriors before we leave. There were 4 half-step king warriors in the Full Moon trade team, and the one talking was a middle-aged man in his 50s. He was full of demon chi, obviously walking on the demon path. The leader of the trade team was only at Late Sea of Souls realm. He shook his head. No, the 50 pirates must have spies in the city. The longer we wait, the more prepared they will be. We have to leave today. We cannot give them any time to prepare. The middle-aged man thought that it was reasonable, so he thought to himself, the 50 pirates are too arrogant. I wonder why no one has gone to kill them. It is not that simple. The 50 pirates have thousands of years of history. Every time one of them dies, there will be a new one to replace it. There should be a huge organization behind them and they will never stop killing them. Plus, there are also life and death realm warriors among them. Will be very troublesome. The 50 pirates were only people on the surface. As the leader of a trade team, he knew more than the others. Do you still need people here? Right then Yi Chen walked over and asked. Half-step king warrior. Yes. The leader of the trade team was a chubby elder. Seeing that there was another half-step king warrior who accepted the job, a smile appeared on his face. This is your 120,000 top-rank soul stones. The remaining 90% will be given to you when we get to the Blood Sky Land. This is the rule. The chubby elder gave the deposit to Yi Chen. Yi Chen did not really care about the hiring fee. He was going to the Blood Sky Land anyway, so it would be convenient for him. Standing on the side with his eyes closed, Yi Chen waited quietly for the departure. "Count me in." All of a sudden Yi Chen heard a crisp female voice. He opened his eyes and was a bit surprised. It was the lady in blue who had walked past him in front of the restaurant a couple of days ago. She was very pretty, and there was a long and thin blade on her waist. She looked very handsome, like a heroine. As Yi Chen looked at her, the lady in blue looked over as well. "Hello, I am Lan Sanmei." The lady in blue introduced herself. "Yi Chen." Yi Chen's senses were very sharp. He could tell that although Lan Sanmei looked very peaceful, there was a hint of evil chi in his eyes. He was obviously a powerful warrior who trained demon arts. Although his cultivation was a bit weaker than the Dark Light King, he was still at the first level of life and death challenge. The chubby elder was very happy. He did not have much hope before, but he did not expect that there would be a top half-step king warrior joining them. With a top half-step king warrior, the trade team would be much safer. "Alright, let's go." Waving his hand, the chubby elder said confidently. "Wait, do you still need people?" A familiar voice fell into Yi Chen's ears. He turned around and said with surprise, "Thunder Spirit King." It was indeed the Thunder Spirit King, one of the top half-step king warriors of the True Spirit continent. "Ah, great. Another top half-step king warrior. And this person's cultivation is so powerful. He must be at least at the peak of the second level of life and death challenge." The chubby elder and the 4 top half-step king warriors of the trade team were very excited. 2 top half-step king warriors had appeared in a row. Today was indeed a lucky day for the trade team. As for the Thunder Spirit King's request, the chubby elder would naturally not reject it. He gave him 300,000 top-rank soul stones without hesitation and invited him to join the trade team. "You are Yi Chen, right?" The Thunder Spirit King would not ignore Yi Chen, so he said with a smile. Yi Chen said with a bit of emotion, "I did not expect to see you here. What a coincidence." Yeah. The Thunder Spirit King was also very emotional. The Cold Iron City was hundreds of millions of miles away from the True Spirit continent, and to be able to run into an acquaintance was almost impossible. What surprised him was that Yi Chen had already reached the mid-rank half-step king warrior level. With his talent, he might be able to compete with the top half-step king warriors. Leaving the city, the group of dozens of people flew toward the south. Along the way, Yi Chen and the Thunder Spirit King chatted for a while. There are so many powerful warriors out there, unlike the True Spirit continent. They are all either in closed-up training or like me running out into the open ocean. There are not many of them left on the True Spirit continent. The Thunder Spirit King said. Yi Chen said, "There are a lot of half-step king warriors on the True Spirit continent as well?" On his way here, he had run into a lot of half-step king warriors, which made him wonder if the half-step king warriors on the True Spirit continent were not as powerful as the Deep South Ocean. Although he had not actually made it into the circle of half-step king warriors on the True Spirit continent, he had only run into a bunch of them in the 4 Extreme Emperor's tomb. The Thunder Spirit King said, "Of course not. That time in the tomb, only a small part of them had gone. There were still some left in the martial schools. Besides, most of them are not on the True Spirit continent. They are exploring everywhere, looking for their own opportunities to train themselves." "Is that so?" Yi Chen nodded. After reaching the half-step king warrior level, it was time to prepare for the life and death realm. Obviously, everyone would not just sit around and do nothing. They all had their own things to do. The Thunder Spirit King said again, "You are already at the half-step king warrior level. You cannot miss the life and death secret realm. By then, you will run into a lot of martial geniuses just like you." "I know. There is an entrance in the Blood Sky Land anyway. I will just go in there." There was no way that Yi Chen did not know about the life and death secret realm since it was in the Battle King's memory. "It is good that you know." "Alright, I have also entered the life and death secret realm before. Inside, we of the True Spirit continent have to stick together. Otherwise, we will be easily bullied by the martial geniuses from other places. So, after you go in, you have to get in touch with the warriors on the life and death realm waiting list. They are Luo Qiandu. There are martial geniuses on the life and death realm waiting list in our True Spirit continent?" Yi Chen had never heard of them before. In terms of martial geniuses, of course, they are not as powerful as your generation. But, they are all in their 40s and their cultivation is very high. If it were not for the fact that I am over the age limit, I could introduce you to them. Chapter 823. From the Thunder Spirit King, Yi Chen had learned a lot of things. Although this year's martial geniuses were very powerful and glorious, the geniuses from the previous year would not be that bad either. The most powerful ones were almost the same as the top 4 young warriors, who had reached the half-step king warrior realm before the age of 40. They had even made it into the life and death realm substitute ranking. Now that 10 years had passed, they were all almost 50 years old, which meant that their cultivation and power must be very powerful. This also explained why there weren't any young geniuses in their 40s or 50s in True Spirit Continent's master ranking. It was because the majority of them had already become half-step kings, so they naturally wouldn't come out to compete for the ranking. Master-level experts were only masters, so how could they be compared to half-step kings? As for the most powerful half-step king warriors, there were more than 3 of them. The Thunder Spirit King knew 5 of them, and adding some of them who were in closed-door training all the time, there might be more than 10 of them. The True Spirit Continent was not as simple as it seemed. Otherwise it would not be the center of the Elysium, the place with the most luck. Besides, Yi Chen had also learned from the Thunder Spirit King that a lot of the martial geniuses had already reached the half-step king warrior realm. Bai Wuxia was the first, and the others were right behind him, including Lu Xiaoyu, Xiaohozuan, Xiaochuhe, and the Godly Shark Princess. As for Dugu Ju and the rest, when the Thunder Spirit King left, they had not made the breakthrough yet. All in all, the martial geniuses of the True Spirit Continent had all started to make the breakthrough. In terms of training talent, Yi Chen actually did not have much of an advantage. Thunder Spirit King, are you at the 3rd level of the Life and Death Challenge? Yi Chen asked. The Thunder Spirit King laughed. You saw through me? Not bad, I have already reached the 3rd level of the Life and Death Challenge. I will try to reach the Life and Death realm before I turn 70. Although Xianhou had reached the Life and Death realm at the age of 35, it did not mean that people who were slightly weaker than her would be able to reach the Life and Death realm at the age of 36 or 37. Life and Death realm was the highest realm in Elysium, and it was not something that could be easily reached. Not only did it require talent, but it also required a bit of luck. Perhaps one might be one of the top martial geniuses before reaching the Life and Death realm, but would reach the Life and Death realm later than others. Anything was possible. Mr. Yi, are you from the True Spirit Continent? As the two were talking, Lan Sanmei suddenly interrupted. Yi Chen nodded and said, yes. He and the Thunder Spirit King did not use Zhenyuan sound transmission, so it was not surprising that Lan Sanmei could hear it. I have always wanted to go to the True Spirit Continent. I heard that it is the center of the Elysium, and the Blood Sky Continent was also separated from the True Spirit Continent. Lan Sanmei knew a lot about it. The Thunder Spirit King chuckled. They all say that there are many beasts in the Blood Sky Continent. You have trained a demon martial art, so you must be one of the famous martial geniuses in the Blood Sky Continent. You flatter me. Your power is the one that I admire. Lan Sanmei was very scared of the Thunder Spirit King, who used blades just like her. However, his cultivation was 2 realms higher than hers. She did not think that she would be able to beat him with a higher cultivation. She was a martial genius, but the Thunder Spirit King was not ordinary either. Although he did not look like a young man, but more like a middle-aged man, judging from his life force, he was only in his 50s. Being able to reach the 3rd level of the Life and Death Challenge in his 50s, he must have been a powerful martial genius. Lan Sanmei was very sensitive to life force. The reason why the Thunder Spirit King looked like a middle-aged man was that he had used a secret art to reduce his lifespan by 10 years. Therefore he looked 10 years older than his peers. Based on the Sea of Souls realm warrior's lifespan of 300 years, he was only a young man in his 50s. The cold iron city was very deep under the sea. When it came out of the water, a group of hundreds of people floated in the air. Everyone come on up. The chubby elder touched his storage ring with his finger, and a massive puppet ship appeared in front of everyone out of nowhere, which made everyone's eyes light up. This puppet ship was 60 to 70 meters long and 10 meters wide. It was covered in a light yellow chi layer, and there were dozens of puppet cannons at the front and the back of the ship. Not bad. It is a top-rank puppet ship. Yi Chen chuckled. Although the top-rank puppet ships would not be able to threaten half-step king warriors, they would be able to deal quite a bit of damage to Sea of Souls realm warriors, which would save a lot of manpower. Most importantly, sitting on the puppet ships would be a lot easier, since the journey to the Blood Sky land would not be a small one. Everyone got on the ship and it started to move. The speed of the puppet ship was very fast, even faster than Yi Chen's flying puppet. Within a second it could fly dozens of miles away and one could not feel any wind on the ship, so they could enjoy the scenery from the front of the ship. The chubby elder walked to the front of the ship and said to the Thunder Spirit King and Lan Sanmei, "Thank you too for taking the job and protecting our full moon trade team." The Thunder Spirit King said, "You said it yourself, we were hired by you, so there is no need to thank us. Regardless, with you two here, this trip will be much safer. Once we reach the destination, I will apply for a VIP tag for you too. In the future, as long as you buy anything from us, it will be 10% off, and you two will be the priority." The chubby elder was very smart. No matter where it was, top half-step king warriors were very rare. If he could use the tag to make friends with them and make them feel good about the full moon trade team, it would be a good thing. He believed that the people above would support him for sure. The puppet ship flew for 3 days and arrived on top of a blood ocean. "We are here. Everyone be careful." The chubby elder walked out of the cabin and reminded everyone, "Don't worry. We have 2 top half-step king warriors here. Unless the 50 robbers attack together, we will have to go back in defeat." Everyone was very relaxed. After all, there were 2 top half-step king warriors here, so there was nothing to worry about. The chubby elder shook his head with a smile. He knew that what everyone said made sense, but he still told everyone to be ready for battle. The first day was peaceful. The second day was also peaceful. On the third day, something bad happened. Every once in a while, there would be a wave of powerful soul power scanning over. "It seems like we are being targeted." Yi Chen followed the source of the soul power and saw a lot of people. All of them were wearing bloody robes, looking very aggressive. They should be the top 50 robbers in the blood ocean. It would be good if they did not come. Now that they are here, let my demon blade see some blood. Lan Sanmei said lightly. The next noon, the puppet ship was surrounded by 400 to 500 people. Looking at the 50 people in the lead, some of the people at the front of the ship yelled, "50 robbers! It is the 50 robbers! Oh my god! They are all here! Our luck is so bad. We have bumped into the members of the 50 robbers group," someone said with a pale face. Yi Chen's gaze landed on the 50 bandits. He discovered that among them, 30 had a cultivation base of peak late sea of soul realm, 20 were half-step kings, and 3 of them were strongest half-step kings. It has been a long time since I had a big battle. Thunder light flashed in the Thunder Spirit King's eyes, his battle intent boiling. One of the 3 leaders of the 50 bandits, a middle-aged man with a face full of scars, licked his lips. "The full moon caravan is the biggest fat sheep. How can we let it go? This time we've slaughtered the full moon caravan. The loot we've gained is worth at least 300 million top-grade spirit stones." 300 million? You are underestimating the full moon trade team too much. I bet it is worth 500 million. An old lady with fur on her face said with a creepy smile. "Alright, let's not be careless. There are 2 top half-step king warriors on their ship. Once we get on, we need to keep them busy. Do not give them the chance to kill our people." The one in the middle was a tall middle-aged man with fish fins on his head. His eyes were more black than white, looking very creepy. Without top half-step king warriors, I think they would not dare to return to the Blood Sky land. The old lady had an evil look on her face. The tall middle-aged man took a step forward and said with a loud voice, "The people on the ship are the members of the full moon trade team. Hand over your goods and 100 million top-rank spirit stones, and we will let you go. Otherwise we will kill you." The fat elder stood at the front of the ship and replied, "You are the head of the 50 robbers, the tyrant fish. We, the full moon trade team, do not have any conflicts with you guys. Please move aside now. Do not cause any misunderstanding." Misunderstanding. The tall middle-aged man laughed out loud, showing his sharp teeth. He said, "In our eyes there is no misunderstanding. There is always obedience. If you do not obey, we will kill you all. I will ask again, do you obey or not?" Hearing him, the fat elder started to panic. On the side of the 50 robbers, there were 3 top half-step king warriors and 17 half-step king warriors. On their side, there were 2 top half-step king warriors and only 14 half-step king warriors, which was a lot weaker. Besides that, although the other 30 of them were only at peak level late seas of Soul's realm or rank 10 tyrant beasts, being able to be in the top 50 robbers meant that they were not weak at all. They might even be able to kill half-step king warriors. What he was worried about the most was that there were so many of them and they were only hired warriors. He wondered if they would run away. The fat elder's worry was not without reason. Some of the people on the ship had a flicker in their eyes. They were obviously scared by the aura of the 50 robbers. Lan Sanmei saw that and said coldly, "The Blood Sea 50 robbers would never leave anyone alive. Have you ever heard of anyone that they would let go?" Lan Sanmei's words had woken everyone up. Indeed, since they had encountered the 50 robbers, they would not be able to run away. If they did not stick together, they would only die worse. "What are you afraid of? Let's fight with them. We might not lose. Everyone, let's go." Everyone yelled. The tall middle-aged man's expression turned cold. You are looking for death. Kill them all. As the tall middle-aged man waved his hand, the 50 robbers and the people behind them all rushed over, throwing out powerful attacks that landed on the puppet ship. Let's go. Lan Sanmei, Thunder Spirit King, and Yi Chen took the lead and left the puppet ship. The rest of them came out as well, throwing out attacks together. Chapter 824. On the puppet ship, all of the cannons were fired at the same time, shooting out intense flames. As for the members of the Full Moon Trade Team, none of them got off the ship, since they had to protect the elder and the goods. But they were also standing on the ship, attacking the 50 robbers from a distance. The battle had reached its climax within a second. Because of the fact that the number of people had been reduced by half, more than 20 people had been killed before they could even make a sound. Let's kill some of them first. A cold light flashed through Lan Sanmei's eyes. Her body turned into a black beam of light, shooting into the enemy's group like a thunder. The next second, dark red blade light shot out. Each blade light would take away dozens of lives. Within a couple of blinks of an eye, almost 100 people had died in her hands, including 6 robbers. One of them was even a half-step king warrior, but they still could not survive one blade attack. The tall middle-aged man's eyes were wide open as he yelled, "Ghost Lady, what are you waiting for? Go stop her." Lan Sanmei was way too fast. Before the two of them even made contact, she had already entered the enemy's group, which made the enemies unable to react in time. Hundreds of them had been killed by her, which was a huge loss. Plus, Lan Sanmei's power had shocked the tall middle-aged man as well. The ghost lady was indeed an old lady with long hair on her face. Her cultivation was very high, having reached the second level of the life and death challenge. Her weapon was a pair of iron claws that shone with a cold light. Like a monkey, she flashed once and passed through countless warriors, appearing right in front of Lan Sanmei. Little girl, die. The iron claws attacked as the ghost lady laughed. It is not certain who will die yet. Lan Sanmei's weapon was a pitch-black long blade. With Zhen Yuan poured into it, it shone with a dark red chi flow. As soon as the blade was thrown out, a bright blade light appeared, clashing with the ghost lady's iron claws. Clang. The ghost lady could not stop her body and was blown away. It is the Demon Blade spell from the Demon Blade Martial School. You are the Demon Girl Blade Lan Sanmei. The ghost lady yelled out loud. The Demon Blade Martial School was a famous super martial school in the Blood Sky Land, and the Demon Blade spell was their secret martial art. The way of using the power was completely different from the other blade artists. It was extremely aggressive and had the vibrating power. Good that you know. Lan Sanmei quickly gave chase. Along the way, the weaker enemies were shredded into a bloody mist by the saber chi he emitted before they could get close. Lan Sanmei's momentum was unstoppable. Wuxia, go and help. The tall middle-aged man hadn't expected that the ghost woman would be at a disadvantage in just one move. When he heard the ghost woman call out the other's identity, he suddenly understood and hurriedly asked the shadowy middle-aged man to help. Demoness Blade Lan Sanmei, if you catch her you'll definitely have a good time. Hee ghost granny, let me help you. The gloomy middle-aged man laughed sinisterly, his figure distorted like a phantom and disappeared on the spot. When he appeared again he was already behind Lan Sanmei. Lan Sanmei's senses were sharp. The moment Wuxia appeared, she sensed it. She spun her devil's blade and slashed towards Wuxia's body. It's not good for a woman to be so fierce. Wuxia easily dodged the attack as if his body was weightless. Yi Chen, let's go. As the Thunder Spirit King spoke, his body jumped out and took out his long blade. He held it with both of his hands and threw out a blade attack from the sky. Boom. 1,000-meter-long thunder and lightning blade light appeared out of nowhere. 70 to 80 enemies in its path were all turned into ashes by the thunder and lightning blade light. The power of the Thunder Spirit King's one-blade attack was even more powerful than Lan Sanmei's. Of course, it also had something to do with the speed of his blade aura. Lan Sanmei's blade speed was slightly faster. Bastard! Where did this kind of powerful warrior come from? The tall middle-aged man was just about to start killing when he was shocked by the Thunder Spirit King. Let me fight you. The tall middle-aged man shook his steel fork and a silver-blue fork shadow shot out, attacking toward the Thunder Spirit King. Although he was only at the second level of the life and death challenge, his real body was a tyrant fish, which meant that he was born to be able to fight beyond his cultivation. Otherwise, he would not have been able to become the leader of the 50 robbers. Ding. Dang. The two started to fight. They are both very powerful. Yi Chen had seen the battling power of Lan Sanmei and the Thunder Spirit King. Lan Sanmei's Demon Blade spell was very unique in terms of how he used his power. Combined with his profound sense martial arts, it was almost indestructible. The Thunder Spirit King's blade art was very powerful, and his body power was also very powerful. He seemed to be a body training warrior. With the combination of the two, it was extremely horrifying. Let's kill him together. Yi Chen stood in the air alone. In front of him, dozens of people from the 50 robbers had their eyes on him. They attacked together, trying to turn him into a blood mist. Yi Chen disappeared from where he was standing. 27 sword attacks. In the sky, Yi Chen pointed out his left sword finger and the broken blood sword came out of its scabbard automatically. It divided into 27 sword shadows and shot out. Shoo. Although the defensive sword spell would not be able to kill the top half-step king warriors, it would be too easy for some of the Sea of Souls realm warriors or rank 10 warriors. It was like piercing through tofu. 27 sword shadows shot out at once, killing all of the enemies. This is powerful as well. On the front of the ship, the fat elder saw that Lan Sanmei and the Thunder Spirit King were this powerful, so he was very happy. He thought to himself that they might be able to make it back to the Blood Sky land safely. Once Yi Chen performed his defensive sword spell, the happiness on his face turned into excitement. God bless the Full Moon Trade team. This guy has mastered the Lost Sword spell, and he has already reached the level of 27 sword attacks. The reason why Yi Chen was able to reach the level of 27 sword attacks was all because of the sword forging he had done before. During the process, his understanding of the sword art had never stopped. If it were not for this, he would not have wasted so much time on forging swords before his cultivation had improved. After all, the life and death secret realm would open in half a year, and he would have to increase his own power. The defensive sword spell was too powerful. In other words, besides the sword realm, none of Yi Chen's other attacks could kill people this fast and this easily. Go! Releasing his soul power, Yi Chen strengthened his control over each of the sword shadows, allowing the 27 sword shadows to enter the battlefield between the two sides. The powerful warriors on the Full Moon Trade team's side realized that the enemies who were fighting with them before had been decapitated and died on the spot. This scene kept repeating as the number of enemies decreased rapidly. In the end, there were only less than 100 of them left. Why is this happening? The tall middle-aged man had been blown back by the Thunder Spirit King's blade attack. He took some time to check out the battle situation, but it had shocked him even more. The Thunder Spirit King chuckled. If you want to take him on, you will need a top half-step king warrior. Unfortunately, you do not have enough people. Wuxia, take this brat out first. Biting on his teeth, the tall middle-aged man sent a message to Wuxia, telling him to take on Yi Chen first. He thought that the ghost woman would be able to last for a while under Lan Sanmei's attack. As long as Wuxia could kill Yi Chen within this period of time, it would still be a big win for him. You take care of yourself first. The Thunder Spirit King held his blade with both of his hands as he threw out another blade attack. The thunder blade light seemed to be able to split the sky and the ground, blasting the tall middle-aged man into the ocean. Boom! A massive creature broke out of the water. It was a massive tyrant fish, its body colorful and full of bone spikes. In its mouth there were rows of sharp teeth like that of a shark. The tall middle-aged man had decided to risk it all. He returned to his original form, wanting to kill the Thunder Spirit King once and for all. On the other side, Wuxia and the ghost woman separated and jumped at Yi Chen. Brat, it is your bad luck to run into me. Wuxia love to kill powerful people. As Wuxia spoke, a circle of transparent patterns spread out. Those who were touched by the pattern fell into an illusion immediately. No matter who was friend or foe, they would start killing each other crazily. Using an illusion against me? Yi Chen sneered as he pretended to fall into an illusion, his eyes glazed over. Haha, die. Seizing the opportunity, Wuxia flew over and threw out a palm attack towards Yi Chen's head. If that attack landed, Yi Chen's head would definitely explode. Suddenly, a sharp sword light shone brightly as a head flew into the sky. One sword attack and Wuxia was killed. Using an illusion against Yi Chen was his biggest mistake. When Yi Chen was facing the dream-eating wolf's dream, he was able to wake up instantly. Although Wuxia's illusion power was powerful, he had underestimated Yi Chen's soul power. Yi Chen's soul power was not weaker than his, in fact, it was way more powerful. In essence, it was at the level of a life and death realm warrior. If he did not use an illusion, Yi Chen would have to use his bewitching mirror shattering to kill his opponent with one sword attack, unlike now, where he could cut off his opponent's head with one normal sword attack. Spare me. In the distance, an ugly monkey with long hair was running away at full speed. It was the ghost woman's real body, and the one chasing after her was Lan Sanmei. Originally, La Sanmei could have easily killed the ghost lady. However, Wuxia had joined the fray. Wuxia's illusory realm ability had greatly affected her, causing her blade art's accuracy to drop by a lot. However, once Wuxia left, she immediately regained the upper hand. With just 2 or 3 blade strikes, the ghost lady was forced to run away in embarrassment. Demon cut. Throwing out a blade attack, Lan Sanmei stopped chasing. Swoosh. The ghost woman's body was cut in half, the stinky blood splashing everywhere. On the other side, the Thunder Spirit King jumped high into the air, landing on the head of the Tyrant Kingfish. He held his great blade with both of his hands, stabbing it into its body. Falling thunder cut. Boom. Countless twisted thunder fell onto the Thunder Spirit King's body, pouring into the fish through his body and blade. Pow. Pow. The fish's body was burnt black, its life force completely gone. It could not be more dead. What? The leaders are all dead? On the enemy's side, after seeing the Tyrant Kingfish, the Ghost Woman, and Wuxia, the 3 top half-step king warriors all dead, they all looked dazed, losing all of their battle intent. On the other hand, the Full Moon Trade Team's side, their aura had increased drastically. It was as if they had all eaten some kind of great tonic. When they started to kill people, they were much more aggressive than before. Even the leaders of the enemies had died, so what was there to be afraid of? Plus, they had the advantage of numbers. The chubby elder was also very happy, his expression relaxing a little. The 50 great bandits made people tremble with fear. Unfortunately, they had encountered 3 great malefic stars. Each of them was decisive in killing and extremely strong in martial arts. Chapter 825. 200 against dozens, the 50 robbers were doomed to be wiped out. And the biggest contributors were without a doubt the Thunder Spirit King Lan Sanmei and Yi Qin. Please come on board. The chubby elder welcomed the 3 with a big smile on his face. The elder knew how to be a nice guy, so he added 500,000 top-rank soul stones to the Thunder Spirit King and Lan Sanmei. As for Yi Qin, he also enjoyed the treatment of a top half-step king warrior, which was also 3,500,000 top-rank soul stones. No one would complain about having more soul stones, so the 3 gladly accepted it. On the deck, not many of the powerful warriors who had been hired by the Full Moon Trade Team had died. Right then they had gathered in groups of 3 to 5 and started to discuss. So that blue-robed girl is the demoness Blade La Sanmei. No wonder she's so powerful. Demonic Blade Sect's disciples are all blade experts, and this La Sanmei is a blade Dao genius of the demonic blade sect that's rarely seen in thousands of years. La Sanmei's blade art is naturally powerful, but this blade-wielding middle-aged man's blade art is even more tyrannical. With a single blade strike he killed 70 to 80 enemies. In the end, he stabbed his blade into the Tyrant Kingfish's head and electrocuted it. Did you not see how high his cultivation is? In my opinion, he is at least at the peak of the 2nd level of the Life and Death Challenge or even the 3rd level. These 2 are indeed powerful, but that young man seems to be even more mysterious. The 3rd leader of the 50 robbers, Wuxia, was killed by him within 1 sword attack. It was such a quick death. I think it is strange as well. Wuxia is a powerful warrior at the 1st level of the Life and Death Challenge. How could he not even survive 1 sword attack? Perhaps he was too careless? Before, everyone did not pay much attention to Yi Qin, and most of the topics were on Lan Sanmei and the Thunder Spirit King. But now, Yi Qin had undoubtedly become the focus, mainly because the scene of him killing Wuxia within 1 sword attack was way too shocking. It was almost effortless. On the bow of the ship, Yi Qin and the other 2 chatted while enjoying the scenery. Lan Sanmei looked at Yi Qin curiously. You don't seem to be affected by the bewitching illusion. I didn't expect him to die so quickly in your hands. Yi Qin said, everyone has their own secrets. This can be considered one of my secrets. The Thunder Spirit King laughed. Do not underestimate him. He is the most powerful martial genius in our True Spirit continent right now. Not only in the True Spirit continent but in other places as well. I don't think there is anyone who could compete with him. At least until now I have not seen anyone. The number 1 martial genius of the True Spirit continent. Lan Sanmei was shocked. The True Spirit continent was the center of Elysium, and it would be extremely difficult to become the number 1 martial genius there. No wonder he was only at mid-half-step king warrior level, but he gave me such a strong pressure. It turns out that he is the number 1 martial genius of the True Spirit continent. Lan Sanmei thought to himself. He started to value Yi Qin even more now. After taking care of the 50 pirates, There were no more pirates left on the Blood Ocean. The puppet ship passed through the Blood Ocean smoothly and arrived at the shallow ocean in the north of the Blood Sky continent. Lan Sanmei reminded the two, the Blood Sky continent is extremely chaotic. Just like you have heard, there are demons and ghosts everywhere. If you want to protect yourself, it would be best if you don't have any conflicts with powerful parties. Some of the smaller parties should be able to handle it with your power. If you really can't handle it, you can go to the Chaos Demon Region Demon Blade Martial School to look for me. Over there, my Demon Blade Martial School is the most powerful one. After arriving at the shallow ocean in the north of the Blood Sky continent, the Full Moon Trade Team was almost safe. Although it was chaotic, it was only for normal people. The Full Moon Trade Team belonged to the Full Moon Chamber of Commerce, which was one of the top 2 chambers of commerce in the Blood Sky continent. There were not many people who would dare to mess with them. If the Blood Sky continent was not chaotic, I would not have come. The Thunder Spirit King did not put Lan Sanmei's words in his mind. I know what I am doing. Yi Chen knew more than the Thunder Spirit King. He had the memory of the Battle King, so he knew how to survive in the Blood Sky continent. Just like what Lan Sanmei had said, the Blood Sky continent was indeed chaotic. The people here were either demon cultivators, beasts, or half-beasts. Compared to the peaceful humans, the races here were much more cruel and cold-blooded. I hope to see you guys again in the future. Lan Sanmei knew that the two did not take the chaos in the Blood Sky continent seriously, but she was just reminding them. Being able to reach their realm, they had been through all kinds of dangers, so they were naturally very good at surviving. After passing through the shallow ocean in the north, the puppet ship finally flew above the Blood Sky continent. The natural yuan qi in the Blood Sky continent was very violent, which was not suitable for the righteous cultivators to train. In other words, if the righteous cultivators stayed here for too long, they would become evil or demon cultivators. Here we are. Let's go down. The Full Moon Chamber of Commerce was everywhere in the Blood Sky continent. The chubby elder controlled the puppet ship and landed in a big city near the ocean. Getting off the ship, everyone's eyes flashed with passion. It had been a safe journey, and now it was time to collect the remaining 9% of the commission. Everyone, the commission is here. Come and get it. Inside the Chamber of Commerce, a lot of people came out. After receiving the elder's order, a small leader came out to give out the commission. The 3 of you, your commission. Yi Chen and the other 2 were different. The elder was giving out the commission himself. Before, the elder had already given Yi Chen 230,000 top-rank soul stones, and now he was giving him 3,150,000 soul stones. Hold on your VIP tokens. The elder had just entered the branch and had discussed with the branch leader. He had gotten 3 tags and gave them to Yi Chen and the other 2. Not bad. If there is a chance in the future, I will take on your missions again. The Thunder Spirit King put away the tags. He knew that building a good relationship with the Full Moon Chamber of Commerce was not a bad thing. Thank you. From now on, you will get a 10% discount when you buy anything from my Chamber of Commerce. The elder was extremely excited. You two, I will go first. Lan Sanmei said. Have a safe trip. Yi Chen nodded. A black beam of light sliced through the sky as Lan Sanmei flew out of the city. Soon he disappeared into the horizon. Yi Chen, where are you going next? The Thunder Spirit King asked. Yi Chen said, to the Iron Blood region. Iron Blood region? The Thunder Spirit King froze a bit. It seems like you already have a plan. What about you? Yi Chen asked him back. Me. I have reached the 3rd level of the Life and Death Challenge, so I need to go through some life and death situations. Otherwise, I would not be able to reach the life and death realm before the age of 70. To become a top half-step king warrior, one had to be active rather than passive. Without going through life and death situations, one would not be able to reach the life and death realm. Then, I hope you can become a life and death realm warrior soon. You too. The Thunder Spirit King laughed as he flew into the sky. In the end, only Yi Chen was left. Iron Blood region. I wonder what the martial school left by the Battle King has become after hundreds of years. I hope it has not been destroyed yet. The Battle King had been to the Blood Sky land before and created a rank 5 martial school in the Iron Blood region, called the Immortal Sword Martial School. Later on, the Battle King returned to the True Spirit continent and ran into a powerful enemy. Since then he had never returned to the Iron Blood region. This time Yi Chen had come because of the Battle King's request. Of course, Yi Chen himself had been looking forward to this place as well. If the human cities were peaceful and prosperous, then the cities in the Blood Sky land could only be described as evil. On the streets, there were beasts that had not transformed yet. Some of them had tails, some had fur, and some had scales on their bodies. They were in between humans and beasts, so they were more or less called beastmen. Besides these beasts, there were also demon martial artists with a cold aura and demi-beasts with a cold expression on their faces. Occasionally, one could even see demi-demons. This place looked prosperous, but it was actually full of danger. Humans were bound by morals, and the races here valued power more than anything else. They did whatever they wanted and were cruel and violent. Extending his body, Yi Chen left the city, flying toward the Iron Blood region like lightning. Chase. Just as Yi Chen left, a group of beastmen chased after him. They had seen it clearly that Yi Chen had just received the commission from the Full Moon Trade Union, and it seemed to be quite a lot. In the Blood Sky Land, the spirit stones were much less than in the True Spirit Continent. Warriors with the same cultivation would not have as much wealth as the ones in the True Spirit Continent. Plus, they liked to rob other people's wealth. In this group of beastmen there were 2 demi-beast kings and the rest were all ranked 10 beasts. It was a force that should not be underestimated. They had been gathering around the Full Moon Trade Union all year round, waiting for the chance to ambush the lone warriors who had received the commission. Outside the city, in the wild, it was extremely barren. A beam of sword light sliced through the sky. Right after that, another group of light followed. Seal the sky and lock the ground. The leading demi-beast king opened both of his hands as a bright yellow light shone out of his body. He then shot out into the sky. Oh! The gravity suddenly increased, and Yi Chen's body started to slow down. Boss, your special power is indeed fast. You can make them stay every time. The beastmen behind him laughed. The demi-beast king with a face full of pockmarks sneered, without this special power, even if we have our eyes on our target, we might not be able to catch up. Turning around, Yi Chen looked at this group of beastmen. You want to die. Yi Chen did not plan to cause any trouble as he only wanted to get rid of them. But the latter's special power had slowed him down a lot. Although he had ways to leave, he would not be a coward and not fight back. Arrogant. Kill him. With the 2 demi-beast kings in the lead, this group of beastmen rushed toward Yi Chen. Some of them had already started to turn into their original forms such as tigers, birds, or huge snakes. They all performed their powers, attacking toward Yi Chen. Then die. The broken blood sword was taken out of its scabbard, turning into 27 sword shadows, slicing through the group of beastmen. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Blood splashed everywhere as the broken blood sword returned to its scabbard. Yi Chen reached out his hand and waved, taking all of the beastmen's storage rings into his hand. Then he turned around and flew away. Behind him, a huge amount of dead beastmen fell from the sky, landing heavily on the ground. The blood dyed the ground red and was absorbed by the ground. Chapter 826. The True Spirit Continent had 4 regions and the Sky Martial region. There were no regions in the Blood Sky Land, so there were only 13 regions in total. The Iron Blood region was one of them, located in the west of the Blood Sky Land. The Iron Blood region was huge, much bigger than the Thunder region of the True Spirit Continent, but not as big as the Sky Martial region. The journey to the Iron Blood region was 70 million miles long, and using the flying puppets would be too slow. So Yi Chen flew in the air at his normal speed. Above the Blood Ocean, the wind was blowing hard and the waves were crashing. 3 blood shadows appeared out of nowhere in the sky, looking down. I did not expect that the 50 robbers that we had trained with so much effort would all be killed within one day. Did you guys find out who killed them? The blood shadow in the middle was blurry. It was obviously not the real body but just a projection. But it still contained a horrifying power. The blood shadow with a pair of horns on its head said, I found out. Half a month ago, a full moon trade team from the Cold Iron City left for the Blood Sky Land. They hired a lot of powerful warriors. After our people got the news, they ambushed them here and we have not heard from them since then. Full moon trade team, huh? The blood shadow on the right was obviously a female, with a pair of blurry blood-colored wings on her back. She sneered, the full moon trade team would not have any powerful warriors that could kill all 50 robbers. It must be one of the powerful warriors that they hired. As long as we can catch one of them, we will be able to find out who it is. The blood shadow in the middle nodded, do not touch the full moon trade team. If we go back and take revenge, it will only break the balance between us. We just need to catch the culprit. I will leave this to you, Blood Cow. Do not disappoint me. Don't worry, brother. The blood shadow with the horns on its head agreed. The blood shadow and the female blood shadow in the middle slowly disappeared, as if they had never existed. The blood shadow with the horns opened its mouth wide, its eyes red. On the way to the Iron Blood region, Yi Chen did not run into many attacks. After all, his power was right there. Mid-rank half-step king warrior was enough to calm even the craziest killer down. Moreover, there were not as many half-step king warriors or beast kings in the Blood Sky Land as there were not as many in the True Spirit continent, so it was impossible for Yi Chen to run into all of them. Along the way, Yi Chen gained some understanding of the Blood Sky continent. In the Blood Sky Land, the biggest race was the beast. Therefore, the beast's martial schools were the most numerous, and they were also the most powerful. Among them, the top 10 martial schools were the most powerful, and they were the overlords of the Blood Sky Land. Next would be the human race. One had to admit that Elysium belonged to the human race after all. Although the number of beasts was not less than the human race, it was still the human race that dominated the world, not the beasts. Even in the Blood Sky Land, the human race was not weak. Most of the humans living in the Blood Sky Land trained in the demonic arts, and there were very few who trained in the righteous arts. Even if there were, they would slowly turn to the demonic arts as time went by, because it was too difficult for the righteous to survive in this place. You could reason with others, but others would argue with you with their fists. As time went by, hatred would grow in your heart, and you would eventually become a member of the demonic arts. The third biggest race would be the demi-beasts with the bloodline of the beast. In the True Spirit continent, there were very few demi-beasts, and they would not make much of a difference. However, in the Blood Sky Land, the demi-beasts were the third biggest race with hundreds of billions of them. The 6 demi-beast families were all very famous, and were way more powerful than the demi-beast families in the True Spirit continent. There were also demi-demons in the Blood Sky Land. Because of the lack of demi-beasts, all the demi-demon families had gathered together, forming the Blood Sky demi-demon race. Overall, it was obviously not as powerful as the demi-demon race in the Chaotic Demon Ocean, but it was way more powerful than the demi-demon race in the True Spirit continent. The top 4 races were always in conflict with each other. However, in the Blood Sky Land, the demi-beast race was recognized as the overlord. Everyone was afraid of them and did not dare to offend them too much. In the Iron Blood region, there was one of the top 10 beast martial schools, the Iron Paw Beast Martial School. 1 week later, Yi Chen arrived at the Iron Blood region. According to the Battle King's memory, Yi Chen knew clearly that the Immortal Sword Martial School was located in the Black Iron Mountain in the Iron Blood region. The Black Iron Mountain was rich in black iron, which made it the perfect location for a sword art martial school. At least, the outer disciples would not have to worry about not having a good sword. Arriving at the Black Iron Mountain out of caution, Yi Chen did not fly in. Instead, he flew at a low altitude along the empty space between the mountains. "Ichem? Why are there so many beasts here?" On the way, Yi Chen frowned. Inside the Black Iron Mountain there were beasts everywhere. Rank 1 beasts, Rank 2 beasts, Rank 3 beasts. There were countless of them. Normally, there would not be that many beasts around a human martial school. Otherwise, how would the disciples be able to come out? They would not risk their disciples' lives for no reason. Something is not right. Yi Chen had a bad feeling about this. As a half-step king warrior, Yi Chen's stealth ability was extremely powerful. At least, low-rank beasts would not be able to detect him. Even if he ran into some rank 9 or 10 beasts that had already transformed, they would not be able to detect Yi Chen. Flying past one mountain after another, Yi Chen felt that he was not that far from the center of the mountain. Swoosh! His palm shook and a huge hole appeared on the mountain next to him. Stone powder flew everywhere. Crawling into the hole, Yi Chen blocked the hole again. Open! The vertical eye between his eyebrows opened as Yi Chen closed both of his eyes tightly. Inside the silver world, Yi Chen's third eye's power pierced through the space, allowing him to see everything within millions of miles. Finally, he found the martial school in the mysterious Iron Mountain. Looking around, he forced a laugh. The martial school in the Black Iron Mountain was not the Immortal Sword Martial School, but a beast martial school. On the huge stone tablet in front of the mountain, there were 3 huge words: Beast Wolf Martial School. If the Beast Wolf Martial School is here, then where is the Immortal Sword Martial School? Perhaps they had been killed by the Beast Wolf Martial School? Yi Chen thought it was a bit ironic. In the True Spirit continent, the beasts were the targets of everyone's hunt. But in the Blood Sky Land, the beasts were the masters. Although the low-rank beasts could not escape the fate of being hunted down because of their low intelligence. There must be a Beast King in the Beast Wolf Martial School. Asking them would be suicide. Letting out a breath of dirty chi, Yi Chen shattered the rocks blocking the entrance of the cave. His body flashed as he flew out of the mountain. Iron Blood City, the main city of the Iron Blood region. Inside the city there were mostly humans, demi-beasts and demi-demons. In the True Spirit continent, the beasts would need to reach rank 9 before they could transform. but in the Blood Sky Land, they would be able to transform a bit earlier at rank 7. According to the rumors, the top 10 beast martial schools in the Blood Sky Land had created a kind of shape-shifting pellet, which could allow the beasts to transform earlier. But the beasts above rank 7 could not be compared with all the humans and demi-demons in the city after all. Looking at the beasts walking past him with pride, Yichen thought to himself, after devouring a wind-fire pellet and getting the extreme rank beast power crystal, the dream-eating wolf is about to become a demi-beast king. I wonder if it will be able to transform this time. If it succeeds, then I will let it stay by my side. There were different kinds of beasts as well. They were born with a hard time transforming, but some of them were born with it. It was hard to tell. A Sea of Souls realm warrior who trained demon arts walked over. Yichen passed on a Zhenyuan message to him. Excuse me, is there a human martial school in the Iron Blood region called the Immortal Sword Martial School? The warrior froze for a second before his eyes landed on Yichen. He suddenly became more respectful. Immortal Sword Martial School? I have never heard of it before. I have lived in the Iron Blood region for so many years, but I have never heard of a martial school called the Immortal Sword Martial School. Did you get the name wrong? Oh, I see. Do you know where I can get information in the Iron Blood City? Walk past the street and turn right. You will see a pavilion with 3 big words written on it. That is the place for people to get information. They have eyes and ears all over the Blood Sky Land. But the price is a bit expensive. So, do not go there for normal information. What? The pavilion? Yichen was shocked. He could not believe that the pavilion had opened its business in the Blood Sky Land. It was way too powerful. All of a sudden Yichen looked serious. He thought that even if the pavilion had a powerful background, it would not be too exaggerated. But now he did not think that way anymore. It was a power that was almost all over the Elysium. Although it was not trying to take over the whole world, it was still shocking enough. Welcome to the pavilion. What kind of information are you looking for? The manager of the pavilion was a human elder. Yichen said, Excuse me, what is the relationship between the pavilion here and the one in the True Spirit continent? Yichen thought about it and asked. The elder laughed brightly, We are one family. It seems like you are from the True Spirit continent. Yichen did not deny it and said, I want to know about the Immortal Sword Martial School. It was built 600 years ago. Immortal Sword Martial School. Let me see. The elder took out a book from the counter and kept flipping. Soon the elder lifted up his head. The Immortal Sword Martial School you mentioned, was it founded by the Battle King? If it was, then it would be it. Indeed. Yichen was overjoyed. The elder sighed. Right now the Immortal Sword Martial School is no longer called that. It has been changed to the Jianghu Martial School. Jianghu is the name of the Battle King. As for the rank, it has dropped to rank 6. Where is it? Yichen hurried to ask. 13 million miles to the west of the Iron Blood City, there is a mountain range. The Jianghu Martial School is right there. Let me give you a piece of advice. The school is surrounded by enemies, so you better not get involved. Otherwise it would be very hard to get out and you might even get killed. Thank you, but I have to go. Yichen paid the spirit stones and left the pavilion. Waiting until Yichen left, the elder took out a portrait from the counter. It was indeed Yichen. The number 1 martial genius of the True Spirit continent, Yichen. It is indeed him. 13 million miles had only taken Yichen 1.5 days. From afar Yichen saw a huge mountain range. He did not know why, but the mountains were full of plants and the mountains were beautiful. However, it gave off a gloomy vibe, as if it was an old man who was going to die at any second. Immortal Sword Martial School. How bad is it? Not only has it been changed to the Jianghu Martial School, but the scene in the school is also so miserable. Martial schools had accumulated a lot of luck. Naturally there would be a lot of scenes. If the luck was dim, then it would look gloomy. Chapter 827. It was because of the Battle King that I was able to learn the Immortal Sword intent. Although it might not be the main reason for me to achieve what I have today, it is still something that I cannot ignore. The Battle King's martial school is in trouble and I cannot ignore it. Otherwise it would be a shame to the Battle King and my mind would not be clear. Originally, Yichen wanted to come and see the Immortal Sword Martial School, to see how it was doing. If it was really powerful and full of powerful warriors, he would leave quietly and not bring any trouble to them. He did not want to become the leader of the school either. However, now that the school was in trouble and had even changed to the Jianghu Martial School, he could not just ignore it anymore. Letting out a deep breath, Yichen's body flashed as he flew into the deep part of the mountain range. In the middle of the mountain range, there was a huge mountain with beautiful scenery. The top half of the mountain seemed to have been cut off by someone with a saber, as it was smooth and flat. On top of the mountain there were many buildings high and low. Other than the gloomy scene, it was actually quite a nice place. Under the mountain, there was a huge stone monument with 3 big words carved on it, Jianghu Martial School. 2 rows of disciples were guarding the mountain gate, chatting here and there. Right then, a group of people came down the mountain with their bags on their backs. "Brother Gao, did you guys ask for leave to go home?" Seeing some people coming down the mountain, one of the guarding disciples asked with a smile. The teenager who was walking in front of them shook his head silently. "Guys, I am glad to have been brothers with you for so many years. In the future, our friendship will continue and I will miss you guys as well." "Brother Gao, what are you doing?" The guarding disciple's face darkened as if he had guessed something. The teenager did not say anything, but the female disciple next to him said sadly, "We have decided to leave the school and never come back." "What? Why do you have to leave Zhangtian school? The leader and the others have treated you well. Why do you have to leave at this time? Once you leave, Zhangtian school will really have no successor." Among the disciples who were guarding the mountain, a rather straightforward young man shouted. The older teenager in front of him shook his head. "Brother Wu, don't say any more. Brother Gao must have his own difficulties." "Hardship? What hardship? Isn't it just Zhangtian school being bullied by the other schools? Although I, Wu Changxing, do not have much talent, I know that the difficulties in front of me will only make me train harder. Since I cannot compete with others in terms of resources, I will use double the time to make up for it. Being humiliated by others will only stimulate my fighting spirit. One day I will stay in Zhangtian Martial School and watch it dominate the world." Wu Changxing roared unwillingly, tears welling up in his eyes. "Junior Brother Wu." The young man who was addressed as Senior Brother Gao stared at Wu Changxing in a daze. In his impression, Junior Brother Wu had always been a happy-go-lucky person. When he spoke to others he would always laugh and laugh. In the past he was even mocked by his senior brothers. Who would have thought that Wu Changxing would have so many thoughts in his heart? Meh. The young man was speechless. In the school he could be counted as an amazing genius. On the first day he joined the school, he had sworn in his heart that one day, he would use his own talent to make the school prosper. But now he had already forgotten that oath because the reality was just too cruel. No matter how talented he was, without resources he would not be able to compete with those who were not as talented as him. "You can go now. I, Wu Changxing, have chosen the wrong person. Gao Ziyuan, from now on you are no longer my idol." Wu Changxing turned his head. Sigh. The other disciples sighed and stopped talking as well. This disciple has a straightforward personality, but his loyalty is rare. Although he is only at early astral reaching realm, he could be one of the pillars of the school if he is trained properly. On top of a huge tree Yichen stood there. With his half-step king warrior power, as long as he did not do anything reckless, these disciples would not be able to find him. Looking over, Yichen was completely hidden in the shadows of the trees. Crick. Tightening his fists, a painful expression flashed through Gao Ziyuan's eyes. However, it was hidden very well and no one else could see it. "You guys stop talking." The female disciple right next to Gao Ziyuan started to cry. Everyone looked at the female disciple. Her name was Li Chui and she had always liked Gao Ziyuan. Li Chui said while crying, "What do you know? Do you know how much Brother Gao had sacrificed in order to stay in the school? You don't know anything, so what are you yelling for?" "Sister Li." Gao Ziyuan stopped her seriously. Li Chui looked at Gao Ziyuan and said loudly, "Brother Gao, I have always liked you. I used to like you and I still like you now. Therefore there are some things that I have to say. Why are you always the only one getting hurt? I can't stand it anymore." "Senior Sister Li, what happened?" a guard disciple asked. Li Chui said sadly, "You guys should all know that Brother Gao's family is a rank 7 family. There are a few successors and Brother Gao is only one of them. In order to stay in the school, Brother Gao gave up the successor status. However, he never said it because he did not want others to share his pain." Gao Ziyuan said calmly, "Since Sister Li has said it, then I do not have to deny it. Indeed, I am no longer the successor of the Gao family, but I do not regret it. I never wanted to be the leader of the Gao family. I like the freedom that the school has given me. But what about your fiancée? She had waited for you for a couple of years. Seeing that you were so determined to stay in the school, she cancelled the engagement with you. She thought that you would have no future in the school. I heard that she had gotten together with a genius disciple from the Extreme Heaven Martial School." "Enough, don't say any more." Gao Ziyuan's eyes were red as he stared at Li Chui. Li Chui was shocked. She had never seen such a scary expression on Gao Ziyuan's face before. This Gao Ziyuan. Yi Chen thought that Gao Ziyuan had left the school because he felt that there was no future in the school. He did not expect that he had sacrificed so much, which was beyond his expectation. Early Sea of Souls realm. Extremely talented. Not bad, not bad. I have enough resources. Within a couple of years, I will be able to help you reach peak level Late Sea of Souls realm. Yi Chen could tell that Gao Ziyuan's mental state was very high. With his age and talent, if he had enough resources, he would have reached Late Sea of Souls realm already. As for resources, it was easy to get them, but mental state was hard to come by, which was why a lot of people needed to train themselves. Xiaoteng, why can't you understand me? Gao Ziyuan's eyes were filled with pain and confusion as he mumbled to himself. Seeing Gao Ziyuan struggling like this, a hint of regret flashed through Wu Changxing's face. He stood up and bowed deeply to Gao Ziyuan. Brother Gao, I have wronged you. You can beat me or curse me. It is not your fault. Gao Ziyuan shook his head. It is my will that is not strong enough. As he spoke, he turned around to look at Li Chui. Sister Li, thank you. Thank me? Li Chui was surprised. Gao Ziyuan said, these things, if I did not say it out, I would have to keep it in my heart. But now that I have said it, I feel much better. I have decided that I will never leave the school. Before, I was able to make it, and now that there are no more obstacles in my way, why can't I do it? I can only say that my will is not strong enough. I always thought that I was doing the right thing. Yi Chen suddenly realized that Gao Ziyuan's willpower had increased drastically. It was a mental state breakthrough which was very rare. Brother Gao, you are not leaving anymore? Not only was the guarding disciple surprised, even Li Chui was shocked. Yes, I'm not leaving anymore. Before, I lived for the family in Xiaotang. But now, I want to live for myself. Then I will not leave either. Li Chui said. Sister Li, didn't you say that your mother was sick and needed you to go back and take care of her? Gao Ziyuan asked confusedly. Li Chui smiled shyly. I lied to you. Gao Ziyuan could not do anything to her. Seeing that the two were not leaving anymore, the people who had followed them down the mountain looked at each other. Finally, one of them threw down his bag. I am not leaving either. Motherfucker, I have lived in the school for 10 years. What is the point of leaving now? Is it like admitting defeat? If you all are not leaving, how can I leave? The disciple threw down all the bags. In fact, there was not much inside and it was just a formality. But now there was no need for that. Aha, everyone is not leaving anymore. Wu Changxing was ecstatic. Yes, we are not leaving anymore. The other guarding disciples smiled. Looking at the happy faces of his junior brothers, Gao Ziyuan felt very satisfied. He liked the Zhangtian school because it was like his home. His junior brothers and sisters were happy and harmonious, and the elders of the school all cared about him very much. It was because of these that he could not leave. Ah! All of a sudden, a loud laugh was heard. On the mountain road, a huge wind suddenly appeared. This wind came out of nowhere and spread out everywhere. In the sky, the color of the clouds had changed, and the speed of the clouds had increased by 100 times. Not only were the disciples on the mountain shocked, even some of the masters on the mountain had changed their expressions as they spread out their soul power down the mountain. It is a half-step king warrior. Not good. Is someone here to cause trouble for our school again? It was not their fault for being surprised. After all, the school had been through a lot of troubles and there were a lot of people looking for trouble. After all these years they had been holding it in. A human figure suddenly appeared in front of Gao Ziyuan and the group. It was indeed Yi Chen. Who are you? Gao Ziyuan's Zhen Yuan burst out. He could tell that Yi Chen's power was 100 times more powerful than his, but he was not afraid at all. I am from the Zhangtian school. Yi Chen said with a smile on his face. Impossible. I have never seen you before. Wu Changxing did not believe him. If you do not believe me, then follow me up the mountain. Yi Chen walked up the mountain. Gao Ziyuan hesitated a bit but still followed. He could somehow feel that Yi Chen had a peaceful aura without any killing intent. Walking in the front, Yi Chen turned around and said to the group of disciples, You all are not bad. Your persistence has finally paid off. From now on, the school will no longer be the same as before. Chapter 828. Yi Chen did not know why the school had fallen to such a state, but since he was already here, he would not let the school continue to fall. Even if he had to spend a lot of effort, it would be worth it. Of course, he would not give up on training either, since it was a world where only the powerful ones would be respected. Only with power could one have everything. Walking with big steps, Yi Chen was followed by a group of disciples. Senior brother Gao, who do you think he is? On the side, Li Chui passed on her Zhen Yuan. If he is an enemy, then there is no need for him to be so polite to us. Therefore we can basically rule him out as an enemy. Gao Ziyuan shook his head. He did not know who Yi Chen was, so he could only analyze it based on his own guesses. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he thought, he could not understand why Yi Chen would say that he was from the school, because there was no such horrifying martial genius in the school. He was already a martial genius. If he had enough resources, he thought that he could train to late Sea of Souls realm. But compared to Yi Chen, it was not even worth mentioning. The latter had been hiding for a long time, and he had not even noticed a single trace of him. Moreover, from his aura, he could vaguely feel that he would be able to stand at the top and look down on all the other mountains. What kind of martial genius was this? He is so young. Wu Changxing had always been a straightforward person, so he spoke more directly. Although his voice was very soft, everyone heard it. It would have been fine if Wu Changxing did not say it. Once he did, everyone finally noticed Yi Chen's appearance. Before, because Yi Chen's aura was way too powerful, they had not noticed it. Yi Chen looked like he was only 22 years old, which meant that he had reached the astral reaching realm at the most. Before reaching the astral reaching realm, all the warriors' lifespan was about the same, around 100 years old. The more powerful ones would reach over 100 years old, which would be considered normal. If Yi Chen had reached the astral reaching realm before 22 years old, he would not have looked like he was 22 years old. If he had reached the astral reaching realm at 22 years old, then the possibility of him reaching the Sea of Souls realm would be 0. So, Yi Chen would have reached the astral reaching realm a few years earlier, perhaps 17 or 18 years old. Becoming an astral reaching realm warrior at the age of 17. This, including Gao Ziyuan, everyone was shocked. In the past 1,000 years, no one had managed to reach the astral reaching realm at the age of 17 or 18. 19 was the youngest, but this record might have been broken by Yi Chen. But what they did not know was that Yi Chen had actually reached the astral reaching realm at the age of 19, which was a year and a half later than Xianhou. However, because of the fast speed of reaching the Sea of Souls realm, he looked like he was in his early 20s. When Yi Chen and the group arrived at the middle of the mountain, all of the powerful warriors of the school had already gathered. There were 3 late Sea of Souls realm warriors, 9 mid Sea of Souls realm warriors, and 20 early Sea of Souls realm warriors. There were 32 Sea of Souls realm warriors in total. Adding Gao Ziyuan, there were 33 of them. Among the rank 6 martial schools, the school with 33 Sea of Souls realm warriors was already considered a powerful rank 6 martial school, which was more powerful than any of the rank 6 martial schools in the South Rudra region. Leader, the person who has arrived is very young. He looks kind and peaceful without any killing intent. But we have never seen him before. I wonder if you have any idea? Among the 3 late Sea of Souls realm warriors in the front, a gray-haired elder said to the man in his 50s. The man in his 50s was the leader of the school, called Li Zhangfeng. He looked like a scholar, but there was a trace of tiredness in between his brows. After staying silent for a while, he said, "I have not seen this person before either. But we should not underestimate him. Some people like to use peaceful means before resorting to violence. We have to be careful." Leader, you are right. In the past, they had always fought their way into our school and humiliated us. But in the recent years, they have become even more despicable. They have always been playing those dirty tricks, making fun of us. Today I have decided that even if I die, I will fight with him. Master Lu, do not be reckless. Wait until he gets to the top of the mountain, then we will know if he is a friend or a foe. Li Zhangfeng stared at the path down the mountain, his nerves tensed up. Behind him, all of the elders, attendants, and thousands of disciples were also watching without blinking. Some of them had sweat dripping down their foreheads. After about 10 minutes, Yi Chen arrived at the top of the mountain. So young? There were not many people in the school who could release their soul power out. Most of them could only release their mental power. But once one reached the realm of Yi Chen with his powerful sword intent, even if he were to stand there, his mental power would not be able to sense it. Therefore, when Yi Chen walked into everyone's sight, a lot of people gasped. Perhaps it is the #1 martial genius of the Extreme Heaven Martial School, Ling Hui? Some of the disciples who had not seen the world before guessed. Leader. Getting up the mountain, Gao Ziyuan and the rest did not follow behind Yi Chen anymore. Instead, they returned to the camp of the school and all of them faced Yi Chen. It is good that you are back. A late Sea of Souls realm warrior on the left of Li Zhangfeng looked at Gao Ziyuan with relief. He could tell from Gao Ziyuan's eyes that he had decided to stay, which was a great thing for the school. Leader, master, I have failed you guys. Gao Ziyuan lowered his head in shame. Ziyuan, we are the ones who have failed you. You do not need to feel ashamed. Right now we will put this matter aside for now. Li Zhangfeng smiled at Gao Ziyuan before looking back at Yi Qin. May I ask this young warrior, what is your purpose for coming to our school? Li Zhangfeng asked. Yi Qin studied the school's formation and frowned slightly. Compared to a rank 6 martial school, there were indeed a lot of powerful warriors, but not many disciples. There were only a few thousand of them. Normal rank 6 martial schools would have tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of disciples. Yi Chen's frown made Li Zhangfeng misunderstand, thinking that he was being disdainful. So, his tone could not help but be more serious. Although our school does not have many people, we are not a bunch of useless people. What is your purpose for coming to our school? If not, please leave the mountain. I will not see you out. Letting out a breath, Yi Qin said with a serious expression. To be honest, I am also a disciple of the Battle King. What did you say? Li Zhangfeng's eyes were wide open, shining brightly. Yi Qin said that he was the disciple of the Battle King? Was the Battle King still alive? Not only Li Zhangfeng but everyone in the school was shocked as well. The school was originally called the Immortal Sword Martial School, which was something that a lot of people knew. The Immortal Sword Martial School was created by the Battle King, which meant that he was the founder of the school or the school. Not to mention the school's pride, a lot of people in the Blood Sky continent respected the Battle King a lot, especially his enemies who were scared of him like a tiger. Young warrior, you said that you are the disciple of the Battle King. Could it be that the Battle King is still alive? The late Sea of Souls realm warrior next to Li Zhangfeng looked at Yi Qin hopefully. When the Battle King created the school he was not even 100 years old. Right now he was at most 700 years old, so it was quite possible that he was still alive. If he was really still alive, then the school would be able to regain the name of the Immortal Sword Martial School, and the disciples would not have to suffer anymore. They would be able to tell the others that they were the disciples of the Immortal Sword Martial School, and the school would be able to return to its peak in a short period of time, becoming one of the rank 5 martial schools in the Blood Sky land. Yi Qin shook his head slightly. No, the Battle King should be dead already. Although Yi Qin also hoped that the Battle King was still alive, how could a living person seal his memory in a sword? Only a dead person would be able to do that. Their physical bodies were already dead, but the last bit of consciousness that was left was still attached to something like the Yuan Emperor. When did he die? Li Zhangfeng was breathing heavily, his face pale. Maybe 500 years ago. Yi Qin wasn't too sure, so he immediately said, Senior Battle King's sword was obtained by me. His remaining consciousness told me a lot of things which benefited me a lot. That's why I said that I could barely be considered Senior Battle King's disciple. Do you have proof? Of course I do. Yi Qin took out the broken sword and said, this sword belonged to the Battle King. He also said that if you don't believe me, you can let me tell you the name of an item. The Love Stone. Love Stone. Li Zhangfeng's voice was shaking. He took out a jade stone from his storage ring. Inside the jade stone there was a pair of mandarin ducks. This jade stone was given to his wife by the Battle King, and his wife was the first-generation leader of the Li family. As for Li Zhangfeng, he was the descendant of the Battle King and his wife. This love stone had been passed down from generation to generation, just so that one day he could reunite with the Battle King. The Battle King's name was Li Zhangtian. It seems like you are the descendant of the Battle King. Yi Qin sighed. That he really is dead. How I wish that you did not come to the Zhangtian martial school. Li Zhangfeng's eyes were full of pain. Before Yi Qin's arrival, he had been hoping that the old ancestor would one day return to Blood Sky continent and return to Eternal Sky sect. As long as there was hope, there would be motivation to continue living. But now that hope was shattered. The Battle King is really dead. Most of the people in the Zhangtian martial school looked sad. Yi Qin was about to say something, but his eyes suddenly turned sharp as he looked at a huge mountain behind the buildings. Who are you? How dare you humiliate the Zhangtian martial school? Chill. A shadow flew over at an extreme speed. Before the person even arrived, he had already thrown out a sword attack at Yi Qin. That sword attack was as fast as lightning and as fast as the wind. It obviously contained the thunder profound and wind profound. The space around it had even created an intense pattern. Yeah. There is a half-step king warrior in the Zhangtian martial school? I did not use my soul power to check it out. Yi Qin could tell his cultivation with one look. Great master, don't? Li Zhangfeng and the rest were shocked. Although they knew that Yi Qin was at the half-step king warrior level, the great master had been at the half-step king warrior level for hundreds of years. His cultivation was extremely powerful, and his sword skills were amazing. He had the title of Sword Maniac. After knowing Yi Chen's identity, they had already considered Yi Chen as one of their own. How could they let the great master kill Yi Chen with one sword attack? Don't worry. Yi Chen faintly smiled as he reached out 2 fingers and pinched it between his fingers. What is he trying to do? Everyone frowned, thinking that Yi Chen was being too arrogant. But they could not stop the great master either, since a half-step king warrior was so powerful. Chapter 829. The great master of the Jianghu martial school was a gray-haired elder. His speed was extremely fast, and within a blink of an eye he had already arrived in front of Yi Chen. He threw out a sword attack, the sword light extremely sharp. The elder's attacking speed was extremely fast, but Yi Chen's 2 fingers were even faster. It was as if he was waiting for the elder's sword attack. Chen. Yi Chen's fingers were as hard as steel. The sword light surged and easily clamped onto the elder's sword, bringing up bright sparks. Clamped? Li Zhangfeng's mouth was wide open as he gasped. Clamping onto the great master's sword with his fingers? How is that possible? All of the masters, attendants, and disciples behind Li Zhangfeng were all shocked as they stared at Yi Chen's fingers. Those 2 long and slim fingers looked very smooth, which was a huge contrast to the great master's great sword. However, it was these 2 fingers that had clamped onto the sword without being harmed at all. His power is about the same as Senior Qing Lu. He is one of the top half-step king warriors. Below the top half-step king warriors' power would not be judged by their cultivation. Martial intent and profound sense martial arts were also part of their power. For this elder to have this kind of power was already quite impressive. In the Elysium, more than 90% of the half-step king warriors were normal half-step king warriors. It was not that they did not have a high cultivation, but it was mainly because of their limited talent that they could not create powerful martial arts. Star Point Explosion. Seeing that his sword had been clamped by Yi Chen, the elder yelled. He shook his wrist and the tip of his sword vibrated. A bright starlight exploded as a wave of strange power passed through the great sword and onto Yi Chen's fingers, trying to break Yi Chen's fingers. Ichem? This sword art is very impressive. Yi Chen flicked his eyebrows as his fingers shook as well, removing that power. Meanwhile, he put his middle finger on his thumb and flicked it at the tip of the great sword. Chen. Although the great sword in the elder's hand was only a normal half-step extreme rank great sword, it would still not be broken by Yi Chen's 1 finger. Plus, Yi Chen had not used all of his power yet. However, the great sword did not break, but the elder could not handle that sharp finger power. The great sword bent and the elder's hand started to bleed, almost flying out of his hand. Senior, I think you should stop. Yi Chen did not chase after him. Instead, he took 10 steps back and said to the elder. Unexpectedly, not only did the elder not stop, he even yelled out. A cruel light shone in his eyes as he threw out another sword attack toward Yi Chen. That bright sword light drew an arc in the air, and a corner of the mountain peak was cut off by that sword attack, falling down with a loud sound. This great master of Sky School. Is there something wrong with his head? Yi Chen frowned, his expression not looking too good. Using his sword steps, Yi Chen completely ignored that arc-shaped sword light and appeared in front of the gray-haired elder within a second, throwing out a punch. This punch not only contained hundreds of thousands of pounds of physical power, it was also performed by Yi Chen's Thunder Devour, which was extremely overbearing. Boom. The gray-haired old man flew backward, his hair disheveled and disheveled. Ah. The elder still wanted to continue the fight as if he had gone crazy. Seeing that, Yi Chen was speechless. He could feel that the elder was not normal anymore. Not only did he act alone, but he also did not know how to analyze his opponent's power. All he knew was to keep attacking until he was dead. Great Master, it is me, Li Zhangfeng. While Yi Chen was pushing back the elder, Li Zhangfeng took the chance and stood in front of the elder, his eyes full of guilt. Zhangfeng. You're Zhangfeng. I know you. The elder was slightly more awake now and did not rush toward Yi Chen anymore. Great Master, he is a disciple of our ancestor, a friend of our school. He is not here to humiliate us. Don't worry. Li Zhangfeng said patiently. Oh, a friend not here to humiliate the school. Then I will not worry anymore. The elder laughed like a fool, his eyes gentle. Seeing that, Li Zhangfeng's nose turned sour, and his tears almost fell down. Some of the emotional female elders and disciples could not help but cover their mouths and cry quietly. Senior Li, what happened to this elder? Yi Chen asked. Turning around, Li Zhangfeng took a deep breath and said, The great master is a bit out of his mind. Sorry for that. So that's how it is. Yi Chen was still a bit suspicious. It was true that the elder was out of his mind, but there must be something else going on. Otherwise, people from the school would not have that sad and angry expression on their faces. Li Zhangfeng did not want to spend more time on this, so he forced a smile and said, "Look at how I treat my guests. I don't even know your name. May I know your real name?" "I am Yi Chen." Yi Chen held his fists together. "Then I will call you by your name." Li Zhangfeng nodded and yelled at the people from the school, "All right, Yi Chen is not the enemy. Let's go." With the leader's order, everyone started to disperse. Li Zhangfeng and a lot of the masters surrounded Yi Chen and walked toward the meeting palace. As for the elder with gray hair, he did not care about anyone and just flew back to his own mountain peak with a silly smile on his face. Soon, the huge plaza became empty without a single person. Inside the palace, Li Zhangfeng thought for a while and asked Yi Chen, "Yi Chen, are you from the True Spirit continent?" According to the records of the Li family, the Battle King was from the True Spirit continent, and not from the Blood Sky land. So, Yi Chen was most likely from there as well. Yi Chen nodded, "Indeed. Then this time, besides telling us about our ancestor, is there anything else?" It would be impossible for Li Zhangfeng not to have any expectations, since Yi Chen's power was way more powerful than the Great Master. He was at least a top half-step king warrior. If there was a top half-step king warrior, the school would be even more powerful, and would not be easily bullied. Yi Chen said honestly, "Battle King asked me to come to the Blood Sky land to have a look. Although he did not ask me to help you directly, I am not a heartless person. Naturally, I will not leave the school alone. If you do not mind, I can find a position in the school." "You are willing to be a member of the school?" Li Zhangfeng's eyes brightened as he breathed heavily. Inside the palace, all of the top masters looked happy. The school was in a very difficult situation right now and they needed powerful warriors. "I have a family and a martial school in the True Spirit continent as well. Therefore I cannot join the school with all my heart. But, Senior Li, you can treat me as a member of the school. I am already very happy that you are willing to join the school. Why would I care about anything else? How about this? If you do not mind, you can be the second Great Master of the school just like the Great Master. Normally the school will not bother you too much. You just need to focus on your training." Li Zhangfeng would naturally not ask Yi Chen to be an inner master, since it was obviously not nice. No matter if it was Yi Chen's seniority or Yi Chen's power, they were both more than enough to be the Great Master. Yi Chen did not reject it. In the Sky Cloud Martial School he was the Great Master. Being a Great Master in the school would not be too bad either. At least it would not take up too much of his time. After confirming Yi Chen's position, the following topics were much more relaxed. After chatting for a while, Yi Chen could not help but ask, "Leader, what happened to the Immortal Sword Martial School? Why did it change its name to the Zhang Tian Martial School? And why are there so few disciples?" Li Zhangfeng seemed to know that Yi Chen would ask about this, so he answered, "It is a long story. I will tell you in a nutshell. When the Great Ancestor was still in the Blood Sky land, the Immortal Sword Martial School was like the sun in the sky. There were millions of masters, attendants, and disciples. We were the tyrant of the Iron Blood region. Even the Ironfoot Beast Martial School, one of the top 10 beast martial schools, was suppressed by us. Where there is life there will be conflicts. It was because the Immortal Sword Martial School was so powerful that when they fought with other martial schools, they would be a bit more aggressive." Yi Chen nodded. A powerful martial school would indeed cause them to be a bit aggressive in certain aspects, and they would definitely piss off a lot of people. It was still okay when the Great Ancestor was still here. But after he left the Blood Sky land, some of the powerful parties started to make their moves. The good thing was that they knew that although the Great Ancestor had left, he would definitely come back, so they did not dare to do anything reckless. However, after 100 or 200 years, the Great Ancestor still had not come back, and there were rumors saying that the Great Ancestor had been killed in the True Spirit land. So, those powerful parties could not wait anymore. As he spoke up to hear, Li Zhangfeng tightened his fists. In the beginning they were only trying to make things difficult for us. But then, it turned into an open pressure, and they even started to hunt our powerful warriors. Especially the Ironfoot Beast Martial School, one of the top 10 beast martial schools. They led a huge amount of warriors and joined hands with other martial schools to attack us. If it were not for the rule in the Blood Sky land that life and death realm warriors or beast kings could not attack martial schools without king warriors themselves, our Immortal Sword Martial School would have already become history. There is such a rule in the Blood Sky land as well. Yi Chen looked like he was thinking about something. Indeed. It was because of this rule that our Immortal Sword Martial School had a chance of survival. But there were just too many powerful enemies and we could not stop them all. In the end, a mysterious and powerful titled Emperor warrior appeared and stopped the enemies from killing us all. He suggested to change the name of the Immortal Sword Martial School. After the name change, no one was allowed to attack us. Anyone who disobeyed would be killed without mercy. A mysterious and powerful titled Emperor warrior? Yichen finally understood. After hearing what Li Zhangfeng had said, if there were no outside help, the Immortal Sword Martial School would not have been able to survive. It turned out that there was a titled Emperor warrior helping them. The Immortal Sword Martial School changed its name to the Zhang Tian Martial School and moved out of the mysterious Iron Mountain, which had been occupied by the Beast Wolf Martial School. So, our school came to this unknown place. But they still did not let us go. They encouraged some of the other parties to try to suppress us. They would not let us grow up. Our school had already lost a lot of power, and we were not even 1/10 of our peak power. Naturally, we had been suppressed badly. There were less and less disciples, and the powerful warriors had disappeared mysteriously. Until today there were only a few thousand people in our school. Yichen continued to ask, what kind of parties are there? The most powerful ones are all rank 6 martial schools or families. They are the Extreme Heaven Martial School, the Earth Bear Family, the Bald Eagle Valley. Chapter 830. The Iron Blood region was huge, as big as 2 regions of the True Spirit continent. In the Blood Sky Land it was also one of the top 5 regions. In such a huge region, there would naturally be a lot of powerful parties. Besides the rank 5 martial institutions, there were dozens of rank 6 martial institutions. The Zhang Tian Martial School was located in the west of the Iron Blood region. There were 3 rank 6 martial institutions around, which were the Extreme Heaven Martial School, the Earth Bear Family, and the Bald Eagle Valley. These 3 rank 6 martial institutions were all targeting the Zhang Tian Martial School. It was not hard to imagine how much pressure the Zhang Tian Martial School was under. From what Li Zhangfeng had said, the 3 martial institutions were all very powerful. The Extreme Heaven Martial School was a demon martial school, with 3 top half-step king warriors and hundreds of thousands of disciples. It was the biggest rank 6 martial institution in the west of the Iron Blood region. The Earth Bear Family was a demi-beast family, with 2 demi-beast kings and hundreds of thousands of people. All of them were extremely powerful, with the blood of the Earth Bear King flowing in their veins. The Bald Eagle Valley was a beast martial school, which mainly consisted of flying beasts. There were 2 demi-beast kings, the Grey Eagle King and the Flying Eagle King. Facing the pressure from the top 3 martial institutions, it was already very hard for the Zhang Tian Martial School to survive. Forcing a laugh, Li Zhangfeng said, the top 3 martial institutions will do anything they want. Once our people leave the mountain and go out to look for opportunities, they will find us and kill us. After a long time, the Zhang Tian Martial School has been trapped in this small mountain. Our resources have been getting less and less, and we are running out of resources. A lot of our disciples are quite talented, but due to the lack of resources, their progress is very slow. Naturally, no one would want to be a disciple of the Zhang Tian Martial School. In the recent years, the number of new disciples has not even reached 50. Resources were the foundation of a martial institution. Cutting off the source of resources would be the same as cutting off the hope of the martial institution. It was indeed cruel. Leader, why don't you move the Zhang Tian Martial School out of the Blood Sky Land? Yichen did not believe that the top 3 martial schools would run away with Zhang Tian School. Once they were outside, Zhang Tian School would have the chance to continue developing. Here they could only wait for death. Li Zhangfeng said, we have already discussed this suggestion, but it is not feasible. Although we can avoid the pressure from the top 3 martial schools, during the migration process, if we run into any danger, it will be easy for us to be completely annihilated, making Zhang Tian School history. Staying here, although we will not be able to develop, and we will have to endure the humiliation from the top 3 martial schools, we will still be able to preserve the foundation of Zhang Tian School. With the order from that titled emperor, they will not dare to attack us and destroy us. You're right. Yichen had not thought about this at all. This world was full of danger. If Zhang Tian Martial School had a top half-step king warrior, then it would be fine. But if not, then the migration would be very dangerous. For example, if they ran into the Blood Ocean's 50 pirates. No, it would only take 1/3 of the 50 pirates to easily destroy the school. Don't worry, leader. With me here, the 3 sects are nothing to worry about. In the future there will be more and more disciples. Yichen had to give Li Zhangfeng a bit of confidence. The top 3 martial schools are nothing to worry about? Li Zhangfeng looked at Yichen with a shocked expression. May I ask, Master Yi, are you a top half-step king warrior? Yi Chen smiled lightly and said, "You will know in the future." Even if he told them now, they would not really believe him, since he could not reveal all of his trump cards just to win everyone's trust. Although Yi Chen did not say exactly what kind of half-step king warrior he was, all of the masters there were extremely excited. Since Yi Chen could beat the great master so easily, it meant that he was most likely a top half-step king warrior. As for anything above that, they did not even dare to think about it. With a top half-step king warrior, perhaps the top 3 martial schools would be a bit scared, and would not dare to bully the school too much. Yi Chen being promoted to the great master was a big deal. On the second day, Li Zhangfeng called everyone to the plaza in front of the palace and announced Yi Chen's status. Great master? So young? Just like what Li Zhangfeng had expected, everyone was shocked after hearing the news. But no one doubted whether Yi Chen was qualified or not, since the day before, Yi Chen had caught the great master's sword with 2 fingers and blown him away with 1 punch. With the 2 great elders, our Zhangtian school's days will be much better. That is for sure. Master Ye's power is way more powerful than Master Lu's. If Master Lu can recover, our school will be even more powerful. All of the disciples discussed. Looking at the thousands of disciples, Yi Chen turned his head and said to Li Zhangfeng, "Leader, I think most of these disciples have a very high mental state, but their cultivation is a bit low. Do you have enough spirit stones?" Li Zhangfeng said awkwardly, "We still have some spirit stones in storage but not much. After hundreds of years of not being able to make ends meet, we have less and less spirit stones, especially top-rank spirit stones. Even I am using mid-rank spirit stones to train." Yi Chen did not expect the school to be this miserable, so he said, "If the leader trusts me, then from today on take out all the spirit stones in the storage. Everyone must have enough spirit stones. As for the threat of the top 3 martial schools, I will handle it. I believe that the school will be able to find a way out." Alright. Li Zhangfeng bit on his teeth and agreed. Yi Chen was very important to him, and he also felt that it was time for the school to change. Taking out a low-rank storage ring, Yi Chen handed it over to Li Zhangfeng. "There are 1 million top-rank spirit stones inside. Don't reject it. It is nothing to me, but it is very important for the school right now." Yi Chen would not support the school, but he would still give it some support in the beginning. After all, where would the school find top-rank spirit stones right now? And 1 million top-rank spirit stones were really nothing to Yi Chen. After the Blood Ocean battle, his top-rank spirit stones had reached 100 million again. Li Zhangfeng took over the storage ring with shaking hands. 1 million top-rank spirit stones was not a small number. Normal rank 6 martial schools would not even have this many spirit stones in storage. Only the powerful rank 6 martial schools would have such a horrifying amount of spirit stones in storage. As a great master, he would have his own mountain. On top of it, there were a lot of palaces. The next day Yi Chen moved in. A couple of days passed quickly. During the day, Yi Chen spent all his time on forging mid-rank great swords. At night, he would focus on training, trying his best to increase his cultivation. That night, Yi Chen had just finished training. Half-step king warrior realm is very hard to increase. After a couple of months, I finally have the feeling of reaching high-level half-step king warrior. Yi Chen looked happy. Increasing one's cultivation was the best. If one had enough potential, he would reach his goal sooner or later. But, no matter how easy it was to increase, it would take some time, and what Yi Chen lacked the most was time. Therefore, he always felt that he was improving too slowly. Once he reached high-level half-step king warrior realm, his power would definitely reach the next level. I still do not know much about the school. How about I check out the disciples' thoughts? Feeling bored, Yi Chen suddenly released his soul power, covering the whole school. Yi Chen's soul power had already reached life and death realm. Once he released his soul power, no one below life and death realm would be able to sense it. At night, there were still a lot of disciples who had not slept yet. Most of them were training hard, sitting behind closed doors or practicing martial arts. Of course, there were also some disciples who were tired from training and chatting together. The new great master is indeed impressive. He is so young and already has half-step king warrior cultivation. If I could reach this level, I would be able to protect the school. You try hard for a few more decades. Half-step king warrior is not something that can be reached easily. We are only at astral reaching realm. I'm just saying. Of course I know. I just don't want you to bite off more than you can chew. Thank you. If only Master Lu had recovered his consciousness. With 2 top half-step king warriors, our school would not be that weak anymore. Yi Chen's eyes flashed with curiosity. The Master Lu mentioned by these 2 disciples was that great master with gray hair. He wondered what had happened to him. That's right. That Earth Bear family is too despicable, especially that Rock Bear King who is extremely evil. He has humiliated our school many times. Even Master Lu had been hit on the head by him, turning him into an idiot. He only recognizes the leader alone. Poor Master Lu. Retracting his soul power, Yi Chen frowned to himself. So, Master Lu was beaten into an idiot. Perhaps that Rock Bear King has the power of a top half-step king warrior? The Earth Bear was one of the 100 beasts. It was at the same level as the 9-headed snake and the gold lion. It was a demi-beast with its bloodline. It was extremely talented and had the power to fight beyond its realm. Of course, the bloodline had to be rich enough. Otherwise, it would only be slightly more powerful than normal humans. The days passed by one after another. Yi Chen's mid-rank sword forging art was getting more and more powerful. There was already 90% chance that he could forge a super-rank mid-rank greatsword. Once his mid-rank sword forging art reached perfection, Yi Chen would be able to forge top-rank greatswords, which would be a qualitative improvement. Besides that, Yi Chen's cultivation bottleneck had finally been loosened. Inside the secret room, Yi Chen sat on the stone platform with both of his hands holding a Zhenyuan crystal, absorbing the Zhenyuan power inside into his body. Inside the secret room, the ripples continued to spread out, washing the walls and shaking off layers of stone powder. It was the pressure brought by the increase of Zhenyuan. All of a sudden, a wave of powerful Zhenyuan vibration spread out, and the secret room completely collapsed. Rocks flew everywhere and the chi flow was like a sword. On top of the mountain, a pillar-like sword chi shot up into the sky, connecting the sky and the ground. A lot of people from the school looked up at that horrifying sword chi feeling shocked. Letting out a breath, Yi Chen opened his eyes and murmured to himself, I've finally reached top-rank half-step king warrior level. Although the purity of Zhenyuan did not increase by much, the amount of Zhenyuan has doubled. It's enough for me to perform the evil shattering sword 10 times. After the top-rank half-step king warrior level was the life and death challenge. Yi Chen had unknowingly reached this boundary and his power had increased by a lot. Chapter 831. It was daytime right now and people from the school did not dare to go down the mountain. Therefore, a lot of people had noticed this. The leader, the masters, and the disciples were all paying attention. Leader, it seems like Master Yi has made a breakthrough? The headmaster of the school said to Li Zhangfeng with a smile. Li Zhangfeng said happily, this is a good thing. Master Yi has indeed reached half-step king warrior realm at such a young age. His improvement is so fast. Leader, Master Yi has made a breakthrough in his cultivation. We should go congratulate him. The second master who was also at late seas of Soul's realm suggested. Li Zhangfeng nodded, you are right. We should go and congratulate him. Just like that, Li Zhangfeng brought a bunch of inner masters and a couple of core disciples to congratulate Yi Chen. It was a very grand occasion. Although Yi Chen did not like it, he did not want to be treated coldly either. So he accepted their kindness. Gao Ziyuan, you stay. Before everyone left, Yi Chen called out to Gao Ziyuan. Meh. Gao Ziyuan was a bit surprised. Li Zhangfeng was also very surprised, but he did not think that Yi Chen would do anything to Gao Ziyuan. He thought that he would probably give him something good, so he said, Ziyuan, Master Yi asked you to stay, so you should stay. Yes, leader. Gao Ziyuan stayed. Waiting until everyone left, Yi Chen said to Gao Ziyuan, I have been observing you secretly. Your mental state has already reached late seas of Soul's realm. As long as you have enough resources, you will be able to increase your cultivation in a short period of time. Reaching peak level late seas of Soul's realm will not be hard at all. Gao Ziyuan held his fists together and said, Thank you for the compliment, Master Yi. But the school does not have enough resources. Being able to train with top-rank spirit stones, I'm already satisfied. He had already learned from the leader that the reason why the school was able to give out enough top-rank spirit stones was because of Yi Chen's support. Right now the school is still very weak. There are not many powerful warriors. I alone will not be able to make the school prosper. I will still need you guys. A sect couldn't do without peak experts, but it also couldn't be without a backbone. Peak experts were used to intimidate others, and only the backbone could do the real thing. Otherwise, if Yi Chen had to worry about everything, wouldn't he have no time to cultivate? Ziyuan has the confidence to reach late sea of Soul realm within 2 years. Gao Ziyuan cursed. 2 years is too long. Yi Chen shook his head and took out 10 Zhenyuan crystals from his storage ring, handing them over. These are Zhenyuan crystals, enough for you to reach the peak of late sea of Soul realm. As for how long it will take, it will depend on your foundation. No matter how high one's state of mind was, one's foundation had to be solid. It was like a wooden bucket filled with water, there could not be a single shortcoming. Zhenyuan crystal. Gao Ziyuan was shocked. These were even better training items than extreme rank spirit stones. Could it be that Yi Chen could create Zhenyuan crystals himself? Normally, only life and death realm warriors could do it. But nothing was absolute, and a small portion of half-step king warriors could do it as well. Gao Ziyuan thought that these Zhenyuan crystals were created by Yi Chen himself, so he did not expect it to be from somewhere else. Go. Yi Chen waved his hand. Thank you, Master Yi. Gao Ziyuan walked out of the great master's palace gratefully. With these Zhenyuan crystals, he had the confidence to reach mid-Sea of Soul Realm within half a month. As for late Sea of Soul Realm, it would depend on the situation. Sword Realm. On a small mountain deep in the back of the mountains, Yi Chen was surrounded by a blue chi flow, covering hundreds of miles of area within a second. Ding, ding. Countless sword cries rang out. In the void, many green swords were condensed. The swords were long and narrow, flashing with a cold light, causing people to shudder. Go. Yi Chen yelled with a low voice. Go, 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 go. Thousands of blue great swords shot out, flying across the top of the mountain in front of them. Their speed was extremely shocking, not much slower than the defensive sword spell. Without a sound, the top of the mountain in front of them seemed to have been eroded by the wind. Countless dust particles were blown into the air before disappearing along with the wind. After reaching the high-rank half-step King Warrior realm, the Sword Realm's coverage has increased a lot, and its attacking power has increased a lot as well. Each blue great sword has the power of a peak-level late Sea of Soul Realm warrior's full power attack. Although a peak-level late Sea of Soul Realm warrior could attack multiple times within a second, tens of thousands of blue great swords would be equivalent to thousands of peak-level late Sea of Soul Realm warriors attacking at once. I am afraid it would be able to easily kill a top half-step king warrior at the first level of the life and death challenge. Even a second-level warrior would not be able to survive. The Sword Realm was extremely useful. No matter if it was a one-on-one battle or facing a group of warriors, it would have a huge destructive power. Days passed by, and Yi Chen's mid-rank sword forging art had finally reached perfection. Next, he would be able to forge top-rank great swords. However, Yi Chen did not give up just like that. He spent all of his attention on learning the profound. The higher the profound, the harder it would be to improve. No matter how talented one was or how high one's comprehensive ability was, one would not be able to improve one's profound that fast. This was something that Yi Chen had already felt. However, after forging great swords for a long time, Yi Chen's understanding of the metal profound was extremely deep. He was just a step away from making a breakthrough. All of the metals are formed by the metal Yuan Qi. But some of them are extremely hard to destroy while some of them are just scrap metal that can be easily broken. This is caused by the different arrangement of the metal Yuan Qi. As long as I can understand some of the rules, it will not be too hard for me to make a breakthrough in my metal profound. Yi Chen calmed down and started to learn the metal profound. Half a month later, a sharp golden light shone from Yi Chen's body. His whole body seemed like a sharp great sword that could pierce through people. My metal profound has finally reached 90% completion. Standing on top of a mountain, Yi Chen could feel that the metal Yuan Qi in the surroundings was very friendly to him. He could easily control it, and compared to before, it was much easier to control. Raising his right hand, Yi Chen threw out a palm attack. Swoosh! The black crescent-shaped sword energy flashed past, and more than a dozen mountains were cut in half. Nothing could stop this sword energy. 90% metal profound and 60% water profound. The power of waning moon is indeed a lot stronger. What a pity if only the water profound was raised to 90% as well. With the two fusing together, the power of the waning moon would be doubled. Without worrying too much, Yi Chen did not expect to comprehend many profounds to completion before life and death realm. What he needed now was accumulation. The higher the realm of the profounds, the more complete they would be after reaching life and death realm, which would save him a lot of effort. Another half a month passed by. During this time, Yi Chen had only casually forged 2 upper-rank swords, and spent the rest of the time on increasing his power. Although it was just a casual process, Yi Chen had trained his mid-rank sword forging art to perfection. The upper-rank swords he forged were all mid-rank, not bad at all. On top of the mountain, Yi Chen waved his sword, causing the space to twist. Sometimes it was like a frozen mirror, and other times, it shattered. The power of space spread out in all directions, looking extremely frightening. What's going on? Putting away his sword, Yi Chen spread out his soul power, spreading it to the headquarters of the school. On the huge plaza in front of the main hall, a group of people were confronting three youngsters. These three youngsters were two males and one female. The man standing next to the girl was about 25 or 26 years old, wearing black robes. He had a handsome face and his arrogance and disdain were not hidden at all. The girl standing next to him was very pretty. Although she was not as pretty as Murong Qingqing, she was still a rare beauty. Her eyes were extremely attractive like precious stones. The young man in blue robes behind the two was even more shocking. His cultivation was unfathomable, and he stood with his hands behind his back, looking very calm. On the side of the school, the leader was Gao Ziyuan. Looking at the girl next to the handsome young man, a painful expression flashed through Gao Ziyuan's face. After a while he said slowly, "What are you doing here? Are you laughing at me?" The pretty girl studied him and said, "I did not expect you to reach peak level mid-Sea of Soul's realm already. It is really out of my expectation. Unfortunately, staying in the school has already sealed your future. Even if you manage to become a half-step king warrior, your youth will be gone. So what? Plus, I believe that the school will rise again." Within this 1 month, Gao Ziyuan had already reached peak level mid-Sea of Soul's realm from early Sea of Soul's realm. It was all thanks to the Zhenyuan crystals that Yi Chen had given him. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to reach this fast with only top-rank spirit stones. Don't lie to yourself. Of course, how you are right now has nothing to do with me anymore. I just do not want to see you fall further. The pretty girl shook her head. "Sister Li, who are these three people?" The disciples of the school had not gone down the mountain for a long time, so they did not know who they were. So, they could only ask Li Chui, who had seen a lot of things. Li Chui said, "The one in black is the martial genius of the Extreme Heaven Martial School, Yun Xiaoshui. The one in blue is the #1 martial genius of the school, Ling Hui. And that girl is Brother Gao's ex-fiancée, Mo Xiaotang." Then she pressed her lips together and looked at Gao Ziyuan worriedly. "What? Ling Hui and Yun Xiaoshui?" All of the disciples were shocked. Ling Hui was the #1 martial genius of the Extreme Heaven Martial School, and he had reached half-step king warrior a couple of years ago. He was one of the top 3 half-step king warriors in the school. Although Yun Xiaoshui was not a half-step king warrior, he was still a powerful master-level Sea of Soul's realm warrior. In other words, in the whole school besides the great Master Lu, no one would be able to compete with Ling Hui and Yun Xiaoshui. "I heard from Xiaotang that you are very talented. You had already learned the sword intent when you were only 16, and it was a special kind of sword intent. I think it is just SOSO. Yun Xiaoshui, who was in black, purposely hugged Mo Xiaotang as he looked at Gao Ziyuan sarcastically. Gao Ziyuan's face twitched, but soon he calmed down again. The past was over, and Mo Xiaotang had already cancelled the engagement with him. There was no longer any relationship between them, and he had already decided to give up on her. Taking a deep breath, he said lightly, "Power is not something that can be seen." "Oh, it seems like you are very confident in yourself." Yun Xiaoshui cracked a smile, looking a bit evil. Although he was walking with Mo Xiaotang, he could tell that she had not forgotten about Gao Ziyuan, which annoyed him a lot. This time it was his idea to come to the school. He wanted to beat Gao Ziyuan up in front of Mo Xiaotang and let her know who the real martial genius was. Chapter 832. Within the conference hall, the great elder of the inner sect asked Li Zhangfeng worriedly, "Master, should we head over to stop them?" Li Zhangfeng said, "This is a matter between the younger generation. Don't go and cause trouble for now. If we go, it won't be easy to resolve." Actually, it would be useless for them to go, since Ling Hui and Yun Xiaoshui's power was not something they could handle. Of course, if it really came to that, they would have to go even if they did not want to. As the leader of the school, they had to protect the school's dignity. But Ziyuan should not be Yun Xiaoshui's opponent. He had just broken through to the peak of mid-Sea of Soul realm. If they had come a few months later, it would have been great. The head elder did not doubt Gao Ziyuan's talent at all, but this Yun Xiaoshui was not easy to deal with either. With the gap of 1 realm, Gao Ziyuan's chance of winning was not high. We have to believe in Ziyuan. In recent years he has rarely revealed his strength. Li Zhangfeng had quite a bit of confidence in Gao Ziyuan. If he could escape from Yun Xiaoshui's hands, it would be the best result. If he could even fight to a draw, then the school would definitely gain a lot of face. On Grand Supreme Elder's mountain peak, Yi Chen asked curiously, "Why didn't Elder Lu show up?" The next moment Yi Chen came to a realization. Back then, when Master Lu targeted him, it was because he did not hide his cultivation at all, which was why Master Lu could sense it. Right now, Ling Hui did not expose any qi, so naturally Master Lu would not be able to sense it. Although Master Lu was not in his right mind, he still cared about the school subconsciously. Gao Ziyuan's chi is not weak at all. Battling with this Yun Xiaoshui, it is not like he has no chance of winning. It all depends on his profound sense. Alright, he has also learned a special sword intent. I wonder what kind of sword intent it is? As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yichen continued to use his soul power to observe the people on the main peak's plaza. Since you are so confident, how about we spar? Don't worry, I will not kill you. Yun Xiaoshui licked his lips and suggested. Okay, sure. Gao Ziyuan agreed right away. He was sure that if he didn't agree, the other party would definitely not let the matter rest. Since it was like that, it was better to fight him once. Senior brother Gao, be careful. Li Chui reminded her from behind. Senior brother Gao, you must defeat him. Wu Changxing did not have many scruples and directly shouted from the back. I know. Gao Ziyuan looked very serious and sharp. After reaching peak level mid-sea of Soul's realm, he had experienced the one with the world, and all of his profound had improved. However, Yun Xiaoshui had one more experience, so his profound comprehension might not be weaker than his. Perhaps it might even be above him. The only advantage he had would be his sword intent, which would give him a sliver of hope. No matter what, he was still a powerful Sea of Soul's realm master-level warrior. Seeing that the two were about to battle, Mo Xiaotang revealed a relieved expression. She took a step back and glanced at Yun Xiaoshui, but she looked at Gao Ziyuan for a longer time. Ziyuan, I hope you don't blame me. Mo Xiaotang thought. On the plaza, everyone took a few steps back, creating a huge space for the two. Gao Ziyuan and Yun Xiaoshui stood 100 steps away from each other. Take this. Yun Xiaoshui did not have time to waste with Gao Ziyuan. He wanted to beat Gao Ziyuan in the shortest time possible and step on him. His body flashed once and his body shot out like flowing water. In the middle of his body, he tightened his right fist, which shone with a black halo. The space seemed to be vibrating a little, and with a slight twist, he threw out a punch toward Gao Ziyuan's head. Earth crack. Clang. The sword was unsheathed. Gao Ziyuan shouted in a low voice and leaned his body forward. The dark yellow sword in his hand turned into a blazing sword light. The inside of the sword light vibrated violently, giving people a heavy and overbearing impression. Boom. The two wanted to test each other's power, so their first attack was a head-on clash. An explosive-like chi flow spread out with the two as the center. A thick layer of the plaza's ground was shaved off, and cracks spread out like spider webs. In the next second, the two backed out at the same time. Yun Xiaoshui backed out 10 steps while Gao Ziyuan backed out 7. Senior brother Gao has the upper hand. The disciples of the Zhangtian martial school yelled out. No, it is Yun Xiaoshui who has the upper hand. A peak-level late astral-reaching realm core disciple shook his head, looking serious. Why do you say that? Senior brother Gao had only backed out 7 steps, but Yun Xiaoshui had backed out 10. Judging from the situation, senior brother Gao indeed has the upper hand. But Yun Xiaoshui did not use any martial arts, only normal attacks. With that, everyone understood, and they could not help but worry for Gao Ziyuan. He is indeed at peak level late Sea of Soul's realm. Even with my earth-profound martial art, I only managed to get a slight upper hand. Gao Ziyuan did not dare to be careless, so he stared at Yun Xiaoshui without blinking. Ah, just so. Take another attack of mine. Yun Xiaoshui laughed out loud as he jumped toward Gao Ziyuan again. A powerful thunder light gathered on his fist, which was then thrown out like a thunder. So fast. Gao Ziyuan had mastered 2 kinds of profound, one being the earth profound and the other the fire profound. This time he had performed the fire profound sword art, which was like an exploding flame with an extremely powerful explosive power. It had barely blocked out Yun Xiaoshui's fist. Pap. The thunder light shone brightly, and Gao Ziyuan's whole body was blown away, while Yun Xiaoshui's body only shook a little. Thunder light step. Stepping on the thunder light, Yun Xiaoshui chased after Gao Ziyuan like a lightning bolt. Sky Thunder 18 Fist. From dozens of steps away, Yun Xiaoshui kept throwing out punches. The fist light was like a rainbow, like the sky thunder. One after another, it was unbelievably fast. After taking on 15 punches, Gao Ziyuan had already puked out blood. Yun Xiaoshui's comprehensive ability was not that much weaker than his, and his cultivation was higher than his as well. Therefore he was destined to lose. Fall to the ground. The 16th punch was Yun Xiaoshui's expression as he threw out another punch toward Gao Ziyuan's stomach. He was planning to use this punch to ruin Gao Ziyuan, turning him into a piece of trash who could not train anymore. Only then would he be able to make Mo Xiaotang give up on him completely. Yun Xiaoshui, didn't you say that you would not wound him badly? Mo Xiaotang suddenly yelled. Yun Xiaoshui did not care at all, his fist aura was horrifying. Burning flame sword. At that critical moment, Gao Ziyuan performed his most powerful fire and earth profound sword art, blocking out Yun Xiaoshui's attack with one sword attack. You have blocked it out. But let's see how you are going to block this one. Yun Xiaoshui's 17th punch was coming, which was even more horrifying than the 16th one. No. Just when Yun Xiaoshui was about to attack Gao Ziyuan, Mo Xiaotang suddenly made her move. She waved her hand and 3 iron pear flowers shot out, covering Yun Xiaoshui in a triangle shape. If Yun Xiaoshui continued to attack Gao Ziyuan without caring about anything else, he would be attacked by the flowers as well, which would injure him badly. Ha! A sharp light flashed through Ling Hui's eyes. An air-piercing sound came from his back, and Yun Xiaoshui's expression changed drastically. His body flashed once, dodging the incoming attack. Of course, he had also lost the chance to attack Gao Ziyuan. Xiaotang, what are you doing? Yun Xiaoshui's face turned green. Mo Xiaotang did not reply. She walked toward Gao Ziyuan with determination and stood in front of him. What are you trying to do? Yun Xiaoshui had a bad feeling. Brother Yun, can't you see it? She is playing with you. Ling Hui suddenly said. Playing with me? Yun Xiaoshui looked at Mo Xiaotang in disbelief as he said with a low voice, Xiaotang, get out of the way. Get out of the way now and I will pretend that nothing has happened. Don't force me. No. Mo Xiaotang shook her head with determination. Bastard. Head disciple is telling the truth. You have never liked me. You have been lying to me all this time. Seeing that Mo Xiaotang was not going to get out of the way, Yun Xiaoshui yelled. Out of Gao Ziyuan's expectation, Mo Xiaotang actually admitted it. Yun Xiaoshui, I have indeed never liked you because I only like Ziyuan. Being with you is just to provoke him, to make him leave the school and become stronger. This time, Yun Xiaoshui coming to the school was actually Mo Xiaotang's plan. She had been talking about Gao Ziyuan's talent and comprehensive ability in front of Yun Xiaoshui. She had figured out Yun Xiaoshui's personality and thought that as proud as he would definitely come for Gao Ziyuan. By then, with Yun Xiaoshui's power, he would be able to beat Gao Ziyuan, who would not be able to keep up with his cultivation. Then he would be able to make Gao Ziyuan wake up and leave the school. Hearing Mo Xiaotang's words, Yun Xiaoshui finally understood. No wonder this woman had approached him on her own accord, but did not get too close to him. It turned out that she had never liked him in the first place, and was only using him to provoke Gao Ziyuan. Xiaotang, you? Gao Ziyuan looked at Mo Xiaotang in shock. Mo Xiaotang looked at Gao Ziyuan softly. Ziyuan, since the first time I saw you when I was 13, I fell in love with you. With each passing year I fell in love with you more and more. How could I be so cruel and leave you to be with someone else? I did not want to see such a genius like you being dragged down by the school and turned into a mediocre person. You should not live a normal life. You should be able to dominate the world. As for me, I do not care about the fame and glory, I just want to watch you silently. Then why don't you let him beat me completely? Then I might leave the school and try my best to increase my power. Gao Ziyuan said. Mo Xiaotang forced a smile. I thought I could control my emotions, but I realized that I could not. The moment you were in danger, the only thought in my mind was to stop him at all costs. With Yun Xiaoshui's cruelty, even if he did not kill Gao Ziyuan, he would still be crippled, which was not what Mo Xiaotang wanted to see. She had only hoped that Yun Xiaoshui could beat Gao Ziyuan, not cripple him. So cunning but so affectionate. Yi Qin, who had seen everything, sighed. Chapter 833. Mo Xiaotang, you bitch. How dare you lie to me? Do you know what kind of price you will have to pay for lying to me? Yun Xiaoshui was furious to the extreme. Growing up, he had always been the center of attention. Even when he was in the extreme heaven martial school, even with Ling Hui's support, he was still favored. In his opinion, the reason why Mo Xiaotang was nice to him was because he was good enough. But today what she had said had undoubtedly humiliated him. He swore that he would destroy this woman. Yun Xiaoshui, if you have any problems, come at me. Gao Ziyuan could feel Yun Xiaoshui's anger and killing intent, so he stood out. Do not worry. I will beat you into a cripple and make you a useless person for the rest of your life. As he spoke, Yun Xiaoshui's Zhen Yuan had been pushed to its limit. That black demonic Zhen Yuan shot up into the sky, looking extremely powerful. This is the Zhangtian martial school. Do not be presumptuous. Li Zhangfeng and the other masters walked out. Yun Xiaoshui wanted to cripple Gao Ziyuan so they could not just sit and watch. Otherwise, there would be no need for the Zhangtian martial school to exist anymore. Presumptuous? So what? Ling Hui sneered as his sharp eyes landed on Li Zhangfeng. Ling Hui, did you forget about that master's order? No one is allowed to attack the school. Are you trying to go against the order? Ling Hui said, I knew you would bring him out. Unfortunately, my brother disciple is only here to compete, so it is not like he is going against the order. But of course swords do not have eyes. If there are some injuries, it would be a different story. I hope you guys do not interfere. Otherwise, I would not mind teaching you a lesson. Hearing Ling Hui, Li Zhangfeng and the rest of them looked extremely pale. Master Tai, please go and ask Master Lu. Master Xiao, please go and ask Master Yi. Li Zhangfeng knew that he was not Ling Hui's opponent, who was extremely talented and had reached the top-rank half-step King Warrior realm. In his opinion, Yi Chen might be able to compete with Ling Hui, but in order to suppress him, he would need Master Lu's help. Do not go and ask me. I have already understood the situation here. Wrapped in true yuan, Yi Chen's voice turned into a line that entered Li Changfeng's ears. Then Yi Chen said, Gao Ziyuan is about to make a breakthrough. If he manages to reach Late Sea of Soul's realm, he might be able to take on Yun Xiaoshui. So, do not do anything reckless for now. Ziyuan is facing a breakthrough? Li Zhangfeng looked at Gao Ziyuan in surprise and said to the two elders beside him, Wait. Right then, Gao Ziyuan's Zhen Yuan was boiling, exploding with an aura that was way beyond the peak level of Mid-Sea of Soul's realm. Moreover, this aura kept on increasing, seeming to have no limit. Under this aura, Gao Ziyuan's eyes were getting brighter and brighter, like two bright lamps shooting out a bright light. Gao Ziyuan's training talent was not weaker than Yun Xiaoshui's at all. The reason why he was increasing his cultivation so slowly was because of the lack of resources in the school. Not only did they lack spirit stones, but they also lacked other resources that could help with training. In this situation, it was naturally impossible for him to be like Yun Xiaoshui, who had already reached peak level Late Sea of Soul's realm. However, after Yi Chen came, the situation had changed. The school had not only solved the problem of spirit stones temporarily, but Gao Ziyuan had also gotten 10 Jinyuan crystals. Using 3 of them, he had increased his cultivation from peak level Early Sea of Soul's realm to peak level Mid Sea of Soul's realm. Unfortunately, there was still not enough time for him to do it, since it would not be easy for him to keep on making breakthroughs. Life was always full of drama, and Mo Xiaotang had always been a thorn in Gao Ziyuan's heart. It was impossible for him to forget her just like that. Even if he said that he had forgotten about her, the heartache that flashed through his mind in the middle of the night would be something that no one could understand. After Mo Xiaotang had confessed, Gao Ziyuan's mental state had been completely cleared up. No matter if he was training the demon arts or the righteous arts, as long as he had a clear mental state, he would be able to reach a higher level. There was no such thing as good people getting rewarded and bad people getting struck by lightning. With his mental state cleared up, Gao Ziyuan was full of energy. His condition had never been better. The invisible bottleneck in front of him had loosened up right then, melting like snow in spring. Right then, the potential that Gao Ziyuan had burst out was even more powerful than before. You want to break through? Dream on. Yun Xiaoshui suddenly threw out a punch toward Gao Ziyuan. Despicable. The disciples of the school yelled, but they could not stop it in time. Yun Xiaoshui, don't you feel ashamed? Mo Xiaotang pushed her hands forward, and countless iron pear flowers shot out from her sleeves. The densely packed flowers shot out, and the sound of xiao 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 could be heard continuously. You are looking for death. Yun Xiaoshui could not bear to see Mo Xiaotang protecting Gao Ziyuan the most, so he threw out a fist power that was covered in dark thunder. Pear flower shield. Mo Xiaotang did not back out even half a step. She drew half a circle with her left and right hands before touching them together. All of a sudden, a massive Zhen Yuan pear flower wrapped around her body. This Zhen Yuan pear flower obviously contained a huge amount of wood profound and a trace of water profound. Boom. The Zhen Yuan pear flower was shattered, and Mo Xiaotang puked out a mouthful of blood. Her cultivation was only at Late Sea of Soul's realm, which was a couple of times weaker than Yun Xiaoshui. Her profound was not as deep as his as well, so it was natural that she would not be able to block out that angry attack. It was already quite impressive that she was able to stand it. Do you really think that I would not dare to kill you? Yun Xiaoshui was furious. Mo Xiaotang had challenged his bottom line again and again, which made him want to kill her. Xiaotang, let me do it. Right then, the qi on Gao Ziyuan's body calmed down and stopped rising. His Zhen Yuan vibration was at Late Sea of Soul's realm. Even if you have made a breakthrough, so what? the result will not change. Although Yun Xiaoshui did not want to see Gao Ziyuan reach the late Sea of Souls realm, he would not be worried if he did. In his opinion, Gao Ziyuan's Jinyuan would not be that stable when he had just made a breakthrough, and the state of being one with the world would not be over yet. So, his power would not increase too much. Just like Yun Xiaoshui had said, Gao Ziyuan's Jinyuan had indeed not stabilized yet. But, just then, his fire profound had broken through a bottleneck. It was mainly because his fire profound had already been on the verge of a breakthrough before, and this time, it would not take him much time to comprehend it. You be careful. Mo Xiaotang reminded him. I will. Gao Ziyuan gave Mo Xiaotang a smile before staring at Yun Xiaoshui. Backing out into the crowd, Mo Xiaotang looked at the two and frowned slightly. Yun Xiaoshui attacked first. It was the Sky Thunder 18 Fist art that had blown Gao Ziyuan away before. Countless thunder and lightning fist shadows flashed through the air. Lifting up his sword, Gao Ziyuan broke 16 fist arts in a row. 17th fist art. Yun Xiaoshui roared as his thunder fist shadow turned into a thunder dragon, attacking toward Gao Ziyuan with its claws and fangs. It was as fast as lightning. Burning flame sword. Gao Ziyuan jumped into the air and threw out a sword attack. Swoosh. The thunder dragon's head was cut off, but the sword chi did not disappear completely as it attacked toward Yun Xiaoshui's chest. What kind of sword chi is this? Yun Xiaoshui did not manage to throw out his 18th fist art before he was forced to back out. Gao Ziyuan's fire sword chi was way tougher than he had expected. It was hard to destroy. Not only had it broken through his 17th fist art, but the remaining sword chi still had more than half of its original power. It is indeed the immortal sword intent. No one knew when, but Yi Chen was standing on top of the palace. But no one there could see him, since he had perfectly blended into the shadows of the roof. Without careful observation, even half-step king warriors would not be able to see him. It was indeed the uniqueness of the shadow profound. Just like Yi Chen, Gao Ziyuan had also learned the immortal sword intent. But of course he would not be able to compete with Yi Chen, since Yi Chen had also learned the destruction sword intent, as well as the slaughter sword intent that had been infused into it. But no matter what, the power of the immortal sword intent was still not something normal sword intent could compare with. It was an extremely powerful sword intent that could be used both offensively and defensively. Dark Light Thunder Dragon Fist. The Sky Thunder 18 Fist art needed time to store up power. Without that, the 18th fist art would not be as powerful as the 17th one. Therefore Yun Xiaoshui changed his martial art immediately and threw out a fist art that contained the Water Profound and Thunder Profound. The fire sword chi was extinguished, and the thick water chi attacked toward Gao Ziyuan's face. Strings of thunder and lightning followed the path of the water chi and landed on Gao Ziyuan's body first, making all of his hair stand up. His body was paralyzed and he could not use any of his power anymore. At the same time, a huge black lightning dragon roared and charged at Gao Ziyuan. Break. Gao Ziyuan's body was burnt black, and a huge amount of blood leaked out of the corner of his mouth. Under Yun Xiaoshui's shocked gaze, he tore apart the dark thunder dragon and flew over at an extreme speed. Impossible. How can he still have battling power? Yun Xiaoshui was shocked and his reaction slowed down a bit. Only Yi Chen and Ling Hui could tell that Gao Ziyuan had forcefully pushed his Zhen Yuan at that critical moment, not caring about the side effects, and forcefully shattered Yun Xiaoshui's ace attack. Of course he had paid a huge price as well. His meridians were almost all broken, and his Zhen Yuan was messed up. Right then he was only holding on with his last breath to attack Yun Xiaoshui. Brother Yun, what are you doing? Ling Hui could not just watch Gao Ziyuan beat Yun Xiaoshui. Although he was reminding Yun Xiaoshui, he was actually using his sound wave to attack Gao Ziyuan secretly. Although the sound wave from a half-step king warrior would not be able to kill a late Sea of Souls realm warrior, it would definitely affect him. Gao Ziyuan was not going to be affected like that. Puking out a mouthful of blood, a determined look flashed through Gao Ziyuan's eyes. He used his last bit of power and threw out a sword attack toward Yun Xiaoshui. You are looking for death. Ling Hui was furious as he flicked out his finger. Unfortunately, Ling Hui's finger power did not work. A thin sword chi broke through his finger power. Without being stopped, Gao Ziyuan's last sword attack naturally landed on Yun Xiaoshui's body, blowing him away. He puked out a huge amount of blood while his body was covered in flames. Who are you? Get the fuck down. Ling Hui yelled at the top of the palace. His half-step king warrior aura shot out into the sky, changing the weather above the mountains. Chapter 834. Since it is a battle between your brother disciple and our Zhang Tian martial school's disciple, why are you interfering? On top of the palace, a shadow moved and turned into a young man in blue robes. It was indeed Yi Chen. He sneered as his body flashed and appeared in the middle of the plaza. It is Master Yi. Master Yi is here. The Zhang Tian martial school's disciples let out a breath of relief. Ling Hui had given them too much pressure. No one knew how powerful a genius half-step king warrior could be. Only other half-step king warriors of the same level would be able to fight against him. Without a doubt, Yi Chen was at the same level as Ling Hui. Who are you? I have never heard of you before. Is there a second half-step king warrior in the school? Ling Hui saw that Yi Chen was even younger than him, so he controlled his killing intent and asked coldly. I am sorry, but I am the new great master of the school. Yi Chen could sense that Ling Hui's cultivation was the same as his, both high-rank half-step king warriors. But judging from his aura, he seemed to be even more powerful than the Dark Light King. Great master of the school? Ling Hui frowned. Where did the school find such a young half-step king warrior? Was it a secret training? Impossible. Even if it was, he would not be able to escape the surveillance of the top 3 martial schools. Then, there would only be one explanation. This person had come to the school from somewhere else, so he should have some kind of connection with the school. Perhaps they did not tell you about the school's situation. I advise you to leave the school immediately. Otherwise you will regret coming here. Ling Hui was not in a hurry to attack. Yi Chen's cultivation was the same as his, so it would not be easy for him to beat him. I naturally know about the school's situation. But, since I have become the great master of the school, I will not allow outsiders to humiliate it. It does not matter if it is the Extreme Heaven Martial School, the Bald Eagle Valley, or the Earth Bear family. None of them will do it. Hearing him, Ling Hui laughed out of extreme anger. He had already given a lot of face to Yi Chen, but he did not expect the latter to not only ignore him, but also look down on the top 3 martial schools. It seems like you will not give up until you are in your grave. Ling Hui squinted his eyes as his killing intent spread out. Bastard from the Extreme Heaven sect, take this. All of a sudden, a stream of sword chi swept over from the side of the mountain, where Master Lu and Yi Chen lived. One on the left and the other on the right, guarding the main peak of the school. It was Elder Lu who had unleashed the sword chi. Although Master Lu had lost his mind and could not tell who was who, he was very familiar with the demi-king chi of the 3 martial schools. The Extreme Heaven Martial School was a demonic martial school, and the Extreme Heaven Demon Art was their most powerful martial art. Ling Hui had trained this martial art, so he was naturally marked with the symbol of the Extreme Heaven Martial School. Therefore, once Master Lu sensed that chi, he immediately yelled out and threw out a powerful sword attack. Courting death. Ling Hui clenched his right fist and punched forward. The sword chi that Master Lu had thrown out was shattered by the fist power and disappeared in the wind. However, the remaining power of the fist power still clashed onto Master Lu's protective Zhenyuan layer, blowing him backward. Ling Hui still wanted to attack and wound Master Lu badly, but Yi Chen had already taken out his sword. Once it was out of the scabbard, that sharp sword intent attacked toward Ling Hui like a destructive tornado. It made it impossible for him to focus on dealing with Master Lu at all. He had a feeling that if he was even a little bit careless he would pay for it immediately. Destruction sword intent. No wonder you are so arrogant. Ling Hui's eyes froze. Gao Ziyuan having the immortal sword intent was already out of his expectation, but he did not care about it at all. However, Yi Chen's destruction sword intent was definitely not something that Gao Ziyuan could compete with. It might have already reached the peak of rank 4 or even rank 5. Moreover, in terms of attacking power, the destruction sword intent was better than the immortal sword intent. But, having a high sword intent does not mean that one's power is high as well. Demon Wind God Fist. Stepping out with his right foot, Ling Hui's right arm turned into countless afterimages. That dark black fist wind attacked toward Yi Chen. That fist wind contained the wind profound and the dark profound. It was like a dark tornado, attacking toward Yi Chen with a shocking aura. Back out. With the evil shattering sword in his hand, Yi Chen waved it up. That crescent-like black sword power tore apart the black fist wind and went against the flow. Not good. Yi Chen's sword attack was way too powerful. Ling Hui had a feeling that his protective Zhenyuan would not be able to block out that sword power at all. A black shadow flashed once and Ling Hui flew into the sky. After losing its target, the black sword power shot out in a straight line for a long time before disappearing. Demon Wind Heaven Cry. Ling Hui was about to perform the last movement of his Demon Wind God Fist art. But before he could finish, Yi Qin had already appeared in front of him. It was like he had teleported. Without a choice, Ling Hui threw out a punch onto Yi Chen's evil shattering sword. His whole body was blown into the sky, and he was now only a black dot on the main peak of the school. How come he is so fast? Ling Hui was shocked. This place should not affect the main peak of the school anymore. In the sky, Yi Qin and Ling Hui stood facing each other for miles. The evil shattering sword in his hand shone with a sharp sword light. Who the hell are you? The power that Yi Qin had displayed had shocked Ling Hui. Although he was not one of the life and death realm warriors in the Blood Skylands waiting list, he thought that some of them might not be able to compete with him. He was only born a couple of years later, and had never entered the life and death secret realm before. Who I am is not important. What is important is that you better go back and tell the Extreme Heaven Martial School not to humiliate themselves. Yi Qin said. Arrogant. You really think you can beat me? Ling Hui yelled as he pushed his Zhen Yuan to its limit. The gloves on his hands shone with a powerful halo. These gloves were a pair of pseudo-extreme rank gloves that Ling Hui had obtained by chance. With these gloves he dared to take on Yi Chen's attacks head-on. Master Yi had forced back the #1 martial genius of the Extreme Heaven Martial School, Ling Hui? So powerful. What is this Master Yi's background? Although everyone in the Jianghu Martial School knew that Yi Chen was related to the Battle King, no one knew about Yi Chen's background. They were very curious about Yi Chen because with Yi Chen's talent and power, he would not be a nobody in the place he was from. He might be a powerful warrior. On the plaza, Master Lu and Li Zhangfeng stood together. He did not attack Ling Hui without caring about anything like last time, because the battle between Yi Chen and Ling Hui was too intense for him to get involved. Although his mind was not clear, he still had his instincts. You guys take Ziyuan away and let him rest. Li Zhangfeng ordered a couple of attendants to take Gao Ziyuan away as he stared at the sky without blinking. Ling Hui was not that easy to beat. Right now they could only rely on Yi Chen. If Yi Chen could not even beat Ling Hui, then the future of the Jianghu Martial School would not be any better. Chapter 835. Ding, 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 ding. The bright light kept flashing in the sky as Yi Chen and Ling Hui started to exchange attacks at an extremely fast speed. Both of them were martial geniuses who had been through hundreds of battles. The intensity of the battle could not be described with just attacking power, but also speed, experience, and their battling talents. Demon Wind Heaven Cry. This time, Ling Hui successfully performed the last movement of his Demon Wind God Fist art. This movement combined the Wind Profound and the Dark Profound even better. Throwing out a punch, the Dark Tornado made a loud noise, and one could vaguely hear a crying sound as if even the sky itself was crying. He is indeed more powerful than the Dark Light King. The Dark Light King was too old and normally he would not be able to step into the life and death challenge. But he had. However, judging on power, he was not as powerful as Ling Hui, and definitely not as powerful as the Thunder Spirit King. Among the top half-step king warriors, the Thunder Spirit King was the most horrifying one that Yi Chen had ever met. Without using his Sky Scorpio sword and the Yuan Emperor's image, Yi Chen did not have the confidence to beat the Thunder Spirit King. Facing Ling Hui's extremely powerful fist attack, Yi Chen did not try to dodge at all. Instead, he threw out an attack with his evil shattering sword, and a beautiful black moon appeared in the midair. Compared to Yi Chen's waning moon, Ling Hui's Demon Wind Heaven Cry was still a lot weaker. The second the two clashed, the incoming fist wind was sliced open layer by layer. Could not be stopped at all. Ling Hui was so shocked that he threw out a couple of punches before he could cancel out the sword attack. However, Yi Chen's follow-up attack had arrived. A sword light flashed in the midair as Yi Chen suddenly appeared in front of Ling Hui, stabbing out with his sword. Since the sword's speed was way too fast, it did not leave any trace, only leaving a hair-thin sword hole on Ling Hui's protective Zhenyuan layer. Clang. Sparks flew out from Ling Hui's chest as his whole body was blown backward for 3 miles, puking out a mouthful of blood mist. What kind of sword speed is this? Ling Hui felt a chill in his heart. He could barely see Yi Chen's movement pattern, but he could not sense Yi Chen's sword attack pattern at all. In the Blood Sky Land, it was not that he had not fought with those top young martial geniuses before. Among the life and death realm warriors, there were 1 or 2 of them who had fought with him, but none of them were as fast as Yi Chen. Lowering his head to look at his chest, Ling Hui's pupils shrank. The semi-extreme rank armor that he was wearing had a small hole in it, and it would have been pierced through completely. On the main plaza of the Jianghu Martial School, everyone could not help but gasp. The fact that Yi Chen was able to suppress Ling Hui was already shocking enough. However, compared to that sword attack just now, the waning moon, which had a much more powerful attacking power, had been ignored. For sword users, the speed of the sword attack would be even more shocking. Thinking about it, when two people were battling, one would not even move while the other had already thrown out a sword attack. How horrifying would that be? Master Yi is so powerful. Ling Hui is one of the most famous young martial geniuses in the Blood Sky Land, but he could not even get the upper hand. Yeah. That sword attack just now had caught Ling Hui off guard. If only Master Yi could teach us how to throw out sword attacks faster. They naturally could not learn Yi Chen's spiritual sword unless they could learn the fast profound. However, no matter how good the sword art was, it would still require someone to perform it. Besides the sword art, Yi Chen's sword attack skills had indeed reached the peak of perfection. Even life and death realm warriors might not be able to do better than him. Do you still want to fight? Yi Chen did not plan to kill Ling Hui. The Iron Blood region was very complicated, and there was no need to go all out. After all, he could just leave and the Jianghu martial school would still be here. The result has not been decided yet. Don't be too happy yet. Ling Hui's face was extremely pale. Being wounded by someone who was even younger than him had made him lose all his face. At the same time, Yi Chen's power had shocked him deeply. He could not remember if there was someone like Yi Chen in the Blood Sky Land or the surrounding ocean. Yi Chen saw that Ling Hui did not plan to back out, so he knew that he still had some tricks up his sleeves. But he was not afraid either, since there were not many people below the life and death realm that could scare him. Perhaps he would run into one or two in the life and death secret realm. The evil shattering sword in Yi Chen's hand could no longer be seen. All that could be seen were countless tiny sword holes appearing in the air. These sword holes were just like the ace attack of the black-robed elder, which was able to leave a mark in the surreal space. The power of the spiritual sword was indeed not as powerful as the waning moon or the bewitching mirror shattering. But in terms of effect, it was not any weaker than the latter two. Once the sword's speed reached a certain level, unless one's defense was high enough, it would be impossible to escape. As for leaving a mark in the surreal space, it was because Yi Chen's sword intent was too powerful. The rank 5 destruction sword intent was equivalent to a normal rank 6 sword intent, which could already affect the structure of the space. If it were not for the fact that Yi Chen's Jinyuan was slightly weaker and could not be used with his sword intent, he would be able to create a mental projection from millions of miles away with only his rank 5 destruction sword intent, which was something only life and death realm warriors could do. No matter how hard Ling Hui tried, he could not escape from Yi Chen's attack. That powerful sword intent was like a soul lock, locking him down. No matter how hard he struggled, he could not escape. He was like a bug in a spider's web, waiting to be slaughtered. Countless sword holes appeared on his semi-extreme rank armor as Ling Hui's face turned paler and paler. Blood mist kept puking out of his mouth. Still not leaving? Up until now, Yi Chen had only used 60 to 70% of his power. His opponent's cultivation was the same as his, so it was not worthy for him to use all of his power. All this time he had been battling across realms. Even if he ran into the top young martial geniuses, it was still the same, not to mention Ling Hui. This time, the sword hole looked like it had pierced through the surreal space, drawing a black line in the air. It went through Ling Hui's chest and went through his body. The semi-extreme rank armor on Ling Hui's body was almost destroyed. He puked out a huge mouthful of blood, and he could feel that his life force had been taken away by that sword attack. There seemed to be a small sword hole on his spine as well, and that horrifying sword intent was attacking his bones. Yi Chen's power had reached an unimaginable level. Damn. You forced me to do this. Extreme Heaven Demon Body. Ling Hui's protective Zhen Yuan suddenly shrunk, sticking to the surface of his skin. At first glance, his body seemed to have turned into a black metal, which did not look like a human body at all. Heaven Realm Martial Art? Yi Chen frowned. No, it does not seem to be perfect. Heaven Realm Martial Arts could not be passed down, so one could only learn it on their own. Although, there were some other ways to learn from it. But, the Heaven Realm Martial Arts that were learned would not be perfect after all. It would not be as good as Yi Chen's Green Lotus Sword spell that he had learned on his own, be it the basics or the special abilities. I am going to destroy you. Just as Yi Chen had expected, Ling Hui's Extreme Heaven Demon Body was indeed not learned by him. It was a life and death realm martial art created by a life and death realm warrior in the history of the Extreme Heaven Martial School. It was the same Extreme Heaven Demon art, but the Heaven Realm martial arts would be different. But no matter which one it was, it would be hard to learn from it. Since Ling Hui was able to learn it, it meant that he was very talented. The extreme heaven demon body focused on stimulating the body's activity, increasing the body's reaction speed and other aspects. The Zhenyuan usage would also reach a limit. It was just like a life and death realm warrior controlling the same amount of Zhenyuan. Ling Hui's speed was a couple of times faster than before. It was even faster than Yi Chen's movement speed. Obviously, this extreme heaven demon body had increased his power tremendously. Demon Wind Heaven Cry. The same movement was performed by Ling Hui right then, and it was even more powerful. Although the level of the profound had not increased, the Zhenyuan usage had increased drastically. This is indeed a powerful heaven realm martial art. I wonder how the real extreme heaven demon body would compare with the Battle King's platinum sword body. Yi Chen's expression did not change. If he wanted to, he could perform his sword realm right away and kill Ling Hui. Even without the sword realm, his bewitching mirror shatter would be able to wound him severely. However, it was not worth it for him to reveal too many of his trump cards. Break. Holding his sword with both of his hands, Yi Chen performed his sword art ace attack, Waning Moon. This time, it had an intense destruction element, which was the effect of Yi Chen infusing his destruction sword intent into his attack. A black waning moon flashed once in the midair, leaving behind a horrifying mark. Blood splashed everywhere. How did Ling Hui get here and how did he get back? On his chest, the semi-extreme rank armor had been completely cracked open. A blood-colored sword mark had almost pierced through his chest, and it was indeed where the blood came from. How is this possible? Ling Hui was blown away without any resistance, his face full of disbelief. The extreme heaven demon body was his biggest ace, and it was also what he had relied on to enter the life and death secret realm. It had been broken just like that, and it seemed like it had been done without any effort. How would he know that Yi Chen's power had already reached an unbelievable level? If he wanted to battle with him, if he did not have the upper hand in terms of cultivation, then there would be no chance of winning at all. Other martial geniuses would treat battling beyond their cultivation like eating and drinking, but Yi Chen treated it as the most basic thing. The two were not even on the same level. This is too powerful. Everyone from the Jianghu martial school had their eyes wide open. They did not have much experience, but they knew that no matter how much Ling Hui had increased his power, he was still like a toy in Yi Chen's hands. They were both martial geniuses, but the gap between them was way too huge. Slowly landing on the main plaza, Yi Chen put his sword back into its scabbard, looking normal. He did not look at Ling Hui, who had been hit by his full power sword attack. Without a couple of months of rest, he would not be able to return to his peak condition. That destruction sword intent alone would be enough to give him a headache. It was a sword intent that could destroy anything, and even life and death realm warriors would not be able to get rid of it. Slowly letting out a breath, Yi Chen looked into the sky. He did not know how much they had grown in this true spirit continent. With Duguju's potential, he should be a couple of times more powerful than Ling Hui, and Dantai Mingyue should be the same as well. And then there was that monster Chu Zhongtian. Yi Chen did not know how the other martial geniuses were, but on this true spirit continent, he valued these three the most. Duguju had the despairing blade intent, and his power was only slightly weaker than Yi Chen's. Dantai Mingyue seemed to have gotten even more benefits from the four extreme emperor's grave than his space profound. Added with the fact that her talent was not weaker than Duguju's, her power was unpredictable. Chu Zhongtian was the worst in terms of comprehensive ability, not even in the top 20. But he had the evil spirit body, which was even more powerful than Yuan Emperor's body. Chapter 836. The wounded Ling Hui and Yun Xiaoshui left the school in a hurry. Mo Xiaotang was a disciple of the Extreme Heaven Martial School, so she followed them. Before she left, she asked someone to tell Gao Ziyuan that she would leave the Extreme Heaven Martial School and join the school. Yi Chen shook his head. He was afraid that he would have to deal with Mo Xiaotang again. Of course, if the Extreme Heaven Martial School could let her go, then it would be even better. After beating Ling Hui, Yi Chen had become a calming pill in everyone's mind. Everyone's depression had disappeared, and their spirits were lifted. In the past few years, the school had been humiliated way too much, and there had never been a day where they could vent their anger like today. Returning to his own mountain, Yi Chen cleared his mind and continued to train his profound and sword arts. The witching mirror shattering is already completed, and my waning moon has made some progress as well. Now I can spend more time on my spiritual sword. Since my fast profound has made progress, my slow profound should follow suit. The waning moon was focused on attacking, while the bewitching mirror shattering was a combination of sealing and attacking. Although the spiritual sword was not as powerful as the other two, it was still quite useful. If he ran into someone with the same power as him, then it might be able to play an important role. Extreme Heaven Martial School. Seeing Ling Hui and Yun Xiaoshui who had returned with severe wounds, the whole school was shocked. From the leader to the great master to the inner and outer disciples, everyone was shocked. Yun Xiaoshui had returned with severe wounds, since he was only at peak level late Sea of Soul's realm. But Ling Hui was a real half-step king warrior, and his power had already reached the top half-step king warrior level. Who could wound him badly? Perhaps he had been attacked by a group of half-step king warriors? Inside the main palace of the Extreme Heaven Martial School, the leader and the great master of the Extreme Heaven Martial School did not look good. They had already learned the reason from the two, and they could not believe that there would be a very young half-step king warrior that even Ling Hui would not be able to compete with. You have fought with him before. Do you know what level his power has reached? The great master of the Extreme Heaven Martial School was a gray-haired elder. He had the back of a tiger and the waist of a bear. His eyes were like that of a wolf eagle, very aggressive. He stared at Ling Hui and asked. Although Ling Hui was the head disciple of the Extreme Heaven Martial School, his position was no lower than the highest elder. He was only second to the leader. He had calmed down and said, I have fought with the Sky Tiger Master before. From what I can see, the Tiger Master is no match for him. Even young Master Tiger is no match for him. The leader of the Extreme Heaven Martial School was Ling Hui's second grandpa, named Ling Huho. After hearing Ling Hui's analysis, he frowned. The Sky Tiger Beast Martial School was one of the top 10 beast martial schools in the Blood Sky Land, and it was even more powerful than the Iron Foot Beast Martial School in the Iron Blood region. The Tiger Master from the Sky Tiger Beast Martial School was one of the top martial geniuses of the beast race. He had already reached the peak of the first level of the Life and Death Challenge, and was ranked 15th in the Life and Death Realm substitute list. Ling Hui had fought with him last year, and his protective Jin Yuan layer had been broken by his claw attack. That's impossible. The Tiger Master did not use all of his power when he fought with you. The elder did not want to belittle Ling Hui, but the truth was the truth. Young Tiger Warrior was the descendant of the Sky Tiger race, and the Sky Tiger bloodline was very pure. Although it was not as pure as the Sky Tiger, it was still very scary. Plus, he was at the peak of the first Life and Death Challenge. His power was so scary that even two Ling Hui would not be his opponent. Ling Hui nodded. That is why I said that the Tiger Master would at most be on par with him. As a martial genius, Ling Hui had his pride. Losing to Yi Chen was indeed embarrassing for him, but it was not enough for him to deny Yi Chen's power. In his opinion, the Tiger Master might not even be as powerful as Yi Chen. And if he wanted to win against the Tiger Master and Yi Chen, he would have to increase his cultivation to the first level of the Life and Death Challenge. Ling Hui had been wounded very badly. After he finished talking, he puked out a mouthful of blood. You go and rest first, Ling Huho said with concern. Second uncle, I will go into closed-door training this time, all the way until the Life and Death Secret Realm begins. With such a serious injury, normal half-step king warriors would not be able to recover even after a couple of months. But Ling Hui had the support of the whole Extreme Heaven Martial School and enough resources, so he was confident that he could completely recover within a month. In the remaining time, he would try his best to reach the first level of the Life and Death Challenge. He had a feeling that this trip to the Life and Death Secret Realm would be the most powerful one he had ever experienced. The mountain peak was verdant and white clouds lingered around it. On the peak of the mountain, a blue figure stood motionless. The sword in his hand kept stabbing out, sometimes fast, sometimes slow. Chi. The flickering sword mark lingered in the void for a breath of time before disappearing. Not far away, Gao Ziyuan walked over step by step. Seeing Yi Chen practicing his swordsmanship, he quietly waited at the side with a curious look in his eyes. Leaving a mark in the surreal space. He is not far from breaking the space. Gao Ziyuan had a new understanding of Yi Chen's power. He was not an ignorant person, so he knew very well how hard it was to leave a mark in the surreal space, which meant that each of Yi Chen's sword attacks had the power to break the space. You are here. Yi Chen put his sword back into its scabbard and turned around. Greetings, Master Yi. Gao Ziyuan greeted with his hands. Yi Chen waved his hand. You and I are about the same age. No need to be so polite. He studied Gao Ziyuan. It seems like you have fully recovered, and your cultivation has reached peak level late Seas of Soul's realm as well. You have improved a bit faster than I expected. This is all thanks to Master Ye's healing pellets and Zhen Yuan crystals. After the battle with Yun Xiaoshui, Gao Ziyuan's meridians had almost been broken. Fortunately, Yi Chen did not have much, but he had a lot of rare treasures. He casually took out a couple of them and healed Gao Ziyuan's wounds completely in a short period of time. His cultivation had also reached peak level late seas of Soul's realm. I called you here because I want you to tell me about the young generation of the Blood Skyland. There were still 2 months before the life and death secret realm would open, so Yi Chen needed to know about these people. Gao Ziyuan knew that the young generation that Yi Chen was talking about were the top martial geniuses below the age of 50, not the geniuses of the same age. After organizing his thoughts, Gao Ziyuan said, "In the Blood Skyland, there are a total of 5 people who have entered the life and death realm substitute list. But that was 9 years ago. Right now the most famous ones are the 8 Beast Warriors and the 4 Demons." 8 Beast Warriors and 4 Demons? Yi Chen's eyebrows flicked. Gao Ziyuan said, 8 Beast Warriors, 5 of them are beasts, 3 are demi-beasts and the 4 demons. 1 is a demi-demon and 3 humans. Let's talk about the 8 Beast Warriors first. The leader of the 8 Beast Warriors is the Elephant Warrior from the Battle Elephant Martial School, ranked 3rd in the Life and Death Realm substitute list. He has the ancient Battle Elephant bloodline, and his godly power is unrivaled. Only with his physical power, not many people would be able to compete with him. I heard that his power had already reached over 1 million pounds. Over 1 million pounds? Indeed not to be underestimated. Yi Chen could not help but think of Yen Fengfeng. She was also a beast among the 100 beasts, but her bloodline was the purest, the real Blue Phoenix bloodline. Although some of the other beasts had been passed down from generation to generation, their bloodline power was getting thinner and thinner, and it would be hard for them to have a pure bloodline descendant. It was something that could not be helped. Take the demi-beasts for example. There were hundreds of billions of demi-beasts in the Blood Skyland, but the ones that had formed families were probably not even 1,000th of them. The rest of them had already become normal people with only a trace of demi-beast bloodline, which made them no different from humans. There were very few demi-beast family members in the True Spirit continent, but there were at least billions of them. In fact, there was not much difference between demi-beasts and humans anymore. For the most normal demi-beasts, it would not be wrong to call them human. Being able to become the leader of the 8 Beast Warriors, the ancient Battle Elephant bloodline must be very close to his ancestors. Plus, Yi Chen knew that the beasts could use their own talents and special methods to go back to their ancestors. Once they succeeded, they would be the one and only member of the 100 beasts, without any other bloodline. The second of the 8 Beast Warriors is the Snake Warrior. He is a disciple of the Demi-Beast family, and his 9-headed snake bloodline has been completely awakened. He is ranked 7th in the Life and Death Realm substitute list. He is the arch-enemy of the Elephant Warrior, and they have been fighting for decades. There is a 9-headed snake family in the Blood Skyland as well? Yi Chen froze. He had trained 2 members of the 9-headed snake family, Wang Snake and Wang Mei. Wang Snake had also almost awakened his 9-headed snake bloodline, but his cultivation was still a bit lacking. He did not expect that the 9-headed snake family in the True Spirit continent would be destroyed, but there was still another one in the Blood Skyland. This 9-headed snake family might be more than 100 times more powerful than the one in the True Spirit continent, since Wang Snake's family was only a rank 9 family. The third is the Eagle Warrior. He did not enter the Life and Death Realm substitute list, and is a beast genius who has appeared in the recent years. The fourth is the Tiger Warrior, ranked 23rd in the Life and Death Realm substitute list. He is a beast genius from the Sky Tiger Martial School. The remaining 4 Beast Warriors are not ranked in any particular order. They are the Shark Warrior, the Leopard Lady, the Wolf Warrior, and the Butterfly Lady. The first 2 are beasts, while the latter 2 are demi-beasts. They are all very powerful, just like the Eagle Warrior. They are all martial geniuses who have appeared in the recent years. Hearing him, Yi Chen nodded. The previous generation of young martial geniuses in the Blood Skyland should be the 5 who had entered the Life and Death Realm substitute list. The remaining 7 had appeared in the recent years, just like his generation in the True Spirit continent. Master Yi, I cannot tell your power at all. But in my opinion, among the 8 Beast Warriors, only the Elephant Warrior and the Snake Warrior are worthy of your attention. The rest should not be your opponent. Ling Hu Yi was one of the 4 demons which were just as famous as the 8 Beast Warriors. If even Ling Hu Yi was not an opponent for Yi Chen, then it was not hard to imagine that among the 8 Beast Warriors and the 4 demons, there would not be many who could compete with Yi Chen. With that thought in mind, Gao Ziyuan was very curious about Yi Chen's identity. Yi Chen looked very young, definitely not more than 30 years old. But his power was unpredictable. With a bold guess, Yi Chen might be one of the top martial geniuses in the True Spirit continent. Chapter 837. What about the 4 demons? Yi Chen asked. Gao Ziyuan replied, among the 4 demons, young Undying Demon Lord is the strongest. He is the head disciple of the Undying Demon sect, and he cultivates the 9 Revolution Undying Demon art. I heard that 3 years ago he had already advanced it to a heaven-grade art, possessing the most basic Undying body. His cultivation base is also frightening, already at the 3rd layer of Life and Death Chamber. His ranking is a bit lower than Young Elephant Lord's, and he is ranked 5th on the Life and Death substitute list. 9 Revolution Undying Demon art? The most basic Undying body? Yi Chen's face revealed a pensive expression. If his guess was correct, the 9 Revolution Undying Demon art should be a secret art similar to the Undying body. After advancing to heaven grade, its special ability would be the Undying body. He didn't expect this kind of art to exist. Moreover, this young Undying Demon Lord was just like him, able to advance his art to heaven grade before entering Life and Death realm. This kind of talent and ability was rare in the present age. In that case, this young Undying Demon Lord, Young Elephant Lord, and Young Snake Lord are young geniuses at the same level. Among them, Young Elephant Lord is the strongest? Yi Chen casually said. Gao Ziyuan shook his head. You can't say that. The Life and Death substitute list changes every 10 years. Being weak at that time might not necessarily be the case now. Young Elephant Lord's divine strength is unparalleled, and nobody can fight him head-on. However, Young Undying Demon Lord is an exception. He's the only one who can exchange 100 moves with Young Elephant Lord. Right, in these 10 years, has no one on the Life and Death substitute list entered Life and Death realm and became kings? Yi Chen suddenly asked. Gao Ziyuan explained, yes. Currently there are only 32 people on the Life and Death substitute list. The other 4 have all become Life and Death kings. Young Elephant Lord was originally ranked 5th, but because the 1st and 2nd 2 have both become Life and Death kings, he was able to move up 2 places to 3rd. So that's how it is. Yi Chen faintly nodded. Whoever became a Life and Death king would be automatically removed from the Life and Death substitute list, replaced by the people below. The second of the 4 demons is Tai Kuangzuan of the demonic human race. Although Tai Kuangzuan doesn't have the perfect demonic human bloodline, he has mastered the ability to completely transform into a demon without losing his mind. He is arrogant and wild, temperamental, and should be affected by the demon transformation. Tai Kuangzuan is ranked 22 in the Life and Death realm, 1 rank higher than Young Tiger Lord. The 3rd place is Blade Demon Girl Lan Sanmei. She is the head disciple of the Demon Blade Martial School and one of the brightest rising stars of the Blood Sky Land in the past decade. Together with Young Eagle Master, one of the 8 Young Beast Masters, they are known as the twin stars of the Beast and Demon. Their potential is at least in the top 3. The 4th is Ling Hui from the Extreme Heaven Martial School. The 8 Young Beast Masters and the 4 demons are all from rank 5 martial schools or clans. Only Ling Hui is not from a rank 5 martial school. Therefore he is very famous and no one dares to look down on him. Because of him, the Extreme Heaven Martial School is known as the top rank 6 martial school in the Blood Sky Land. Gao Ziyuan said tirelessly. Indeed. Yi Chen smiled lightly. With Blade Demon Girl Lan Sanmei's cultivation and power, it would be impossible for her not to be one of the 4 demons. Moreover, from what Gao Ziyuan said, she and Young Eagle Master were the brightest martial geniuses in the Blood Sky Land. Although Young Elephant Master, Young Snake Master, and the others were powerful, their comprehensive ability might not be as good as hers. As for Ling Hui, he naturally could not be underestimated either. According to his life force, he should be in his 30s, which was a bit younger than by Wuxia and the others. However, his cultivation was very powerful, having already reached high-rank half-step King Warrior realm. If he were to be brought to this True Spirit continent, he would definitely be one of the top warriors. What made Yi Chen let out a breath was that the Extreme Heaven Martial School did not make things difficult for Mo Xiaotang, allowing her to leave and join the Zhang Tian Martial School. Thinking about it, the Extreme Heaven Martial School should have heard from Ling Hui that Yi Chen's power was not something they could compete with. Instead of fighting to the death, it would be better to wait and see. However, Yi Chen also knew that Gao Ziyuan had a headache. Mo Xiaotang was his fiancée, and the two had a very deep relationship. Li Chui, the female disciple of Zhang Tian Martial School, was also deeply in love with Gao Ziyuan. So, it was not necessarily that Gao Ziyuan did not have any feelings for him. After chatting for half an hour, Yi Chen had more or less understood what he wanted to know. Taking out a deep purple great sword from his storage ring, Yi Chen threw it to Gao Ziyuan. You are the head disciple of Zhang Tian martial school. You can't not have a good great sword. This sword is for you. Gao Ziyuan took a look and said in shock, Semi-extreme grade great sword. Semi-extreme grade great swords were not cabbages. Normally only half-step king warriors could have them. As the saying went, seeking wealth amidst danger was precisely this principle. You can go back first. Yi Chen did not care much about a semi-extreme grade great sword. From the Sky Scorpio King's sword tomb, he had obtained a lot of good swords and this was only one of them. Moreover, as far as he was concerned, semi-extreme grade treasures were not that rare anymore. The rich became richer and the poor became poorer. This could also be seen among martial artists. Another half a month passed by, and only 1.5 months remained before the opening of the secret realm. During this time Yi Chen's spiritual sword had finally made a breakthrough. Its might and sword speed had reached a whole new level, and his fast profound had also reached 60% completion. Unfortunately, his slow profound didn't make much progress. It would probably only increase by 10% after his fast profound reached 70% completion. The spiritual sword, which contained 60% fast profound and 60% wood profound, created a subtle balance. The sword speed and might simply exploded. In Yi Chen's opinion, the two profounds were at the same level in terms of fused profounds. It seemed to have an effect that couldn't be ignored. Waning Moon contains 90% metal profound and 60% water profound. The gap between the two profounds is too big. Balancing them is too hard. Forget it, I'll pay more attention to water profound in the future. I'll let metal profound take its course. Chaotic Demon Region Demonic Blade Sect. On Demon Girl Peak. Senior sister, please advise me. A male disciple of Demonic Blade Sect stared at Lan Sanmei as he pointed the blade in his hand toward the ground. Come. Lan Sanmei didn't even draw his blade as he spoke indifferently. Senior sister, be careful. This male disciple's cultivation base was not low, having already reached the peak of Late Sea of Soul Realm. Of course, compared to Lan Sanmei he was far inferior. One was like the sky and the other the earth. However, the two didn't use Zhen Yuan or will in their exchange, only relying on their physical strength. With a wave of his blade, the blade in the male disciple's hand trembled and turned blurry. It was Demonic Blade Sect's unique blade technique. Still not perfect enough. Too many openings. Lan Sanmei's right palm turned into a blade and slashed out. Clang. The blade in the male disciple's hand flew out, stabbing into the ground at an angle. All of you come together. Lan Sanmei looked at the 8 spectating disciples. The 8 disciples didn't decline. Senior sister Lan Sanmei didn't only have high cultivation base. Without using Zhen Yuan and will, no one under Demonic Blade Sect's life and death realm could be her opponent. If she went all out, there would be no point in fighting. Clang 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 clang, 8 blades flew out, but Lan Sanmei remained unscathed. Mei-er's demonic blade arts have already reached greater completion. Seems like you've gained a lot this time. On a mountain peak shrouded in dark clouds, a tall old man revealed a faint smile. He shouldn't be afraid of demonic blade arts, right? The scene of Yi Chen chopping off the head of the 50 bandits' third head, Wuxia, appeared in Lan Sanmei's mind. That sword strike was extremely fast without any fancy moves. Mud Dragon Mountain was a small mountain 800 li away from Eternal Sky Sect. It was very ordinary and one could tell from its name. Elder, there really is a high-grade mid-grade spirit vein under this mountain. A simple and honest middle-aged man said to the old man in front of him. The old man said with a face full of smiles, Indeed, I've already probed it. Haha, seems like the heavens are protecting my Eternal Sky Sect. Eternal Sky Sect was extremely lacking in resources. If they could obtain a high-grade mid-grade spirit vein, it would certainly be able to sustain their development for decades. When more disciples joined, they wouldn't have to worry about spirit stones anymore. On the same day the two sent the news back. After Li Zhangfeng heard the news, he was both happy and worried. The Mud Dragon Mountain was in the Eternal Sky Sect's territory. Normally it should belong to the sect. However, once the news was leaked out, Eternal Sky Sect might not be able to keep this spirit vein anymore. The 3 top sects had been eyeing Eternal Sky Sect for quite some time now. Send the message down to excavate the spirit vein as much as possible. The spirit stones that are excavated are to be sent back once a day. For the Eternal Sky Sect, only the spirit stones that they obtained belonged to them. Unfortunately, there was no such thing as an impenetrable wall in the world. The news of the Mud Dragon Mountain finding a high-grade mid-grade spirit vein was still known by the 3 top sections. It was not because someone leaked the news, but because the three top sects had too many people monitoring Eternal Sky Sect. As long as there was a trace, it would not be able to escape their eyes. People of Eternal Sky Sect, get out of this area. Otherwise I will kill you all. In the air above the Mud Dragon Mountain, 3 groups of people appeared. One group of people were wearing black and white long robes with a fierce vulture sewn on the back. They were from the Vulture Valley. Another group of people were tall, with a huge bear head sewn on the chest area. They were from the Earth Bear family. The last group was from the Extreme Heaven Martial School. The one with the arrogant tone was the leader of the Earth Bear family. The Earth Bear family had always been hot-tempered and they often killed people. The great master of Eternal Sky Sect, Master Lu, was beaten by a half-step beast king from the Earth Bear family until he lost his mind. Everyone, this is our Eternal Sky Sect's territory. What you are doing is breaking the rules. An elder of the school stood out. They had only excavated this high-grade mid-grade spirit vein for a couple of days, and they had not even found 1,000th of it. How could they let it go? Rules? Our Earth Bear family is the rules. Oh. The leader of the Earth Bear family threw out a palm attack, turning the elder into a blood mist. Master Lin. Everyone from the Eternal Sky Sect looked at him with their teeth clenched. Bastard. Die. The Mud Dragon Mountain suddenly cracked open, and Master Lu flew out, throwing out a sword attack at the leader of the Earth Bear family. Boom. This sword didn't work. From the Earth Bear family, a ferocious old man with the back of a tiger and the waist of a bear walked out. He smashed the sword chi with one punch and grinned. Lu Yuming, looks like I didn't let you suffer enough last time. This time I'll let you be even more stupid. It's you? Master Lu's eyes turned red. It was true that he had lost his mind, but this person had left a deep impression on him. 6 half-step king warriors. I wonder if that genius half-step king warrior will act like a coward. Among the Extreme Heaven Martial School's people, the great master of the Extreme Heaven Martial School who was hiding in the crowd sneered. Ling Huho said, fighting against 6 half-step king warriors with his own power. He is destined to fail. No one can save the Eternal Sky Sect. Chapter 838. He allowed Mo Xiaotang to leave the Extreme Heaven Martial School and join the Zhang Tian Martial School because he wanted to prevent the Extreme Heaven Martial School from facing Yi Qin alone. Although the top 3 martial schools were against the Zhang Tian Martial School, they were not on good terms with each other. On the contrary, the competition between the top 3 martial schools had never stopped. If the Extreme Heaven Martial School wanted to protect themselves, they would have to be patient and not let their emotions affect them. As for right now, with the 3 martial schools working together, Yi Qin would not be able to do anything. Lu Yuming looked crazy as he attacked the elder without caring about anything else. Every sword attack was a killing attack that would injure both of them. You are looking for death. The shadow of the Earth Bear behind the fierce-looking old man was as huge as a mountain. Rings of thick earthy yellow waves spread out, making the air incomparably heavy. Boom. A fist attack was thrown out, twisting the space. This fist attack seemed to contain the power of a huge mountain. Lu Yoming's method of mutual destruction had only left an indistinct sword mark on the old man's chest, while he himself had been sent flying backwards, spitting out a mouthful of blood. You are overestimating yourself. You were not my opponent when you were at your peak. Now that you have lost your mind, you are definitely not my opponent. The elder sneered with disdain. The life and death secret realm is about to open. It is time to finish this once and for all. Half-step king warriors were very sensitive to Yuan Qi vibrations. Although they were 800 miles away, Yi Qin could still sense the battle on the Mud Dragon Mountain. He stood up and his body flashed, disappearing from the Great Master Palace. 800 miles was only a couple of breaths' time for Yi Qin. From far away, Yi Qin could see the Mud Dragon Mountain and the 3 groups of people flying in the sky. They were naturally the Bald Eagle Valley, the Earth Bear family, and the Extreme Heaven Martial School. And that elder with the Earth Bear shadow behind him should be the half-step demi-beast king of the Earth Bear family. Lu Yuming puked out a mouthful of blood and was blown away. Everyone from the Zhang Tian Martial School was panicking. Seeing Yi Qin coming, they all yelled out happily. Master Yi is here. With Master Yi here, they would not dare to take the spirit fountain by force. Yes, it is naturally impossible for Zhang Tian School to monopolize the spirit vein. But as long as they can get a quarter of it, it would be enough for them to develop for 10 years. Everyone from the Zhang Tian Martial School naturally did not think that Yi Qin alone would be able to scare away all the people from the top 3 martial institutions. But, with Yi Qin and Master Lu, they would have the capital to negotiate. They would no longer be like fish on a chopping board waiting to be slaughtered. After all, Yi Chen's power was not something normal half-step king warriors could compete with. You are the new half-step king warrior of Eternal Sky School? You look quite young. The evil elder was one of the two half-step demi-beast kings of the Earth Bear family, and was called the Barbaric Bear King. Ling Hui had left the Jianghu martial school with severe injuries, so he naturally could not escape from the eyes of the Earth Bear family. However, he thought that Ling Hui was injured by Lu Yuming and Yi Chen. I'll give you a choice. Immediately take your people and leave the Jianghu martial school's territory. Otherwise, you will have to bear the consequences. As for him, he will die. Yi Chen did not pull out his sword, but pointed his finger at that small leader of the Earth Bear family, who had killed an elder of the Jianghu school. Without much effort, a finger hole appeared on the other party's forehead, and he fell to the ground on his back. The top three martial institutions looked at each other. This guy was indeed crazy. He had killed a powerful warrior of the Earth Bear family right from the start. He did not take them seriously at all. Little bastard, you are looking for death. The Savage Bear King was furious. The Earth Bear shadow behind his back shook violently, and a thick brown-colored wave spread out towards Yi Chen. Meanwhile, he himself bent his body and threw out a punch, throwing out a thunderous punch towards Yi Chen's head. If this punch landed, no matter how big a mountain was, it would still be shattered. Putting up his right hand's index and middle fingers, Yi Chen sneered as he sliced out with his fingertip. Boom. The surreal space seemed to have been sliced in half. That black curved sword light sliced open the fist power of the Barbaric Bear King and went through his body. With a clanging sound, a crack appeared on the Barbarian Bear King's armor. He felt an incredibly powerful sword chi pass through the armor and into his body, cutting away at his life force. His internal organs were instantly covered in wounds that could not be ignored. One finger attack and he was blown back while puking out blood. What? The Barbaric Bear King was wounded by one finger attack? This scene had caused a lot of people to open their mouths wide, unable to close them. Although the Barbaric Bear King had not reached the life and death challenge realm yet, as a demi-beast with the bloodline of the Earth Bear, he was way more powerful than the human demi-king warriors. Yi Chen was able to wound the Barbaric Bear King with one finger attack without using any weapon. How could people not be shocked? Earth Prison. After the Barbaric Bear King was wounded, the other demi-beast king from the Earth Bear family stood out. He formed a spell with both of his hands, and an endless amount of Earth Yuan Qi gathered toward Yi Chen, instantly forming a square yellow cube trapping him inside. The Spirit Bear King has made his move. It should be able to trap him for a while. The Spirit Bear King's follow-up attacks are the more powerful ones. As everyone was discussing, the Spirit Bear King grinned as he waved his right hand up and yelled, "Mountain Flipping Stamp." Amidst the shocking Earth Yuan Qi vibration, a huge yellow mountain fell down from the sky like a shooting star, landing on that yellow cube. With that attack, even if it were an Iron Man, he would be badly wounded. Unfortunately, it all depended on who the opponent was. A pitch-black sword mark appeared on the surface of the yellow cube, and a huge amount of sword light shone out of it like a semicircle. The huge yellow mountain and the Spirit Bear King were both within the attacking range of the semicircle. The sword light flashed once, followed by two shoe sounds. The huge yellow mountain cracked open first before disappearing completely. Then, the Spirit Bear King followed in the footsteps of the Barbaric Bear King, puking out blood as he was blown away. Oh, how could he be this powerful? The Spirit Bear King could not believe it. Master Yi is so powerful. The Barbaric Bear King and the Spirit Bear King were not his opponents at all. They could not even handle one attack. Great! The more powerful Master Yi is, the more hope our Jianghu martial school will have. Let's see if the top 3 martial schools dare to insult us again in the future. Everyone from the Jianghu martial school was overjoyed. This is not good. Could it be that was telling the truth? This guy's power is even more powerful than the Tiger King. Ling Huho frowned. The Tiger King was one of the top 8 beast warriors, and his cultivation had already reached the peak of the first life and death challenge. If he were here, the 6 top half-step king warriors might not be able to take him down. This was the power of a top half-step king warrior, whose power was unpredictable. Leader, you and the Spirit Bear King are both good at sealing attacks. You might be able to take him down. We are not normal half-step king warriors after all. The great master of the Extreme Heaven Martial School said with a dark face. Yeah. Ling Huho nodded slightly. He was very confident in his sealing attack, and even the Spirit Bear King was not as good as him. With their combined sealing attacks, they would be able to trap Yi Chen for a couple of breaths' time, which would be more than enough for him to land a deadly attack. You guys come at me together. I will take care of you all at the same time and make you guys lie on the ground for a year and a half. In the midair, Yi Qin held his evil shattering sword as his eyes landed on the 6 half-step king warriors from the top 3 martial schools. This time he planned to attack them even harder than Ling Hui. Even if they had precious treasures to heal them, they would not be able to recover in a short period of time. How arrogant! Do you really think that you can take on the 6 of us by yourself? 2 half-step beast kings from the Bald Eagle Valley stood out. They both had eagle noses, thin lips, and 2 black dots in their eyes. They did not look like human eyes at all. They were indeed the Flying Eagle King and the Gray Eagle King. Then Ling Huho and the Great Master of the Extreme Heaven Martial School stood out as well. Along with the Savage Bear King and the Spirit Bear King, the 6 half-step king warriors surrounded Yi Qin in the middle. The rest of them had all backed out for dozens of miles, not daring to stay at the edge of the battle. This guy is tricky. Let's take him down together. Let's see what else the Zhangtian Martial School has. The Spirit Bear King wiped the blood off his mouth as he signaled Ling Huho with his eyes. Ling Huho did not even look away as he stared at Yi Qin. Let's do it. Ling Huho had always been decisive, so he attacked Yi Qin right away. He put his hands together and then opened them up. A black core energy appeared in front of Yi Qin, and a powerful suction force started to drag Yi Qin's body with the black core as the center. Yi Qin could feel that this suction force was affecting his speed. Even if he pushed his speed to its limit, he would not be able to escape from it. Indeed, a half-step king warrior with no special features was not scary at all. But a half-step king warrior with special tricks would be hard to ignore even if they were not that powerful. Earth Prison. The Spirit Bear King's reaction was not slow at all. The second Ling Huho made his move, he had also formed a spell. All of a sudden the yellow cube sealed Yi Qin again. Let's kill him together. Seeing that Yi Qin had been trapped by 2 powerful sealing spells, the rest of the people looked excited. The Gray Eagle King and the Flying Eagle King waved their hands like wings, throwing out countless wind blades. These wind blades rotated intensely, rubbing against the space and bringing up bright sparks. The Savage Bear King and the Great Master threw out a punch and a kick respectively. The fist power and leg power attacked the yellow cube from the left and right, moving like lightning. Meanwhile, the Spirit Bear King's follow-up attack was still a yellow mountain falling from the sky like a falling star. As for Ling Huho, countless black light chi power appeared around his body. It was centered around the black core energy inside the yellow cube, shooting out with a sizzling sound. 6 half-step king warriors combined their powers, and 2 of them had used their sealing spells to trap Yi Qin. The power that they had released could even kill a normal top half-step king warrior within a second. In their opinion, Yi Qin was not going to make it out alive. Master Yi. Everyone from the Zhangtian Martial School was getting anxious. Lu Yuming yelled, wanting to go up and help. But the Gray Eagle King from the Bald Eagle Valley was already prepared for him. A pair of wings appeared behind his back, and as he flapped them, a huge wind was brought up. A sky full of wind blades attacked toward Lu Yuming, preventing him from getting closer. Inside the yellow cube, Yi Qin's expression did not change at all. His soul power was spread out and he could clearly sense the 6 attacks coming at him. He waved the evil vanquishing sword lightly without any hesitation. All of a sudden, the yellow cube and the black core energy started to twist, hovering between illusion and reality. In front of the space power, anything could twist and disappear. Chapter 839. Pop. The 6 attacks that were aimed at the brown block were like stones thrown into the water, bringing up a series of ripples before disappearing completely. That is the space profound. Ling Huho yelled out in shock. He broke our attacks with the space profound. Spirit Bear King and the rest of the warriors had a bad look on their faces. The space profound was known as one of the most powerful profound, and it was not without reason. This kind of profound could contain everything and destroy everything. Besides the time profound, no other profound could beat it. The brown block and the black core energy twisted and disappeared. Yi Qin walked out from within without a single wound. He raised his eyes and looked at Spirit Bear King and Savage Bear King. I will take care of you first. The sword light flashed once, and Yi Qin disappeared from where he was standing. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Spirit Bear King, stabbing out with his sword. It was too fast. Yi Qin's speed was unimaginably fast, and the speed of his sword attack was even faster than Spirit Bear King's senses. Spirit Bear King had just raised his arm when his chest was pierced through. The tip of the sword came out from his back, bringing out a stream of blood. Shaking his wrist, Yi Chen took out his evil shattering sword and jumped towards Savage Bear King. So cruel. A 2-finger-wide sword hole appeared on Spirit Bear King's chest. The sharp destructive sword chi was rampaging inside his body, as if there were countless tiny swords cutting his organs, bones, flesh and blood. He could not gather his Zhen Yuan at all. Piss off. Savage Bear King could only watch Spirit Bear King being wounded badly. He could not save him in time, so he roared and threw out a punch at Yi Chen. However, Yi Chen's body flashed once, disappearing from his sight. The next second, 2 intersecting sword marks appeared on Savage Bear King's chest. It looked horrifying, as if his whole body was about to be torn apart. Boom. He was shot out and embedded into the ground. You guys are up next. Yi Chen's body flashed left and right, avoiding the incoming attacks. He turned his head and looked at Ling Huho and the great master of the Extreme Heaven Martial School. Junior, don't be arrogant. The highest elder of the Extreme Heaven sect was furious. He leaped up, and his right leg was like a fully drawn bowstring, kicking hundreds of times in the direction of Yi Chen. The shadows of his legs were like a meteor shower, covering everything. There was no way to dodge or retreat. One strike is enough. Yi Chen's body emitted golden and green light. The waning moon, which contained the metal profound and the water profound, was unleashed instantly. The sky suddenly darkened and a black crescent moon appeared. Then, the shadows of the legs all over the sky shattered one after another. The great elder of the Extreme Heaven sect had his protective armor split open by the sword power that could cut everything. He was thrown high into the air and blood rained down. Stop. Yi Chen's attack was so fast and brutal that Ling Huho did not even have the time to react. He put his hands together and then separated them, and the black core energy was about to take shape in front of Yi Chen. But this time Yi Chen would not let his opponent succeed. He waved his sword and the newly formed black core energy was split into 2. Blood-severing ghost finger. The index and middle fingers of his left hand sliced across the air at Ling Huho, and Yi Chen did not look at him anymore. Ling Huho had never seen such a weird martial art before. That slash from Yi Chen had created an invisible power that completely ignored his protective Zhen Yuan and semi-extreme rank armor. It went right through his body and brought out a huge amount of blood chi. The blood chi of a half-step king warrior was so powerful that even 1,000 normal people combined would not be able to compete with it. Ling Huho's whole body was drowned in the blood chi, which looked like the sunset. It was then completely destroyed. Ah! He let out a low growl. Ling Huho had never felt this exhausted before. He did not even have the power to lift up his hands. The blood chi inside his body had disappeared by at least 1/3. If it was reduced slowly he would still be able to handle it. But losing 1/3 of it all at once would not only hurt his body, but also his mental state. Sudden wind feather. The Gray Eagle King and the Flying Eagle King were both eagle-type beasts. As beasts, the two of them were not even as good as normal Sea of Souls realm warriors in terms of the profound sense. In other words, their comprehensive ability was extremely low. But, the advantage of beasts was not something that humans could compete with. Not only was their beast power a lot more powerful, but they also had special abilities. Among them, the Flying Eagle King's special ability was to shoot out the feathers on his wings. The sky was filled with feathers, all of them crystal clear like black jade. Yi Chen could tell that there were meridians inside the feathers, and the beast power had formed a cycle inside. Once the cycle was broken, it would explode. Not a bad special ability. Break. As Yi Chen's sword finger moved, the broken blood sword came out of its scabbard automatically. It divided into 33 sword shadows, which then formed into a sword snake. Wherever it went, all of the incoming feathers were cut in half, bringing up a firework-like pattern of beast power. It could not get close to Yi Chen at all. Go. After breaking the Flying Eagle King's special ability, the 33 sword shadows formed into a sword snake and attacked toward him. Not good. The Flying Eagle King flipped in the sky, turning into a huge eagle and was about to fly into the clouds. Swoosh. One of his wings was cut through by the sword snake and fell down. His scream could be heard even from a long distance away. You dare to hurt my nephew. Beasts were already aggressive. Seeing that his nephew's wing had been cut off by Yi Chen, the Gray Eagle King's eyes turned red. He did not care about how powerful Yi Chen was, so he attacked without any hesitation. He turned into his original form and his huge claws reached out. It was the special ability of the Gray Eagle King, Sharp Claw Hardening. Chen. Lifting up the evil shattering sword, Yi Chen blocked out that unbreakable claw attack. Die. The Grey Eagle King's two bathtub-sized claws waved crazily, turning into countless claw shadows that clashed with Yi Chen's evil shattering sword, bringing up a huge amount of sparks. Seeing the gap, Yi Chen suddenly took a step back before stabbing out a sword attack. This sword attack went through the gap between the Grey Eagle King's claws. The sword chi landed on his chest, tearing out a huge sword mark and causing feathers to fly everywhere. Come back. At the same time, Yi Chen pointed his finger back. The sword snake that had flown out for a long time turned around and sliced through the Grey Eagle King's back. Blood splashed out like a fountain as the Grey Eagle King screamed and fell down from the sky. His huge body created a deep pit on the ground, bringing up a huge wave of mud. After that, the 6 Demi-King warriors had all lost, and they were all wounded even more severely than Ling Hui. The Spirit Bear King had been pierced through the chest, and the Savage Bear King had at least a couple of his ribs broken. Even the great master of the Extreme Heaven Martial School had suffered the same fate. Ling Huho had lost more than a third of his blood chi, and his mental injury was extremely severe. His face was as white as paper. The Flying Eagle King was a bit worse off. He had lost one of his wings and it was unknown if he could reattach it. The Grey Eagle King's spine had been sliced through by the sword snake formed by the defensive sword spell, and he had lost all of his battling power. The 6 Demi-King warriors had come with an aggressive aura, but now they had all been killed. If it were not for Yi Chen holding back, none of them would have survived. The reason why Yi Chen had held back was because he knew that although the Jianghu martial school's current situation had something to do with the 3 martial schools, it was not a direct connection. Taking out the 3 martial schools might anger the dominator of the Iron Blood region, the Iron Paw Beast Martial School. Therefore, it was not the time to make a big move yet. Letting out a deep breath, Yi Chen put his evil shattering sword back into its scabbard and said to the people from the 3 martial schools, "What are you waiting for? Piss off." The people from the 3 martial schools were all shocked. 6 Demi-King warriors. Any one of them would be powerful warriors, but in front of Yi Chen they could not even handle one attack. Each one of them was worse than the last. Who the hell is this guy? Since when does the Blood Sky Land have a human who is as powerful as the 4 demons? No, even among the 8 beast warriors or the 4 demons he would be a top warrior. Let's go. The people from the Extreme Heaven Martial School were the first to react, bringing Ling Huho and the Great Master away. Soon the people from the Earth Bear family and the Bald Eagle Valley woke up as well, as if they were afraid that Yi Chen would kill them. They came fast and left even faster. Soon the sky above the Mud Dragon Mountain was completely empty, with only Yi Chen left. Cheers were heard. Everyone from the Jianghu Martial School was overjoyed. It had been so many years and they had never been this powerful. The 3 martial schools were like chickens in Yi Chen's hands. He had scared them away without any effort. What 8 beast warriors? What 4 demons? I bet that Master Yi must be a Sky King realm martial genius on this true spirit continent. He is so powerful. The Blood Sky Land is going to change. I would like to see what would happen when the 8 beast warriors and the 4 demons run into Master Yi. It would definitely shock the whole Blood Sky Land. Everyone's respect for Yi Chen had reached a whole new level. They were almost seeing him as a god. In the distance, Li Zhangfeng, Gao Ziyuan, and the rest had already arrived. Because of the battle between Yi Chen and the 6 half-step king warriors, they did not get close to the battle. But their expressions were not any better than the others. Li Zhangfeng's eyes were even wet. Although the female disciples were all good girls, and they were not very vain, which one of them did not like powerful people? Especially Yi Chen, who was so young, only in his 20s. Therefore all of their hearts were racing, and their minds were filled with the scene of Yi Chen using his sword to attack his enemies. In their minds, Yi Chen had probably become the highest standard for them to choose a mate, just like chasing after a celebrity. Even Li Chui and Mo Xiaoteng had a weird feeling. His blue robe fluttered in the wind, and his black hair was blown by the wind, looking like ink. Yi Chen did not care about everyone's expression as he said, "Since everything is done, I will not stay any longer. Leader, I will go back first." After speaking, Yi Chen's body turned into a beam of sword light and shot out. "Thank you." Li Zhangfeng looked at Yi Chen's back and said quietly. Gao Ziyuan said emotionally, "Some people are destined to be the main characters of an era, and he is one of them, right? As for me, even if I join a rank 5 martial school and have all the resources I need, I will only be able to look at his back. I will not be able to catch up to him." Even if you cannot be the main character, you can still be a side character. This is a big world and the main characters and the side characters are always competing with each other. Do not be discouraged or you will not even be qualified to be a side character. Li Zhangfeng reminded Gao Ziyuan. Leader is right. Ziyuan will not let you down. Chapter 840. Extreme Heaven Martial School, Bald Eagle Valley, and Earth Bear Family. These three rank 6 powers were not only the top 3 in the Iron Blood region, but also the top 10 among all the rank 6 powers in the entire Blood Skyland. Originally, these 3 powers were targeting Zhangtian Martial School, and those who knew about it all felt that it was too much of a bully. Were they not pushing Zhangtian Martial School to a dead end? So cruel. However, there was a recent secret that shocked everyone. The 3 martial schools had gone to the Zhangtian Martial School aggressively, wanting to take over the spirit vein that the school had found. But in the end they had all run away. According to the rumors, it was a young man who had beaten all the half-step king warriors of the 3 martial schools. His sword art was extremely mysterious. All in all, Yi Chen's fame had spread out in the Iron Blood region. A lot of people were guessing who Yi Chen was, since there was no such person in the Blood Skyland. Perhaps he had come from some powerful hidden martial school or family. But of course, no matter what, in the eyes of the people who knew about it, Yi Chen was already on par with the 8 beast young warriors and the 4 demons. One of the top 10 beast martial schools, the Iron Paw Beast Martial School. Inside the Iron Paw Beast Palace, the red flame lit up the wide metal walls and the metal pillars, making them look cold and intimidating. On the top seat of the palace that was dozens of floors tall, a huge minotaur was sitting. His calves were a couple of floors tall and his muscles were like hills. His skin was dark red in color and he seemed to be very hot. Are you telling the truth? Extreme Heaven Martial School, Bald Eagle Valley, and the Earth Bear family's half-step king warriors were all beaten down by a young man? The minotaur's eyes were like torches, shooting out 2 red light beams that were dozens of meters long, covering the man in the middle of the palace. The man did not dare to raise his head as he said carefully, "It is absolutely true. I would not dare to lie to you." What kind of weapon did he use? The minotaur asked. Sword. Sword? As the minotaur's eyes opened and closed, the red light beam flashed in and out. Perhaps he is from the Sky Sword Land? In the following days, no other martial schools or people came to mess with the Zhangtian Martial School. The mid-rank spirit vein under the Mud Dragon Mountain would add a lot of spirit stones to the school's storage every day, which made everyone in the school happy. In the blink of an eye, more than a month passed. This was the Blood Sky Land, the True Spirit Land, and an unknown land. In the middle of these 3 lands, there was a huge mountain range that was filled with ancient chi. It was indeed the Savage Mountain Range. In the sky above the Savage Mountain Range, the space was twisted, and the wind was surging. Amidst the endless thunder and lightning, a huge ancient bronze gate slowly appeared. The surface of the bronze gate was old and mottled, as if it came from the ancient times. The ancient aura that existed forever suppressed the demonic beasts in the Savage Mountain Range, causing them to not dare to move. Even the flow of time seemed to slow down. Any living creature that came to this place would feel fear from the depths of their soul. The gate of life and death had appeared. On the 3 continents the situation was changing. True Spirit Continent. Swish 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 swish. One after another human figures rushed towards the depths of the Savage Mountain Range from all directions. These human figures were all young men, and their ages looked to be around 30 years old. Of course, their actual ages could be around 40 years old or even close to 50 years old. Some of them had cold expressions, some had fiery eyes, and the temperament they emitted was 1 in a million. Besides them, all of the young men who came to the Savage Mountain Range were half-step king warriors. Some of the older ones even had a light sense of life and death chi, which meant that their cultivation had reached the life and death challenge realm. Right then, a lot of people had already gathered beside the bronze gate. Among these people, a lot of them were people that Yi Chen was familiar with. Bai Wuxia, Xiaozuan, Lu Xiaoyu, Xiaochuhe, Bai Minghui, Helian Wuhua, Shengguanfei, Siduhao, and so on. There were also some young half-step king warriors that Yi Chen had never seen before. Quite a lot of people. Bai Wuxia smiled lightly. Lu Xiaoyu glanced at the others and said coldly, "The True Spirit Continent is one of the entrances to the life and death secret realm. Everyone who is able to come here will come. I don't think anyone would give up the chance to enter the life and death secret realm. Indeed, the life and death secret realm could save us a lot of time." Bai Wuxia nodded. Boom, boom, boom. In the distance, a battle sound was suddenly heard. 2 human figures kept crossing each other while sword chi and symbol palm power filled the sky. "Once we get to the life and death secret realm, I will fight with you again." Shadows overlapped as one of them landed on the peak outside the bronze gate. It was the former West Ocean Sword Master Lu Wujian. Of course, his cultivation had already reached the half-step king warrior level, so calling him West Ocean Sword Master was no longer appropriate. Anytime. The other person was the disciple of the Air Emperor Jianghu. He sneered as he landed on the peak on the other side. Although the two were not from the true spirit continent, the entrance to the life and death secret realm was right here, so they had to come here. Both of them were top warriors, one with a powerful sword art while the other had the power of being one with the world. They could not see eye to eye with each other, so they had fought on the way to the Savage Mountains. All of them are insane. Situ Hao, who had exchanged the defensive sword spell with Yi Qin before, made a face. He was very talented, but compared to these people he was nothing. In the sky, two light dots came from the left and right. One was blue and the other was green. One was fire and the other was water. Yin Feng Feng is here. Bai Wuxia chuckled. And Sha Ruoqing. The blue flame and the green water ball landed on the ground. It was indeed Yin Feng Feng and the godly shark princess Sha Ruoqing. Both of them were beasts and their qi was very powerful. However, just as the two landed, a red figure appeared on the other side of the sky. Everyone could tell that it was Dantai Mingyue. In terms of talent, Duguju and Dantai Mingyue were the most powerful ones in the true spirit continent, and no one could compete with them. Haha, piss off. All of a sudden, a dark red light shadow shot out, blowing away Jiang Tian, who did not manage to dodge in time. The light shadow formed and it turned out to be a red-haired teenager. It was Chu Zhongtian. You are looking for death. Jiang Tian was not wounded at all. He flew in the sky, staring at Chu Zhongtian with a pale face. Chu Zhongtian chuckled. I have just reached the half-step king realm not too long ago, and my hands are itching. Come on. I would like to see how powerful you are. What? He has just reached the half-step king realm and he is already this powerful? Every single one of them was a dragon among men. Hearing Chu Zhongtian's words, they were all shocked. Jiang Tian's cultivation had already reached the top-rank half-step king warrior level, and his power was so powerful that no one in the same generation could beat him. However, Chu Zhongtian was only at the mid-rank half-step king warrior level, and he had somehow blown away Jiang Tian without giving him the time to dodge. Evil spirit body. No wonder. Bai Wuxia shook his head and forced a smile. This kind of body type would make even the gods jealous. As an evil spirit body, Chu Zhongtian's cultivation base was extremely hard to increase. However, the process from peak level late Sea of Soul realm to half-step king warrior realm was much easier for an evil spirit body. After all, as long as the Zhen Yuan formed a perfect circulation in the blood, it would be fine. In fact, because of his evil spirit body, Chu Zhongtian had an easier time reaching the half-step king realm, because his heart was just too powerful. It was an advantage that no one else had. Bastard. 100 symbol palm. Jiang Tian was not someone who would not fight back after suffering a loss. He waved his hand and a sky-covering symbol palm power attacked toward Chu Zhongtian. Compared to the 5 symbol palm, the 100 symbol palm's power was more than 2 times more powerful. He was so angry that he performed his ace attack right from the start. Hee good timing. A great rapier appeared in Chu Zhongtian's hand, which he threw out a sword attack. The dark red light was bright and horrifying. It was like a dark red sun had exploded, drowning the symbol palm power completely. Jiang Tian was not easy to deal with either. Although the symbol palm power had dissipated a lot, under his control, the rest of it formed into a massive symbol, battling against the dark red light. It was the first time the two had exchanged attacks and it looked like they were on par. Don't block the way. Chu Zhongtian was arrogant, but there was another warrior who was even more aggressive. 1,000 meters long pale blade light sliced through the sky, slicing through the space between the two. Boom. Chu Zhongtian and Jiang Tian separated. Duguju, whose hair had turned white, walked over with pride. His aura was horrifying, and being stared at by him would make anyone feel like they had fallen into hell. After Yi Qin had left, Duguju's power had improved tremendously. Before, he was still not an opponent for Lu Wujian. But in the battle half a year ago, Lu Wujian had lost the upper hand. Oh, very powerful. Chu Zhongtian licked his lips. The life and death secret realm was about to open. Actually, no one was planning to fight there and it was just for show. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian and Jiang Tian took the opportunity to stop fighting. After about 15 minutes, 7 human figures appeared from afar. They were indeed the young warriors who had the life and death qi on them. There were 5 males and 2 females. It is Luo Qiandu and the rest. Bai Wuxia looked serious. Although these people had not appeared in front of them in the past few years, those who knew about them all knew who they were. They were the young martial geniuses of the previous generation who had entered the life and death secret realm before, and they were already half-step king warriors. As half-step king warriors, they would naturally not be in the same group as them back then. After all, half-step king warriors and Sea of Souls realm warriors would not be able to compete with each other. Among these 7, Luo Chendu was the most powerful one, ranked second on the life and death realm warrior list. The other 6 were all on the list as well. Shinho, Thunder Spirit King, and Luo Chendu, they were all in the same generation. But back then Shinho was just too amazing. Yeah. To be honest, Luo Chendu had entered the life and death secret realm less than Shinho, but they were still in the same generation after all. Shinho and Luo Chendu were just like us and Luo Chendu. There was a gap of 10 years in between. Everyone was discussing as they looked at the 7 people who had just arrived. Young people nowadays are all so hot-tempered. The long-haired young man next to Luo Chendu cracked a smile as he glanced over at Chu Zhongtian, Jiang Tian, and Duguju. Luo Chendu sneered, as if you are very old. Hee, compared to them we are considered old. If we were normal people we would be around 50 years old. Chapter 841. For ordinary people, 50 years was half of their life. But for them it was 1/6 of their life, and they were still young and promising. If they could enter the life and death realm one day and become a king, then 50 years would be nothing. The life and death secret realm contains life and death stones, which can help us understand life and death and improve our mental state. Unfortunately, there are too many monks and not enough meat, so half of the people will not be able to get one. Brother Luo, you are at the peak of the 3rd layer of life and death challenge. As long as you get a few more stones, you might be able to become a king warrior in the life and death secret realm. Life and death realm is not that easy to reach. Luo Chendu forced a smile. When he was at the top half-step king warrior level, he would have a 90% chance of reaching the 1st layer of life and death challenge with 1 stone. But, from the 1st layer to the 2nd layer, even 2 stones would not be enough. From the 2nd layer to the 3rd layer, the number of stones needed would be doubled, and from the peak of the 3rd layer to the true life and death realm, it would not be enough with just stones. It would also require a bit of luck. Moreover, there were not all the stones in the life and death secret realm. Every time, more than half of the people would not be able to get one, and most of them would only have 1 stone. Only a small portion of them would have more than 2 stones, and their mental state and power would increase drastically. The 7 were extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, 7 figures had already appeared beside the bronze door. By Wuxia Lu Xiaoyu, the 4 of you have been competing against each other for more than 10 years. This is really rare. Luo Chendu sized up by Wuxia and the other 3 with a smile. Perhaps it is fate. The long-haired teenager beside Luo Chendu laughed as well. By Wuxia Lu Xiaoyu, Xia Hozuan, and Xiao Chuha. The 4 had always been at the same level since they were young, and the gap between them was not that big. After decades, although these 4 were no longer at their peak and had been surpassed by Yi Qin, Du Gujue, and Dantai Mingyue, the competition between them had never stopped. Having opponents is not necessarily a bad thing. Don't you think so, Brother Luo? Brother was a respectful title, and it did not mean that only people in the same sect could call each other that. Bai Wuxia was 10 years younger than Luo Chendu, so calling him brother was not wrong. You're right. Luo Chendu nodded. You are already half-step king warriors. As long as your luck is not bad, you should be able to obtain a life and death stone. Who knows, you might even be able to exchange pointers with us. Life and death realm was simply too hard to reach. Even Luo Tian couldn't guarantee that he could become a life and death realm king. In this way the gap between him and Bai Wuxia would be getting smaller and smaller. Sooner or later they would reach the same level and by then they would be in a competitive relationship. Those young men seemed to be in a very bad mood. The long-haired young man looked at Duguju, Chu Zhongtian, and the others with a smile. Bai Wuxia said, I am ashamed. We are not a match for them. Without a doubt, Duguju, Dantai Mingyue, Chu Zhongtian, Lu Wujian, and Jiang Tian were all top young warriors at the same level. Yin Fengfeng could barely be considered as well. Then, it would be the top 5 young warriors and a couple of top martial geniuses like Bai Minghui. Then, it would be the rest of the young warriors. Chu Zhongtian could tell from these people's eyes that they were talking about him and Duguju. He made a face but did not say anything. He could indeed battle above his realm, but it depended on who his opponent was. As a martial genius himself, Luo Chendu also had the power to battle above his realm. Plus, his cultivation had reached the peak of the 3rd level of the life and death challenge. If Chu Zhongtian went up, he might not even be able to handle one attack. If he wanted to fight against them, his cultivation would have to reach the life and death challenge at least. just like Chu Zhongtian, Duguju Jiangtian, and the rest of them all remained silent. There were more and more people arriving at the Bronze Gate. Not only from the True Spirit Continent, but also from the ocean region near the True Spirit Continent. The True Spirit Continent had the most people, about 30 of them. Half of them were young and old martial geniuses. Adding those from the ocean region or the deep ocean, there were more than 50 of them. Moreover, there would be 1 or 2 people arriving every second. Some of them had extremely horrifying chi, but not many people could recognize them. After all, the deep ocean martial geniuses did not have much contact with the True Spirit Continent. Crack. Time passed like water. When it was almost dusk, the ancient Bronze Gate suddenly opened. That ancient voice made everyone's heart skip a beat. The Life and Death Gate is open. Let's go in. Luo Qindu and the other 6 entered the gate first. Then the rest of the people entered one after another. Soon there were only a few people outside the gate. It seems like he is not coming. Chu Zhongtian sighed as he entered the gate. You should not miss it, right? Duguju was the last to enter. After everyone had entered, the Bronze Gate did not close. Because the sun had not set yet, the world had not fallen into darkness yet. In the distance, a silhouette rapidly approached. The silhouette landed on the ground. It was Yi Chen's acquaintance, the Crown Prince of the Blackwater Alliance, Wang Tai. Life and Death Secret Realm. If you miss it once, you might miss it for the rest of your life. That kid has most likely entered, saving me the trouble of looking for him. A sneer appeared on Wang Tai's face. As the strongest, half-step king, he was also on the life and death substitute list, ranked 8th. In his eyes, even if Yi Chen became a half-step king, he would not be his opponent. At that time he would make Yi Chen spit out genuine crystals with interest. Just as he was about to enter the gate, Wang Tai sensed something and turned his head. A dazzling golden flame pierced through the air. Within the flame was a tall and slender figure with hair as black as ink. A body refining expert. Wang Tai's brows twitched. Miss, I'm Wang Tai. I wonder. With a smile, Wang Tai blocked the Bronze Gate, intending to make friends. Scram. The golden flame was like a hot knife cutting through butter, completely ignoring Wang Tai and directly entering the Bronze Gate. Brushed by the flame, Wang Tai miserably rolled on the ground, his face pale. Damn it! Who is this woman? Wang Tai's complexion was unsightly. He had intended to make friends, but was unexpectedly pushed away by the other party. However, the other party's strength truly startled him. Merely being brushed by the golden flame caused his blood to boil, as if the other party was not a human but a dragon. Humph! With a light snort, Wang Tai followed in. Blood Sky Continent. A large number of young half-step kings were gathered outside the Bronze Gate of Desolate Mountain. Apart from the 8 young beast lords and 4 demons, there were also some geniuses who were not as famous as them. Some were from Blood Sky Continent, while others were from the ocean. Ling Hui, you said you were defeated by a single person. I wonder if that's true? Young Tiger Lord's bare arms and chest were covered in fierce tiger stripes. He grinned and said. Ling Hui indifferently said, no need for your concern. No matter what, we're from the same continent. That kid's origin is mysterious. If I encounter him, perhaps I'll help you vent some anger. Let's talk about it when you encounter him. A strange light flickered in Ling Hui's eyes. He was more or less clear about Yi Chen's strength. In his opinion, young Tiger Lord would most likely suffer a bit if he encountered Yi Chen. Of course, this had nothing to do with him and he had no obligation to tell him. Young Tiger Lord, be careful not to fail miserably. These days, anything can happen. Lan Sanmei flicked the hair on his forehead that had been messed up by the wind and said indifferently. Failure miserably is the behavior of a fool. Do you think such a thing would happen to me? Young Tiger Lord smiled disdainfully. That's not necessarily true. Lan Sanmei revealed a mocking expression. Young Tiger Lord fiercely glared at Lan Sanmei. The latter's words were clearly directed at him. What? I'm just speaking the truth. In half a month, although Yi Chen's deeds had not spread throughout the Blood Sky Continent, as a disciple of demonic blade sect, how could Lan Sanmei not know about it? When she heard the news, she immediately thought of Yi Chen. In her opinion, only Yi Chen had this kind of strength and he came from another place. Young Tiger Lord did not want to argue with Lan Sanmei. She was the head disciple of demonic blade sect, and although she looked like a flower, her temperament was extremely savage. He was not ready to have a falling out with her. Once he entered the life and death secret realm and obtained some life and death stones, he would deal with her properly. From afar, Yi Chen could see the bronze gate towering between heaven and earth, as well as the numerous young experts standing outside of it. Quite a lot of people. Yi Chen mumbled to himself. Yi Chen's arrival was naturally seen by others. I've never seen this person before. The gazes of the 8 young beast lords, 4 demons, and numerous young experts all landed on Yi Chen's body. Some were curious, some were malicious, and some were kind. Ling Hui clenched his fists and sucked in a deep breath. He had not broken through to the life and death chamber, so he could not be Yi Chen's opponent. However, he would definitely settle this score. You're here. Lan Sanmei sensed that Yi Chen's aura had increased by a large margin. He was clearly a high-level half-step king, but he did not know what level his strength had reached. Life and death secret realm only happens once every 10 years. How could I miss it? Yi Chen smiled at Lan Sanmei. Indeed. Only the life and death secret realm can shorten the time needed to enter the life and death realm. Lan Sanmei and Yi Chen were chatting happily, which surprised many people. Demoness Blade Lan Sanmei was definitely not a kind person. It was rare to see her talking normally with someone of the opposite sex. Sister Lan, who is he? Why don't you introduce him? While the two were talking, a tall, green-haired youngster walked over. Those who knew him couldn't help but sigh. This green-haired youngster was none other than the head of the 4 demons, Young Undying Demon Lord. The matter of Young Undying Demon Lord pursuing Lan Sanmei was known to almost everyone. Lan Sanmei frowned. He is my friend Yi Chen. It is brother Yi. If there is a chance, let's get to know each other. Sister Lan and you can chat, so I should be able to chat with you as well. The teenager said with a hint, as if he was telling Yi Chen that Lan Sanmei had a good relationship with him, so it would be better for him to understand. The life and death gate is about to open, right? Yi Chen moved away from him and looked at the bronze gate. Everyone was shocked. This Yi Chen was way too arrogant. The teenager was a bit shocked as well, but he soon covered up the awkwardness and looked at Yi Chen with a cold light flashing through his eyes. As the sun set, the bronze gate suddenly opened with an ancient aura. Chapter 842. Haha, the life and death gate is open. This is my first time entering the life and death secret realm. There were nearly 50 young half-step kings gathered outside the gate. Seeing the gate open, they all flew into the gate like swallows returning to their nest, disappearing without a trace. The young undying demon lord glanced at Yi Chen and said to Lan Sanmei, Sister Lan, I'll go first. Remember to look for me once you're inside. The life and death gate was only a transportation gate. Entering at the same time would result in a different destination. Therefore, there was no need for the young undying demon lord to enter with Lan Sanmei, so he flew in first. Yi Chen, I'll go first. Lan Sanmei was a few years older than Yi Chen, and her cultivation base had reached the peak of the first layer. However, just like Yi Chen, it was her first time seeing the life and death secret realm open. Lan Sanmei's body flickered as she shot into the gate. Yi Chen faintly nodded as he watched everyone enter the gate, including Shi Xiaobao of the Golden Lion race. The life and death secret realm opens once every 10 years for 3 months. I wonder if the demonic human emperor will let Murong come. After waiting for a while, the sun gradually set, and the gate also showed signs of closing. Smiling bitterly, Yi Chen didn't want to wait any longer. His body flickered as he flew into the gate. Right at this moment, the gate closed with a loud bang, disappearing into the void. This was an extremely strange plane. It wasn't unreasonable to say that it was strange. On the ground, there were places that were lush with green grass and full of life. There were also places that were barren and desolate. There wasn't a clear dividing line between the two. Because at this moment, this place might still be green, but in the next moment the green grass might instantly wither and dissipate, while in the desolate place, tender shoots would instantly grow. The tender shoots would grow at an astonishing speed, and in a short while the green grass would cover the ground. Life and death. Flourishing and withering. It was happening all the time. What a great secret realm. Yi Chen, who had just arrived, was shocked by this scene. Growing a plant and making it flourish was something that he, who had comprehended the wood profound, could do as well. However, it would be impossible for him to do as he did in the life and death secret realm, allowing nature to take its course. Life and death secret realm seemed to contain the cycle of life and death. Life was not the beginning and death was not the end. Life and death were merely a cycle. Screech. Suddenly, a soul-piercing eagle cry came from above his head. Yi Chen looked up and saw an eagle form in the sky, where clear and turbid air currents intertwined. The eagle's body was blurry and didn't seem to be alive, but its speed was incomparably fast. A moment ago, it was 10,000 zhang high in the sky, and in the next moment, its claws were less than 3 feet away from Yi Chen's head. Yi Chen did not dare to be careless. He instantly unsheathed his evil vanquishing sword and stabbed the eagle's chest. Puchi. Without spilling any blood, the goshawk's body turned blurry and eventually turned into a two-colored airflow, which dispersed into the universe. This was the chi of life and death. The goshawk was formed by the chi of life and death. Seems like I can't be careless. This is only the outer area of the life and death secret realm, and the evil spirit here has the strength of a mid-level half-step king. Normal half-step king warriors would be clawed to death without any powerful tricks. Life and death evil spirits were formed by the chi of life and death. They were non-living creatures that could only survive in the life and death secret realm. Unfortunately, it has just been formed. Although it is powerful, there is no life and death stone in its body. Yi Chen shook his head. The life and death secret realm contained life and death stones, which were usually born in the bodies of evil spirits. Normally, evil spirits with life and death stones would be extremely hard to destroy. For example, if that goshawk evil spirit had a life and death stone in its body, Yi Chen wouldn't have been able to destroy it with one sword attack. After flying for a while, a shocking energy vibration exploded in the distant sky. Someone was fighting. Fighting as soon as I entered? Could it be that they found the life and death stone? His eyebrows twitching, Yi Chen increased his speed instead of slowing down, turning into a beam of sword light. On a boundless plain, two figures continuously clashed with each other. Violent shockwaves spread out everywhere, creating huge craters on the plain. This life and death stone was obtained by me after killing so many evil spirits. If you know what's good for you, leave now. Otherwise, there will only be one of us. The yellow-robed youngster scolded the brown-robed youngster while exchanging blows. The brown-robed youngster sneered, "Winner takes all. Life and death stone is not something you can have. Let me take care of it for you." "Bastard. You are going too far." The yellow-robed youngster was furious. The life and death secret realm was divided into 3 areas: the core area, the inner area, and the outer area. If the whole secret realm was a circle, then the core area would naturally be in the middle, while the inner area would be between the core area and the outer area. The outer area was the safest, but correspondingly, it also had the least amount of life and death stones. Those who did not have enough power and could only stay in the outer area would not be able to get a life and death stone. If they could get a life and death stone, then it would be a sign of extreme luck. The yellow-robed youngster found an evil spirit as soon as he entered. Thinking that he might be lucky, he fought with this evil spirit for 300 rounds before finally killing it. What made him ecstatic was that there was indeed a life and death stone inside this evil spirit's body, one that could possibly allow him to reach the life and death challenge realm. Unfortunately, the life and death stone was discovered before it could even warm up. Peng 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 peng. The two exchanged blows crazily, the shockwaves of their battle shaking the plain within hundreds of miles. It was as if there were countless elephants running through it. Die. The yellow-robed youngster had fought with the evil spirit before, so he was slightly wounded. After a long battle, the brown-robed youngster found a gap and punched him in the chest. Puking out a mouthful of blood, the yellow-robed youngster was blown backward. Following closely behind, the brown-robed youngster threw another punch at the head of the yellow-robed youngster. All of a sudden, the aggressive fist power shattered the head of the yellow-robed youngster. Then a strange scene happened. After the yellow-robed youngster's head exploded, his whole body started to fade, and so did the blood mist. A life and death stone surrounded by 2 colored chi flows floated in the air. Holding the life and death stone in his hand, the brown-robed youngster laughed out loud. With this life and death stone, as long as his luck was not bad, he would be able to reach the life and death challenge realm. After all, those who came to the life and death secret realm all had extremely high potential. Even without the life and death stone, they would still have a great chance of reaching the life and death challenge realm. The life and death stone could only save them a lot of time. Of course, what the martial geniuses lacked was time. Someone is coming. The brown-robed youngster's expression changed. The life and death stone merged with his body, and his speed increased drastically. Within a blink of an eye, he had disappeared into the horizon. He sure runs fast. From afar, Yi Chen had arrived. Looking at the place where the brown-robed youngster had disappeared, he felt a bit regretful. One life and death stone had a 90% chance of helping a high-rank half-step king warrior reach the life and death challenge realm. Although it only referred to the martial geniuses and not all of the high-rank half-step king warriors, everyone who came here was a martial genius. Inside the savage mountains of the Blood Sky Land, the place where the life and death door had once appeared, pop. The space twisted and a yellow-robed youngster appeared. Damn. If I don't take revenge, I will not be a human anymore. The yellow-robed youngster had an evil look on his face. There were not many life and death stones in the outer area of the life and death secret realm, so Yichen did not want to waste any more time here. 1,000-year life grass. Life fruit. The life and death secret realm was not a dead land. There were also some spirit medicines here. The life grass and the life fruit had the effect of healing wounds. Once they reached a certain age, they could even grow bones from the dead, which made them extremely valuable. Spirit medicines and fruits that could heal wounds were extremely rare, so Yichen would naturally not let them go, so he put them all away. Continuing forward, Yichen scanned the surroundings with his soul power from time to time, maintaining a range that would not consume too much soul power and would not miss any treasures nearby. As his soul power scanned over a rock, Yichen seemed to have discovered something and scanned it again. Such a dense death chi. Stopping his body, Yichen landed beside the rock. This rock was ordinary and gray-white in color. But if one looked closely, they would discover that there was a faint gray aura lingering on its surface. As soon as this gray aura came into contact with the nearby vegetation, it would immediately wither away, and the earth would lose all life. Rise. Yichen reached out his palm and a suction force appeared. Rumble. A huge rock shot out of the ground and Yichen held it in his right hand. With a light shake of his palm, the rock shattered. Within the shattered rock was a palm-sized profound black iron ore. On the surface of the iron ore, there was a gray chi flowing in and out as if it was breathing. As soon as Yichen's Jin Yuan came in contact with it, it showed signs of breaking apart. Death Chi Iron. Yichen slowly spat out a word. Death Chi Iron was one of the extreme rank metals. Although it was not listed in the top 10 mystical metals, it was still a rare extreme rank metal. Yichen had the sword forging art, and in the future when he wanted to forge extreme rank swords, he would have a huge demand for extreme rank metals. To him, this Death Chi Iron was not much weaker than the Life and Death Stone. Hehe, your luck is not bad to be able to find such a huge piece of Death Chi Iron. After refining it, you will be able to obtain a Longan-sized piece of Death Chi Iron. Let's make a deal, 5 million upper rank soul stones, sell this to me. Not far away, a figure flew over. He stared at the Death Chi Iron in Yichen's hand with greed in his eyes. 5 million upper rank soul stones, are you trying to chase away a beggar? Yichen had long since noticed him. Since the two of them didn't have any conflicts of interest before, they didn't clash even though they weren't far apart. I am the head disciple of the White Wolf Beast sect. People call me Young Wolf. I believe you have heard of my name. Give me some face and sell it to me for 5 million upper rank soul stones. The White Wolf Beast sect was one of the top 10 beast sects, and Young Wolf was one of the top 8 beast sections. Most people would be afraid of these two names and then make the right choice. After saying this, Young Wolf stared at Yichen with a smile, waiting for the latter to hand over the Death Chi Iron. Chapter 843. 500 million top-rank soul stones and I will sell it to you. Yichen sneered. So, you are not going to give me face? The wolf warrior's expression froze. Although the Death Chi Iron was an extreme rank metal, it would not be worth 500 million top-rank soul stones. Yichen was just making fun of him and did not plan to sell it to him at all. So what if I am? Putting away the Death Chi Iron, or Yichen looked at him lightly. I will give you 5 million top-rank soul stones in exchange for a peaceful situation. What a great thing. But, since you are so shameless, then I will not give you any face either. Right now, even if you beg me for the Death Chi Iron, it would still be useless. The wolf warrior's expression turned evil as two white fangs appeared on the corner of his mouth. You really think you are somebody? Among the 8 beast warriors, the elephant warrior was the strongest, followed by the snake warrior, then the eagle warrior, and then the tiger warrior. The rest of the 4 did not have a ranking, and the wolf warrior was one of them. If he could not even handle one wolf warrior, then there would be no point for Yichen. Obviously this wolf warrior thought too highly of himself. You are looking for death. The wolf warrior squeezed his eyes as his body suddenly disappeared from where he was standing. When he reappeared, he was already 10 meters away from Yichen. He stretched out his right hand. His originally human palm suddenly expanded and turned into a giant wolf claw. The claws were extremely sharp, like 4 sharp blades flickering with cold light. They were at least a foot long, and wherever they passed the space was distorted and dispersed into ripples. The wolf warrior attacked without any hesitation, and normal people would not be able to handle it. Die. The claw light approached Yichen within a second, scratching through Yichen's body. for beams of cold light flashed through Yi Chen's body, and his body seemed to have been torn apart. However, the wolf warrior saw it and could not help but feel a chill in his heart. If it were a real body, how could there be no blood coming out? Even if there was no blood, there should at least be some resistance, since the protective layer of a half-step king warrior was not made of tofu. Shadow. The wolf warrior's expression changed drastically as he suddenly turned around and waved his claws. Too slow. In his sight, Yi Chen stabbed out with his great sword. In the midair, a cold star appeared, which was the sign of the extreme speed of the sword art. Wuxia. The evil vanquishing sword pierced into the wolf young master's shoulder, and the wolf young master's sharp claws missed, not even touching Yi Chen's body. You can't escape. As one of the 8 young demon lords, Lang Xiao was no ordinary demon beast. He opened his mouth at Yi Chen and a green light ball formed in his throat, ready to be shot out. The distance between the two of them was only a few feet. At such a close distance, young wolf master did not think that Yi Chen could escape the bombardment of the roaring bomb. Yes. Have you forgotten that you are a demonic beast? As the thought flashed through his mind, Yi Chen shook the evil vanquishing sword in advance. Under the influence of the sword, Lang Xiao's body was slightly twisted, and the blue light ball's trajectory was also slightly changed. It brushed past Yi Chen's shoulder, creating sparks as it rubbed against his protective Zhen Yuan. Missing the first attack, Lang Xiao hurriedly backed out. Because of his extreme speed, when his body was separated from the sword, a stream of blood shot out of his body, which made his face go pale. What made his face turn even paler was that he managed to pull an inch of distance away from the evil shattering sword, but after that, no matter how hard he tried, he could not pull it any further. It was because Yi Chen had caught up with him the second he stepped back. Such a horrifying reaction made the wolf warrior secretly regret. If he had known that Yi Chen was this powerful, he would not have gone against him for a death chi iron ore. This is my fault. The death chi iron ore belongs to you. I will leave immediately. Since things had reached this point, Lang Xiao knew that it would be better for him to leave first. Although the life and death secret realm could not actually kill people, once one was fatally wounded they would be transported out. At that time the life and death stone would not be his anymore. As for after leaving, he would try his best to get a life and death stone as soon as possible and increase his cultivation to the first level of the life and death challenge. By then it would not be too late to find Yi Chen for revenge. You will leave. Leave the life and death secret realm. Yi Chen's speed increased drastically as his sword light sliced through the Lang Xiao's neck. A huge head was tossed into the air. Lang Xiao's body started to fade, eventually disappearing from the life and death secret realm. Putting his sword back into its scabbard, Yi Chen appeared behind where Lang Xiao had disappeared. Dealing with these beasts, I should be clean. Yi Chen was very clear about Lang Xiao's power. As a beast, Lang Xiao did not even have the chance to turn into his original form, nor did he have the chance to use his beast power. Because of his carelessness, he did not have the time to use his power. By the time he wanted to, it was already too late. After all, Yi Chen's sword art was extremely fast, so how could he have the chance to use his real power? In other words, Lang Xiao had been wronged. Of course. It did not mean that Lang Xiao had lost unjustly. It was just that he had lost too fast and he had only attacked twice. Inside the savage mountains, boom. A huge mountain had been shattered, and Lang Xiao was shaking with anger. Damn it, damn it, damn it. I have been teleported out of the life and death secret realm. I have waited for 10 years and this is the result. I am not willing. I am not willing. Lang Xiao roared into the sky, his voice horrifying. Just you wait. My white wolf beast martial school will not let you go. Once I find out who you are, your death will come very soon. Lang Xiao's eyes were full of hatred. Without the life and death stone, it would take him a lot more time to reach the life and death challenge realm. He was afraid that once the life and death secret realm closed, his ranking would be at the bottom, which was something he could not accept. Even if you reach the life and death challenge realm, you will still die if you meet a real beast king. His body flashed as he left the savage mountains, flying toward the white wolf beast martial school. Killing the wolf warrior was just a small thing for him, so he did not really care about it. The life and death secret realm only opened once every 10 years, and he wanted to use this opportunity to increase his cultivation to the life and death challenge realm as soon as possible. Of course, the first level was not his ultimate goal. His ultimate goal was the third level of the life and death challenge realm. Only by reaching the third level would he have the confidence to compete with life and death realm warriors. Let's go to the inner area first. The outer area was extremely vast. In the next couple of days, Yi Chen did not see a single person, but a couple of evil spirits. However, the chances of the evil spirits having life and death stones in the outer area were too low. Out of 100 of them, there might not even be one with life and death stones in their bodies. That man who had managed to get a life and death stone a couple of days ago was really lucky. On this day, Yi Chen finally saw some human figures, and it was not just one or two but a whole group of them. This place was right next to the two-colored sky curtain. It was hard to tell how tall and how long it was, as it separated the inner area from the outer area. According to the Battle King's memory, Yi Chen knew that these two-colored sky curtains were formed by the life and death chi. Trying to break it by force would be suicide. If one wanted to enter the inner area, he would have to go through the life and death bridge that connected the outer area and the inner area. Right then, on the other side of the bridge, there were dozens of human figures gathered. They were all the young martial geniuses he had seen in the savage mountains of the Blood Sky land. I do not believe that a mere life and death bridge can stop me. One person paced around the side of the bridge for a long time. Finally, he made up his mind and walked onto the bridge with a determined expression. Landing on the ground, Yi Chen watched how the person was going to cross the bridge. "Oh, it's you." The teenager in black standing in front of Yi Chen turned around to look at Yi Chen, a smile appearing on his face. "You are Tai Quangzuan?" Yi Chen could tell that he was not a beast, and his cultivation had reached the peak of the second level of the life and death challenge. In the entire Blood Sky land, only Tai Quangzuan seemed to fit the description. After all, he had seen the undying demon lord Lan Sanmei and Ling Hu Yi among the four demons. However, he was not sure, since there were not only the martial geniuses from the Blood Sky land, but also some martial geniuses from the ocean. "Not bad." Tai Quangzuan laughed. "This is the first time I have seen someone ignore the undying demon lord right in front of his face. You are my type. People respect me, I will respect them back 10 times. That is all. Hee, but you have to be careful. The undying demon lord is very powerful, and it has already reached a critical point. His undying demon art has made him invincible. Although I do not know what gives you the confidence to go against him, I would still advise you to increase your cultivation as soon as possible." The Tai Quangzuan in front of him and the one in the rumors seemed to be two different people. According to the rumors, Tai Quangzuan had mastered the ability to turn into a demon without losing his mind, which made him arrogant and crazy. However, the one in front of him, Yi Chen could feel a trace of kindness from him. "Thanks for the reminder." Yi Chen nodded. "All right, I will not say any more. I believe that you are not that kind of reckless person." Tai Quangzuan turned around and looked at the teenager on the bridge. The bridge was not that long. From this side, one could see the other side of the inner area, which was only 100 meters long. The teenager on the bridge had only taken a few steps when he was attacked by the first wave of attacks. The stone statues on both sides of the bridge seemed to have come to life as they opened their mouths and shot out beams of light wave after wave. The light wave was extremely dense and powerful, and the teenager was blown back while puking out a mouthful of blood. "Damn. The bridge is too narrow. There is no place to dodge." The teenager was very unwilling, but he did not want to try anymore. It was only the first wave of attacks. Even if he could survive the first wave, he would not be able to survive the second and third wave. If he was killed and teleported out of the secret realm, it would be a huge loss for him. After all, there was still hope of getting life and death stones in the outer area. "I will go first," Tai Quangzuan said to Yi Chen before stepping onto the bridge. As the second of the four demons, the attack from the life and death bridge was just child's play to Tai Quangzuan. In just a moment, Tai Quangzuan crossed the bridge and entered the inner area. "It seems like it is not that hard." As Yi Chen was about to step onto the bridge, a human figure suddenly flew over his head and landed on the bridge. Just like Tai Quangzuan, this person did not care about the attacks from the bridge at all. When he reached the middle of the bridge, he turned around and smiled creepily. He then waved his hand and created a layer of chi wall on the bridge. He then placed a couple of crystals on the four corners of the chi wall to stabilize it. "I will leave you guys with a greeting gift." As he spoke, he crossed the bridge and arrived on the other side. Damn. Who is this guy? The bridge was already hard to cross, and now there was a chi wall in the middle of it. Was he trying to make it impossible for them to cross? You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.